When people ask who is she, I am a triple negative breast cancer survivor. You see, the intruder thought that it would end my life, but I have too many angels up in the sky, and God will not allow me to fail, and never puts more on me than I can bear. I've been through a lot, but through it all, God made sure I came out on top. Being on top looks different for everyone. Being on top for me means counting my blessings, each and every one of them. God chooses his army wisely before creating our stories. I'm grateful every day, but God gets all the glory. If you ask how I'm still standing, I can only give you one reply, and that is, God don't play about me and mine. I'm a survivor. God is not through with me yet. I'm a survivor. God gets all the glory. I just ask him what's next. I'm a survivor. What else would you think? I'm a survivor, and beyond the chemo room, my black is pink. I'm a survivor. They are gonna fuse us on this G.O.D. I'm a survivor. I block out the noise and it's just you and me. I'm a survivor. God, you promised that I would be healed. I'm a survivor. We beat triple negative breast cancer and left cancer dying on the field. I'm a survivor. I'm Survivor Speaks. Yeah. When they ask me who I am, tell them I'm Survivor Speaks. Shout out to G.O.D, who's number one in my life. God bless Survivor Speaks. Yeah, I'm a survivor. If you asked how I'm still standing, I can only give you one reply, and that is, God don't play about me and mine. I'm a survivor. God is not through with me yet. I'm a survivor. God gets all the glory. I just ask him what's next. I'm a survivor. What else would you think? I'm a survivor, and beyond the chemo room, my black is pink. I'm a survivor. They are gonna fuse us on this G.O.D. I'm a survivor. I'm a survivor. What else would you think? I'm a survivor, and beyond the chemo room, my black is pink. I'm a survivor. They are gonna fuse us on this G.O.D. I'm a survivor.
Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, education, and research. Fair use is permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Smash that like button. Let's go. Hey. What up, good people? What up, and good morning. Let me get my my music in the back. Shout out to no one. Shout out to no one for this. And we love it. All right. I gotta remember that I'm doing this show and just don't stay here. No one. He really did his thing on this one. I like it. So, good people, it's your favorite breast cancer survivor, Survivor Speaks, back with another live stream. So, 2 young lives, 2 harrowing stories, and an unsettling echo that cannot be ignored. So, what happens when 2 cases separated by time and space share chilling similarities that demand deeper investigation? My lip gloss is really lip glossing way below the lip. Excuse me. So, welcome everyone. Today we're continuing the parallels between 2 heartbreaking stories. Iyana Sawyer, who I must add got her justice. And shout out to her family. Much love. And Ziyah Harris. So these cases are more than just headlines. They're windows into the systemic patterns, unanswered questions, and the search for justice. What do these cases tell us? Not just about their victims, but about the world that we live in. stick with us because this is a conversation that we all need to have. So we are going over the Iyana Sawyer case. Let me explain that to people that come in late, like why is she talking about this? Why is she talking about that? That's because y'all wasn't here at the beginning, so you don't know. So any disrespectful comments over there in the chat, like what this got to do with that, just erase those comments if they get out of here. My mom's just gonna block them and kick them up out of here. We got FFS in the building early. He gonna FFS him right on up out of here. And we got some more. We got the sniper squad in the chat. I'll be addressing the chat momentarily. Okay. So, however, so we are keeping in mind how eerily similar the cases is. This case, the Iyana Sawyer case, is to the Ziyah Harris case. So, if you hear me reference the case, it's because we still have a focus on the Harris case. So, I want you to pay attention to the similarities of the two young ladies and the monsters that stole their innocence, and then dispose them like they meant nothing. Hold on a minute. I forgot to hit one more stick. My music done went off. All right, there you go. So, like they meant nothing. And you know, we are seeking justice in the Ziyah Harris case. I love the way everyone is covering this case across the YouTube platform. This is how we get stuff, bring awareness to things. Nobody owns the rights to whoever decides that they want to, you know, bring awareness to this case. But I'm just Survivor Speaks. I love everybody as long as you love me, as long as you're respectful. We can rock out. When you get disrespectful is when you got to be 86 up out of here. I love everyone from all races, creeds, nationality, like everything. But yeah, don't come over here with any of that stuff. We do not condone or allow bullying in the chat. We want to keep it respectful. And anybody that's we don't over here. We want to refrain from talking about politics. This is not the channel. They do have channels that cover that. So in the chat, please respectfully do not talk about politics in my chat. That's just what it is. That's not what we're here for. Okay, we're gonna be good. All right, so I'm gonna go off topic a little bit because I just wanted to say just about Ryan W. Melly. I just wanted to say this. So I saw that he went to court, and he's not going to be getting out, according to what I saw briefly. But they did mention that he is in something called ADSEG. It's administrative segregation. ADSEG does not mean that you trample on inmates' rights. I know because I was a correction officer for 7.5 years. ADSEG was something that was born during my time working as a correction officer. And so it does not, they're not supposed to be stopping his visits, his phone calls, and monitoring his attorney-client privileges. So he has a different attorney for his lawsuit. And this attorney said that he's not allowed to go into the prison and visit him. So ADSEG, they have him in ADSEG according to what I read because of his celebrity status, basically, and people wanting to, hurt him just because of that. So if they have him in ADSEG for that reason, and it's not disciplinary, because disciplinary things normally go to the hole, is what they call it in all the jails. So they lock down for a reason. The privileges are stripped, except attorney and client privileges. The jails can never restrict attorney-client privileges. So what they're doing in a Y&W Melly case is crazy work. That's not what ADSEG was created for. In the jails across the United States, when ADSEG became a thing, they all went together and agreed on this. So somebody in ag SAG, they're not let out as often as people that are on a regular in a regular place. It's for their safety and for the safety of the officers. However, you cannot trample on the rights of a inmate because they're in ag SAG. Their visits continue, their phone calls continue. Attorney-client privileges continue. Even a person that is in a hole, if their attorney comes to see them, they get handcuffed. They go up to see their attorney face to face, door closed. You have no access to what they are talking about in regard to their case. None. And the handcuffs remain, but they normally handcuff them like in the front. So sometimes the attorney wants them to sign something. They're still able to sign with those handcuffs on. So they have something that they put on handcuffs when you're transporting an inmate or when an inmate is an issue or in the hole. And if they're going to court, they go handcuffed. So they put this box on and it's called the black box. You make sure the inmate is comfortable before you put the black box on the handcuffs, so that way they don't move. They also use that so you have some inmates that are just like, oh, this hurts, you got this too tight, you got this too. Now, we already went through all of the nonsense and I asked you, are you comfortable? It's not squeezing your wrist, everything is good. Okay, I'm gonna put the black box on so the cuffs don't adjust. You lock the cuff. And so when they say that, then you know that's how you know to open your eyes. Get your trigger up, get your trigger going. Like this, this inmate may be up to something, but they have rights. And what they're doing in the Melly case, no. No. And so I just wanted to come on here and say that because I was like, wait a minute, he ain't ag SAG because of his status, because of who he is. Oh no, then all the other things that you're taking away from him, you're treating him worse than the people that are in the home get treated. No, it does not work that way. I don't care who you are. I don't care what state you're in. You guys are trampling on that man's rights. And so now, even up until now, he has been able to see his attorneys through a plexiglass and they get on that phone and talk. Those phones are recorded too. When you go to visit somebody in jail and you're in the visitation and you're between a partition and you're on that phone, those phone calls are recorded too. So all of his attorneys' phone calls up until now have been recorded at this time. Don't let them tell you no different. Don't let them tell you no different. Oh no, we didn't listen to them. Oh no, they're not recorded. Oh no, they got Nelly and they got Nelly's attorney's whole playbook. Because each time they go visit their client in jail, between that plexiglass and it got the plexiglass in between them, and they pick up the phone to have a consultation, it's recorded. So I'm just putting it out there. I knows what I know from personally knowing what I know. And when I heard he was an ag SAG for that and not disciplinary reasons, what? So you took his phone calls? His visits? His attorney can only visit you through a plexiglass? Is his attorney coming there to hurt him? Or did he hire these people to defend him? Y'all, it's a mess. It's a mess. I'm not here for it. I believe everybody deserves a defense. You may hear me go off about the cases that we are reviewing at this time, but that is because I go off on rants every now and then, and I'm a little upset about the way they are defending their client, Jonathan Quilles, in the case that we are looking at. But I just wanted to just go over that real quickly because that kind of like blew my mind that you took all of these privileges away from YNW Melly because he's a celebrity. You guys are not doing him any favors by not allowing him visits, not allowing him to make phone calls, not allowing his right to have private consultations with his attorneys. Like I said, for the people in the back, if YNW Melly did unalive Juvie and Sack Chaser, then he deserves to be where he is. No doubt. But that has to be proven without a reasonable doubt. And right now, the last trial, they did not prove that without a reasonable doubt. What we got from the last trial is that maybe you guys don't have enough evidence, so you muddied the waters, started playing dirty, and it backfired in your face. So yeah, so the lead prosecutor got kicked off the case in the last case. So I just wanted to go over that because that bothered me. And it's going to continue to bother me because all inmates are innocent until proven guilty. And he had a mistrial during his first case. There it is. I don't know what was going on. I don't need them to see far away, but I needed them to see what I'm looking at. So anyway, so I just wanted to bring that to the light today. And I wanted to tell everybody that's here, hit that like button if you're here, please, and share the video out to get this into the algorithm. Now let me go over here and get some shout outs so we can get the show started and get on the way, and let's go over this stuff that we're going over. Child diggy, child diggy, child diggy, child diggy, child diggy, girl. They was giving me so many problems trying to upgrade your emoji. I was like, wait a minute, I'm not liking this. I said no backlight. I said, but there it is. So I know we got Tat. I need to make an emoji for Tat, but guess what, y'all? They only allow you to make so many emojis based on the amount of members that you have. So in order for me to make any new emojis, I think it said I need 6 or 7 more members, something like that. I said 6, 7, 8, I'm out of that way. It was something like 6 or 7 more members. They'll let me make one new emoji. So I was only able to replace, Child Diggy. She had her, she had the other emoji, and now you see she has the Air Force One, high top Air Force One. That's what, that's what it is. But yeah, that's what they told me. So what's up? I'll get to those things as soon as I can. And no one. So Child Diggy is in the house. What's up, Child Diggy? What's up? Oh, Child Diggy gonna be in the house. And Child Diggy, thank you for going on ahead and doing what you can do over there. I see you. All right, and First Best Gigi. What's up, First Best Gigi? Hi, how are you doing? Thank you so much for being here. Just me. Good morning. Thank you for being here. Tech Clouds. What's up, girl? Good morning. Thank you for being here. Jason Hodges. Good morning. Thank you for being here. Let's see who we got up in here. Who else is up in Nessa C? Let me go over there. I got to go over there and get Nessa C's. I said I'll be all over the place going 525, 400. Yeah, Nessa C is my girl on Instagram, and so supportive. She is so supportive, and let me see if I can get it right now because I want to drop it. Y'all follow her. If you're over there on Instagram and she follows you, she's very supportive when it comes to all things. Count on Ness to, get stuff out here moving and shaking. And I said yesterday, but let me see if I can get Ness's link over here. Y'all know I'll be Y'all know I'll be over here. All right, let's see. All right, I have to make sure I add this. So she is on Instagram. Let me put it here first, so I'll have it. All right, so y'all go over there and follow Ness. All right, I just dropped her link in the chat. We'll spruce it up in put it in, you know what I mean. Try to be doing all this stuff. So yeah. So what up, Ness? Go follow Ness. I just dropped her link in the chat over on Instagram. Thank you for being here, Ness. Thank you so much for all your support. Emily Stokes, good morning. Good morning, Emily. Thank you for being here. Laugh always. What we call a laugh. Good morning, Laugh, and thank you for being here. Laugh is going to let you know that the likes ain't like it. So if you don't want no problems with Laugh, hit that like button. Yeah, so no one did his thing on this. No one just dropped something else over there. Yo, it's fire. Go over there and check no one out. He really did his thing on this my background music. I love it. I love this. I love it for him. You see a lot covering this case, and thank you, Ness. Thank you, Ness. Thank you. So yeah. All right, I got you, Laugh. That's not a problem. We know. You be in and out because you have things to do. You don't got family. You got a job, girl. We understand. We have enough people to cover where you have to be in and out. So there's enough people in the chat. So yeah, and also we have some trolls that be trolling the chat. And they think because I'm respectful and I try to be nice to everybody that they won't get that word. I don't have to do nothing. My moderator is going to take care of it. So if you come over here thinking that I don't know who you are and I don't have a background about who you are, and you come over here trolling in the chat, I already know who you are. Trust me, we've had discussions already. So yeah, you're not. Don't coming on here asking me for a wrench, and you have only had an account made since October, November, December 2024 is crazy work. I'm not slow. I'm not new to what's going on in some of these YouTube streams. All right, just don't do it. Cause no. So we got, I think that's it right now for the people that's not in the bushes. I like to verbally say hello to everyone. So that's why I'm trying to make sure that. Oh, thank you, Laugh. I try to be. I have so much to be thankful for, so much to live for, and I just try to be. I can't with you today. Hello. Oh, yes, I can't with you today. I can't remember who gave you a membership. That probably was dropped on you the other day, and I'm not sure who gave it to you. Because we can't go back, but you're welcome, girl. Take advantage of the special channel emojis for members. Drop them all, girl. I don't know who gave it to you, so just go ahead and drop them all in there. And thank you for acknowledging that you did receive one and you're on now. And we got you, girl. All right, thank you so much. We got the. Yeah, that's my one of my mods. He's not here yet. He probably be in here in a minute. So the Astro from space. Hello, how are you? Thank you and welcome. Thank you for coming. Yeah, that's no one. He's not here yet, but he will be here. I'm sure if they have his link, they can drop it down in the chat for no one since he's not here yet. You like it here now? Oh, thank you, Astro from Space. And so yeah, so we're going to get into day 3 of the Iyana Sawyer case. Remember what I said? We are keeping um, looking out and comparing the similarities in this case. There are so many. The video you saw coming in was a lot of people don't know who I am. So that's a little song I wrote for myself for October during Breast Cancer Awareness Month last year, and so it just really tells a little bit about my story and how I think about it. And so yeah, just, instead of using the time of the day, I said let me go ahead and play this. So that's what that was. And we're going to put up our trigger warning here, but we are comparing and contrasting between the Iyana Sawyer case, and the Ziyah Harris case. So we're on day 3. We're going to get in here and get right to it. And I hope and I pray that we don't have the noise today, because it was bothering me. Now we were talking about it was making her want to go to sleep. Yeah, I don't want the people going to sleep. I didn't people tune in. Hello to the people watching on Facebook and over there on the Twitter. Come on over here, come on over to the YouTube and give your girl a like. And to the people in the bushes, hello. Hit the like button. YouTube does not tell me who you are if you hit the like button. It's not like Instagram or Facebook. It just says how many likes you have. And the likes, shows that you were engaged in this video, and it gets it out there in the algorithm. That's it. That's all. So go ahead and hit the like button. Don't be shy. We are family here. This is how we, act accordingly. If you comment, I'm grateful. If you hit the like button for the free 99, I'm grateful. So yeah, so just come over. As long as you're not trolling, and long as you're not bullying, you're all right with subordination. And trust me, Sniper Nation in the chat, they will fix it anyway. So they'll get at it anyway. So come on and hit the like button for you. Do it. You're not late, FFS. Oh, but you hold on a minute. But I gotta go back. There goes my FF and the S. FFS. Don't play around, because FFS will FFS you right on up out of here. Okay. So good morning and welcome into everybody, and let's get right into this. Chloe, wait, I gotta wait. We don't need her in the chat talking no mess. What's up, Chloe Albert's Revenge? Chloe Albert's Revenge is family over here. We love her so much, and it's all jokes and love, people. She's going to keep telling you to hit the like, or something else is going to, it's all in love and fun over here. We like to keep it light because we are covering heavy topics. So good morning and what's up to you, Chloe Albert's Revenge. And I'll be also great. I will be really happy when I see my flesh in this chair. I know he's going to stop by in AOBOD. I know y'all gonna stop by. But anywho, let me go back and put up my trigger warning here, and we're going to get started on day 3. Okay. Just to look at you guys know, so Iyana's sister testified yesterday, but just to let you know, when the defense starts calling their witnesses, they recall her. They recall her to basically, to me, in my opinion, to freaking harass her. And to further tell how she knew that Jose was John. Like, okay, didn't y'all do that already on cross when the prosecution brought her up as a witness? I don't like Miss Michelle. I think that's what they call her. I don't like her. I don't like her. I understand what's going on, but I don't like her. Good morning, Desiree, Renee. Thank you for coming and welcome. Thank you. All right, y'all. Let me turn this music down. Let's get right into the video. Oh, and don't be afraid if we take donations. If you want to donate to the show, so that we can continue to upgrade the platform and things like that, go right ahead. I do have a merch shop, and the majority of the funds from the merch shop will be donated to a family that is taking care of a cancer patient. Doesn't necessarily have to be breast cancer. It can be any kind of cancer, something that resonates with me. I'm going to drop the prices on some things in the merch shop because that's just what I want to do. I'm just busy and all over the place. I need to get to it. But we have mugs, backpacks, duffel bags. I have no complaints about the products. But that is why I started that merch shop because of a young man named Ziyah Clark who has osteosarcoma cancer in his jawbone. That's another day, another topic. There is a video here on the page with his full story, his information, his Cash App. And so, yeah. So it's not, he's the inspiration behind me saying, okay, it's not to start a merch shop. Let me just do this. So that's where the inspiration came from for that. Because there is a lot of expenses when it comes to fighting breast cancer. A lot of expenses, and a lot of people can't. A lot of things happen when people are caring for a loved one, and the way the world is going today, it is what it is. So there are a couple ways to support the channel by hitting the like button for the free 99. You can donate memberships to somebody else to make them become green here, and they'll be a member of Survivor Nation. You can also Cash App. The Cash App will be on the screen. That's if you like. Donating, and it's voluntary, not mandatory. Let me say that, okay? Thank you so much. And so let's get right into it and get one of my favorite judges over here on the screen. I don't know why we going here, y'all. This is that is not okay. Get it together. All right. So let me go over here and let go. Let go, Judge. Let's go. Let go. Hey. Hold on, the music. What's going on with this sound?
Who's saying it is labeled inaccurately on the transcript, and so you're listening to one person that says it's one, it's obviously not that person.
At least it's obvious to us. Right. It won't be obvious to them, and that's why we think it's going to be distracting, Your Honor.
Oh, hold on, y'all.
Okay. Just wanted to bring that up to the court, and obviously we said we didn't talk about that today, so I wanted to make sure the court knew where we stood.
Have you brought the specific areas where you believe there's an inaccuracy? Has that been brought to the state's attention so that they know exactly what you're referring to?
Judge, we talked to them about the inaccuracies, but we did not go line by line and show them each and every inaccuracy. But I'll let them speak for themselves. But their position is that that's what the point of the instruction is, and that whatever inaccuracies there may be, we can argue that in closing. But we do think that the prejudice to our client as well as the confusion for the jury would be so great that it would not be proper to have them use that during or whenever they plan to present.
Mr. Skinner, anything from the state?
Brief response, Your Honor. They have told us, the defense told the state exactly what they told the court, so we don't know what it's pointing to as far as specific inaccuracies that we may very well agree to. It won't be played for tomorrow, so we can make those changes tonight as one. Number two, the instruction addresses exactly this. Number three, we will have a witness testify on playing the liar that can detect that we have one of the two inmates that was speaking to the defendant. The other one's deceased, so we only call one. He has lived through this. That's where the evidence is going to show the initials with respect to the three people involved in the conversation come directly from the witness stand, not just us guessing, it's from the witness. The defense, of course, unless the defendant testifies and says otherwise, or maybe some other fashion, if they want to put on evidence to say their client didn't say that, that's a big thing. We can certainly do that. But the evidence we're putting on, very specifically, it's laid out in that transcript who's speaking. We have nothing to the contrary of that. So when the defense says they have some inaccuracies, we thought, look at those tonight. We can make changes if we simply agree. I think Mr. Davis told me earlier this morning, some of the disagreement is that sometimes the initials are wrong with respect to who's talking. And all those issues, Your Honor, are dealt with in that instruction. So our position is it's our evidence. We've laid a proper predicate. It's already in evidence. We're still calling the witness to talk about who those initials are and who's doing the talking. And we have nothing to contradict that. There's nothing at all from the state's case. So our position is the transcript is a very long 2-hour wire, so it's very helpful in following along. If counsel, lastly, Judge, if counsel argues in closing that they disagree that who was speaking, we can't object to that. That's exactly what the instruction is for. So they want to argue our client didn't say that. That's a valid argument. They want to throw that out, closing argument. We wouldn't have a legal objection to be able to say that. It's just a comment on the evidence. So our position is it should be used by the jury. It is in a jail. It does help them understand and kind of follow along the conversation. Is it perfect? I'm sure it's not. But if the defense wants to point some of those out, I would be glad to make those corrections where we agree.
Okay, I would ask you guys to get together and point out the inaccuracies that this defense believes to the state. You guys can go through it that way. The standard instruction is 2.6. It does say if you notice any difference between what you hear in the recordings and what you read in the transcript, you must rely on what you hear, not what you read. If you guys want to show me any case law regarding this issue.
What's up, Flesh? Other guys, I told you he was going to be in here at some point. What's up, Flesh? What's up, Flesh? If y'all not following Flesh of the Gods, it's y'all, you have no clue about what you are missing. Wait a minute. So you looking for cartoon dynamite sticks? Oh, I'm so happy. That is my request. I don't know if I would be any help trying to find them sticks, but I can't wait to see this because I know you working on it and you gonna put it in action. Oh my goodness. So that's Flesh of the Gods over there. Like I said, if you are not following Flesh, you don't know what you're missing. Let me play a soundbite real quick.
Humans weren't meant to perceive things like this.
I hope y'all was able to hear that. But thank you for stopping by, fam. Oh my goodness, y'all understand. I can't wait. I cannot wait to see what you got going on. All right, y'all.
Defense wants to provide their own transcript of what they believe is said.
If it's too fast, let me know and
Try to
I'll
give the
slow
jury
it
two
down. I put it
transcripts,
on
and I can tell the jury
1.5
One
today.
transcript is based off what the state believes.
But
they
let
were
me
hearing.
know
One
in the
is based on what
chat if
defense
it's too
believes they were hearing
fast.
from on the recording, and then the jury can make that factual determination as to what they hear, independent of the state's contention or the defense contention.
Maybe I'll put it on 1.2.
In addition, though, Mr. Skinner said it is the state's presentation of the evidence. It's the state's, I'm paraphrasing here. The instruction also says you're being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. It's not being said this is the state's position of what you're hearing, and here's a transcript based off that. They're being provided transcript, and in their mind, they're going to think it's independent of any party. But that's not what the standard instruction says. If I have to edit the standard instruction to say,
Hold on, wait a minute. Let me put a little just Lee out here. That's Flesh. Sorry. Thank you so much, Just Lee, for being here, for just being pleasant in the chat. You've been here like every day. You're the first person. I got a goal of 10 super chats. And you have helped me get further to my goal. You are part of the Surviving Nation family. I do appreciate you, and I thank you. And the 5 means so much to me. Thank you so much, Just Lee. And never leave us. We love you over here in the chat. I love your interaction. Thank you.
because the defense does not believe it's accurate, and say, you're being provided what the state believes is said, and then provide a copy of what the defense believes they hear, we can address it. If you guys have any case law you guys want to consider on the issue as well, we can take it up during a break today. But you guys may be in a position of talking about what you guys believe is not accurate from either side. And if you guys can't come to an agreement on one transcript, provide the jury 2 transcripts, and I'll edit the standard instruction to say you're being provided two transcripts, one from the state and one from the defense, and we can fashion some instructions in that regard if we have to.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
So that may be something we need to maybe look back at after the lunch break at some point today. Other than that, is there anything that we need to handle from the state's perspective before the jury comes out? Anything else from the defense perspective?
Judge, if you want to inquire now or later, as far as did we go over everything with him over the weekend and do everything that he had requested us to do, if you want to do that now or later, whichever.
What did you go over with him this weekend that you want me to inquire about?
Everything.
Just this issue that we're talking about right now.
Well,
The transcript issue.
The transcript issue, make sure he went over the wire, everything in the wire, as well as what some of the testimony that we thought was going to be presented between today and tomorrow. I spent 4.5, almost 5 hours there yesterday.
Understood. Mr. Quelez, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear, affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Yes. All right, so you can put your hand down. So obviously, I think we spoke, and I inquired of you Friday afternoon after the jury left, and here we are Monday morning. It sounds like, based off the conversation so far this morning, that your attorneys met with you over the weekend, went over with you the audio from the wire the state intends to present into evidence sometime this week, and also the transcript the state has provided from their position that is an accurate representation of what's on that wire. Did your attorneys go over that with you over the weekend? And they went over with you, and it sounds like you and your attorneys pointed out some from the defense contention, some portions of the wire that the defense does not believe is an accurate representation of the wire. Okay, and you heard that conversation that we had with that I had with the attorneys this morning about that. Okay, and they went over that wire with you in full. It sounds like. Okay. Do you have any questions of me? Anything else you want me to inquire about, Mr. Davis?
No, sir, Your Honor.
Ms. Michelle?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else you want me to handle outside the jury's presence?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring the jury in, please.
I'm glad you did, because I'm trying to find.
Ooh. What is y'all doing?
You guys may have a seat. Members of the jury, welcome back. Hope you guys had a nice weekend. Feel refreshed, ready to attack the day on this Monday. Unfortunate game yesterday, but the sun is rising, and we'll get them back next week. So we're going to continue with our trial here today. Before we begin, can you guys just give me nods of the heads, make sure you guys all have your correct notepads? Okay. I just wanted to make sure, given the weekend. So everyone does have the right notepad. We're going to continue with our trial. And so I'm going to look to the state, and the state can call their next witness.
State would next call Laura Draga.
Ms. Draga, good morning to you, man. Just watch your step over here as you come to your right. If you need a glass of water, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you. The only thing I ask is that if there's an objection made during your testimony, just pause for a second, let me rule on the objection, and then depending on my ruling, we'll go from there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That said, state your name, quite ready.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Laura Draga. The last name is spelled D-R-A-G-A.
Who's your current employer?
The Florida Department of Law Enforcement here in Jacksonville.
How long have you been employed by them?
Since 2006,
What is your current title?
I am a senior crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section.
And is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement commonly referred to the acronym FDLE?
It is.
Can you please tell us about your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry and in Biology.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as a senior crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section?
I examine firearms for function, and I examine cartridge cases and bullets to determine whether or not those fired cartridge cases and bullets were fired in the same firearm or multiple firearms. And when a firearm is submitted, I compare those bullets and cartridge cases to test fires to determine whether or not they were fired from a submitted firearm. I also do serial number restorations, and as a senior analyst, I'm the primary trainer for our section.
And outside your formal education, can you describe the training process that you underwent to become originally a crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section?
In 2006, I began an 18-month training program under the supervision of an experienced analyst at FDLE. The initial portion of that training program consisted of reading practical exercises, oral assessments, written assessments, followed by a period of supervised casework where I'm working real cases under the supervision of that more experienced analyst, where they have the primary responsibility for the decisions that are made. And then following the completion of that supervised casework, I was certified to perform independent casework at FDLE.
How many firearms have you analyzed?
In casework, about 1,500.
And during your firearms analysis, is it vary what type of guns that you actually examine?
Yes.
And how does a semi-automatic firearm operate?
So a semi-automatic firearm is one in which once the firearm is loaded, cocked, and the safety is off, the trigger is pressed. Some of the energy of firing, once that trigger is pressed, will be used to expel the bullet from the firearm. Some of the energy will be used to operate the action of that firearm. So if you have forward pressure on the bullet, that pushes it out of the firearm. The rearward pressure will push back on the working parts of the firearm, causing that firearm to extract and eject the fired cartridge case. And then there is a spring which will drive that mechanism back forward again. It will strip a cartridge off of the top of the magazine, loading the firearm again. At that point, you must release and then press the trigger again to fire a semi-automatic firearm. So each shot, again, once the firearm is loaded and ready to be fired, requires a trigger press, you release, a press, a release, until the magazine, the ammunition in the magazine is exhausted.
Have you testified before in court giving your opinion on firearm identification and functionality?
I have.
And how many times have you testified in this certain area of firearms?
So I don't actually keep track of what type of cases I've testified in, but regarding my work at FDLE and the functioning of firearms and the comparison of fired ammunition components and other duties at FDLE, 155 times.
And what courts?
In Florida Circuit Courts.
And how long has the forensic laboratory at FDLE been established?
Since the late 60s.
And how long has FDLE been performing firearm testing?
Since FDLE was founded. When FDLE was founded, we absorbed the Florida Sheriff's Bureau, and firearms testing had been done at the Florida Sheriff's Bureau even prior to it becoming part of FDLE.
And what type of quality assurance methods does your lab take to ensure the reliable results?
So FDLE, particularly the firearms section, has a standard operating procedure that we follow in every case. In addition, we have other quality manuals. There's something actually called the Forensic Science Quality Manual and the Laboratory Administrative Procedures Manual. All of these have procedures that have to be followed, again, in every case. Every case at FDLE is technically and administratively reviewed by another analyst prior to the report being released to the agency.
And did FDLE receive evidence from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to analyze a firearm in a case that was labeled victim, and I'm just using initials IS, and JSO CCR number 2018-866278?
We did receive evidence in this case.
And do you recall when FDLE received the evidence involving a firearm and 2 magazines specifically?
According to the paperwork, it was October 3rd of 2019.
How was the evidence received at FDLE?
The agency brings the evidence to our evidence section. The evidence section is staffed by personnel who are responsible for receiving the items of evidence, creating the case in the database, and then moving that evidence to the vault where it waits for the case to be assigned. Once a case is assigned, they can then retrieve the evidence from the vault and give it to the analyst, which in this case would be me. I take the evidence back to my work area, work on it, and then bring it back to that same evidence section where they would return it to the agency.
Is casework randomly assigned?
Mostly, yes.
And does FDLE also assign a unique FDLE number to any item of evidence that's coming into FDLE's possession?
Yes. So when the case is created in the database, it gets a laboratory case number, and then each item of evidence gets a sequential number as it's created in the database.
And was that FDLE number 2019-040-0486?
Yes, it is.
And do you recall when you first received the firearm? I know that it came into the evidence section in October 3rd, 2019.
If I can refer to my notes for a minute.
Would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes. I think I may have misspoke, actually. If I can correct the record. The evidence was originally submitted to the laboratory on May 9th of 2019. And I received the evidence and began working on it on October 14th of 2019. I'm sorry, August 14th of 2019.
Thank you for that correction. And how many items did you receive?
Only one.
And did it have subparts, meaning 2 magazines associated?
Right, so FGLE item 14 was submitted as a 9mm Luger caliber pistol, along with 2 magazines.
Mr. Aggie, I'm showing what's been marked in the state's evidence 37. Can you take a moment and look at it?
When you're ready.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
And can you show the jury how you recognize the state's evidence 37?
So if you can see that there's a manila tag here, it has my laboratory case number, my item number, and my initials. In addition are my handwritten case number, item number, and initials on the slide, and also on each of the magazines. There's a separate tag on each of them here, but those tags are not mine.
Now, can you show them also the yellow barcode, how that's associated with all FDLE received items?
So the yellow barcode that you see here is affixed by the evidence section at submission. The barcode is how it's tracked in the database as to who currently has that item.
And the evidence tape that FDLE uses, is that the red tape?
Yes, most of the red tape here is from FDLE, I believe, possibly all of it.
Okay. And there's also, and we'll get to one of the yellow envelopes in just a moment. When you first received state's evidence 37, what did you do?
When I first received this pistol, the box was opened and inventoried. So in other words, that it contains a pistol and 2 magazines. And one of the magazines has a sleeve on it to assist, essentially because it sticks out a little bit at the bottom, so it assists with gripping that. The pistol was evaluated for any defects. The end goal of this examination is to test fire this firearm to see whether or not it's functional. So before I test fire a firearm, I want to make sure that it's safe for me to fire. I also want to note anything about its condition which is unusual or things which could affect a comparison later. So defects would be things like cracks in the slide, bulges in the barrel, safeties that aren't working. Condition would be if there's anything in the barrel, for example, if a firearm is very rusty on the inside of the barrel, that could affect my ability to effect an identification because bullets might not look very similar if they're fired through a rusty barrel. But all of these are things that we make note of prior to being fired. So we just do an overall visual examination and then a mechanical evaluation, again, to be checking things like safeties, making sure that the slide is moving properly so that it can be test fired.
And again, what type of firearm is this, ma'am?
This is a 9mm Luger caliber Ruger semi-automatic pistol.
Was there anything visually of note when you were doing your visual examination of this 9mm Luger pistol?
So the firearm appeared to be overall in good condition. There was oil in the action and on the inside of the bore.
And what does that indicate?
that someone had applied oil to it at some point.
And did you find the gun to be extremely oily?
Unusually oily for what we usually get. It was very oily.
What can make a firearm oily?
So oil is used as a preservative with firearms. So some of the residues from firing can be acidic and can actually lead to degradation of the barrel and the parts. Soot and debris can lead to the slide not moving properly. In addition, the oils that you leave just from touching things can lead to rust on the exterior parts. So oil is one way that you can use to help preserve your firearm to keep it working in good condition. And so they sell gun oils that are specific for that purpose.
And are gun oils used to clean a gun?
Yes. So you wouldn't want to use anything that's water-based. Water and steel don't really mix because it leads to rust. So most of the solvents and cleaners are organic, organic solvents and oils.
Was it possible that a gun was extremely oily due to being cleaned recently?
Well, I will say that the oil that was inside of the barrel would mean that it had not been fired since it had been oiled, because if you fire it, then you will actually clear all of that oil out. The oil will literally get pushed forward out with the bullet, and whatever's left would be combusted because you have actually flame from the burning gunpowder, and so you'll actually burn all of that off. So if someone were to look at it now, they would see that the inside of the barrel is not oily because I fired it.
Now, were you able to test fire this 9mm Luger firearm?
I did.
And how many times do you test fire a firearm?
So our procedure says that we will test fire it at least twice, and that's so that we can compare the two test fires to each other to evaluate them for entry into a database and to evaluate them for suitability to compare to other items.
And how many times did you test fire in this case?
If I can check my notes to make sure, I believe only twice.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
It would. Yes, in this case, the usual twice.
And after you test fired this 9mm Luger firearm, what did you opine regarding its functionality?
The firearm is in working order.
And when you say working order, does that mean that you had no issues with firing this gun?
Yeah, there were no problems noted during the test firing of this firearm.
And what do you do with those fired cartridge cases?
So, if I can, the fired cartridge cases are returned in a test fire envelope to the agency along with the firearm. This envelope contains my test fires in this case to include the fired cartridge cases as well as the fired bullets. The bullets are recovered using a water recovery tank, and that allows us to essentially slow the bullet down so that we can recover effectively an undamaged bullet.
Ms. Draga, after you had test fired the firearm, what is the chain of custody at that point?
So the firearm is sealed at completion of case and returned to the evidence section. The evidence section has a responsibility to return any items of evidence to the agency. So they actually come to our laboratory and pick it up, or it's mailed back. In the case of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, they come and pick up all of their evidence.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. Just a few follow-up questions for you. I just want to kind of summarize. Essentially what you did in this particular case with this firearm that you've been shown is test fire it and make sure it properly operated.
Yes.
Okay. You did in fact test fire that firearm and confirm that it does operate.
Yes.
And my understanding is that there was a little bit of a mix-up as it relates to you returning those test fire bullets at the end of your analysis initially, correct?
Yes.
You did not in fact return those test fires with the firearm as your initial report indicated.
Correct. So ordinarily, when everything goes back, we do an inventory of what we have. So I get a gun and 2 magazines. At the conclusion of my case, I want to make sure that I have a gun and 2 magazines in the case, all that the case numbers match. There's the container is labeled, that the items are labeled. And so every time that I return a gun, as long as it works, I'm going to have a test fire envelope. In this case, there was a little bit of material that was inside of the barrel. I didn't know what it was, but as I said, anytime that you test fire a gun, you're going to want to, sorry, not you're going to want to, but anything that's there is going to be gone because the bullet is going to push it out, and then the gas is going to really burn up anything that's there. So I did remove a small amount of an unknown material from the inside of the barrel. With that said, because I'm removing the material, it's not something that I'm keeping for me. It was placed into an envelope. So when I did my inventory of, I have a gun, I have my 2 magazines, and I have an envelope, I made a mistake and didn't double check the envelope to make sure that it was my test fires. So my test fires remained in my cabinet. I sealed up the box. I sent the box back to the Jacksonville Sheriff's, to the evidence section, who sent it back to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. At a later date, I found the test fire envelope in my cabinet and realized that that test fire should have been returned with the box. Contact was made with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and my supervisor and the evidence section. We arranged that the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office should resubmit the firearm and that the test fires could be returned with the item of evidence. So that was documented through the quality system. That was documented through the supervisor. It went pretty much all the way up to our quality manager in Tallahassee. So yes, there was a misstep with the ordinary steps of operation, which would be that the test fires would be returned with the firearm. However, in this case, they were returned at a later time. They remained in my exam area. I have my own office, which is lockable with a swipe card. So it's essentially a locked area that I have access to. And those test fires remained in my office for that period of time when they should have been already at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Understood. And you did say, as you mentioned, you did correct that and have a supplemental report basically to explain what you just gave to the jury, correct?
Yes. So the original report stated that the test fires would be returned with the firearm. So an amended report was issued stating that the test fires had not been returned as the report had indicated that they would be. And then because the item of evidence had to be brought back into the laboratory, an additional report describing that now we're adding the test fires to the box was also issued. So there's 3 reports in this case. The original one describing the test firing of the firearm, that it functioned. The second report correcting the remarks, and the third report describing that the test fires were being added back to the box.
Thank you so much for clearing that up. Now, you said that, well, let me ask you one other question. When you received that firearm, you don't know anything about it other than that this is your job to analyze this firearm, correct?
I mean, there may be information in the case comments, but in this case, I don't believe that there was a lot of information about where the firearm had come from or, where it was found. I don't think I knew about that in this case.
All right, and so you don't know who owned it, who fired it, when it was last fired, or anything along those lines?
No, so like I said, I would say it had not been fired since it was last oiled, but that could have been a week prior, a month prior, or a year prior. I don't know, but not since the last cleaning.
Understood. And so speaking about the oil, you said that it was generally clean, but it was a little oily or very oily in your opinion, correct?
Yes.
You can't tell us if that oil was cleaning oil, if it was the preservative oil that you described, or anything like that?
No, I didn't do any analysis as to the type of oil that it was.
Okay, so it could have just been regular preservative oil that you put, as you described, in order to keep the gun operating, functioning properly, correct?
I don't have any reason to suspect that it's anything but.
But that.
But yes, the preservative oil. I don't know what kind of oil it was, but I don't expect that it's anything but what you said.
Thank you. You stated that just when you were kind of explaining the mishap with the test fires, that you observed kind of a unknown material in the barrel of the gun, correct?
Correct.
You communicated with the biology section within your organization, FDLE, to ask for them to take a look at that, correct?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, someone from the biology section, Mr. Nicholas Kutu, did come and look at that and to analyze that for you, correct?
Well, yeah, just to look at it.
Okay. He did in fact look at it.
He did.
And he decided not to do anything, correct?
Correct.
He didn't take any swabs, he didn't do anything with it, he said it wasn't anything whatsoever.
Well, he said it, I'm sorry, I don't know how to get into what he said without going
that's fine.
into
You don't have to tell me that,
but
but
he declined.
Sorry, I'm over talking. Go ahead.
He declined to swab it.
As far as the gun itself, the reason why you were doing test fires, just to maintain that it was operating properly, is because you didn't have anything to compare it to. You didn't have any bullet fragments or anything like that, correct?
Correct. In this case, I received no fired cartridge cases and no fired bullets.
And as far as what you found in your analysis, there was nothing of relevance to any sort of murder occurring that you discovered.
So the only The only thing that I can really say in this case is observations that it's an oily firearm. The firearm appears to be in normal working order. I test fired it, and it functioned properly while I test fired it.
Thank you. Nothing further. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Drago, Mr. Drago, good to see you, ma'am. Have a good rest of your day.
Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
State, you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Edward Smallfeld.
Sir, good morning to you. Just watch your step as you come forward to your right. Need a glass of water, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you. The only thing I ask is that if there's an objection made during the course of your testimony, just pause, let me rule on the objection, and then we'll go from there.
Yes, sir.
With that said, State, you may inquire. You're ready.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Will you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Edward Schmalfeld. I'm the general manager at Otis Road Landfill.
All right, and just generally speaking, where is the Otis Road landfill?
It's on the west side of Jacksonville, off of Otis Road, near Beaver Street.
And, sir, with respect to your position as general manager, what are your duties there as a general manager?
I'm in charge of overall operation of the landfill, every aspect of it, from financial down to what the employees are doing out in the field.
And how long have you been working in that capacity?
At Otis Road, I've been there just over 5 years.
How about working in this field? How long have you worked?
Since 2008, I've worked in landfills.
Now, do you live here in Jacksonville, sir?
Yes, sir.
How long have you lived in Jax?
Since in Jacksonville area, just over 5 years as well. But I've been in Northeast Florida since 1993.
All right. Now, sir, I want to direct your attention to January 15, 2019, moving forward about 3 weeks to February 6 of 2019. Do you recall that time period, sir?
Yes, sir.
Were you working in the same capacity at the Otis Road landfill during that time period?
Yes, sir.
Are you the boss?
I'd like to think so. Yes, sir.
Right. Now, did the police come find you and talk to you at the front end of that time frame on or about January 15 of 2019?
They did.
And for the purpose of what?
They were doing an investigation on a missing person.
All right. Did they ask you to search your landfill?
At that initial conversation, they did. They were asking general questions about the landfill, and we're looking at possibly doing a search, yes.
All right. And did you cooperate and assist the police?
Absolutely.
Now, when you first were speaking with the police, did you kind of give them an idea of how the landfill itself is operating?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you go through them the general summary procedure of how waste comes in?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that still the same procedure that's in effect even today?
Yes.
All right. Can you give our jury just sort of a brief walkthrough of, like, if a truck pulls up there with waste, take us from there. What happens next?
Sure. So we have a truck come in. We have a scale house up front. It's the first thing you see when you come to the facility. The trucks will pull up on the scale. We have scale house attendants who talk to them. They'll identify their company, what their truck number is, where they're coming from, if they're like Duval County, Clay County, and then if they have any other special information like project numbers or whatnot. Once they do that, they'll be weighed in. We'll give them a scale ticket, and they'll be directed to the active working area of the landfill. And once they get up there, we have heavy equipment operators and sometimes a spotter who's directing them exactly where to go. And once they get into their spot, they tip or they dump their load out onto the on top of other garbage. At which time, once they pull out, we'll have a bulldozer come and they will push the garbage kind of wherever we're working in that day because we're building it up as we go. And once that happens, we have a landfill compactor that's about twice as big as a bulldozer, has big cleated wheels. It rolls over the garbage. We're trying to pack it in as tight as we can so that we don't waste all that space. And we kind of rinse and repeat all day long.
Yes, sir. Now, excuse me. Just a couple questions about that procedure. When someone pulls in a truck, do you in any way have your staff search the vehicles before they come in?
No, it's all in a can. It's very hard. Not every truck even has an open top. We do have cameras that generally look at the truck, but we depend on the drivers to identify what they have. And then once they get up on top, we can, we work with it from there. We can see it. But at the scale house, that's the limit of what we can do.
Now, with respect to I think you called it a weight ticket that they receive, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Once they receive the weight ticket, how are they directed where to go inside the landfill?
Initially, it's by the scale house attendant. They'll tell them where to go. Sometimes if we've changed up something, we'll give them a map on where to go. And then we have signs along the way that direct them where to go.
All right. And you mentioned once the waste is pushed out of their particular vehicle, it's you do it in levels. It's piled one on top of the other. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We try to do 5 to 7 foot lifts as we go to build up to our engineered design elevations.
And you also mentioned you had what's called a landfill compactor that packs it in tighter. Can you explain specifically what's the general purpose for doing that?
So for a landfill, we have this imaginary bubble on top, and that's as much garbage as we're allowed to put into it for the whole life of the site. And so our goal from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and obviously as a business, we want to maximize how much garbage we can put in there. So we try to densify that garbage to make it as tight as possible. We get about 1,400 to 1,600 pounds per 3x3x3 area. So we try to get it as tight as we can.
And can you give our jury sort of an estimate of the height that you build the waste up to?
Hold on, wait a minute. I gotta say a thank you over here. I got a cash app I didn't see from yesterday from Just Lee. Thank you so much for supporting the show. I definitely appreciate you. I didn't see it till just now because, yeah, I gotta start checking. But I greatly appreciate and thank you for sending me a cash app and supporting the platform and the show. Thank you, family.
Generally speaking.
It changes as we go, but as our permit is now, it's about 150 feet total height when we're finished with it.
Now, can you give us an idea of how many trucks are coming into the landfill on a daily basis as an estimate?
So at that time, it would have been somewhere around 150 to 200 trucks per day on a normal day.
And would that have been the approximate trucks arriving during the time period that we're talking about, December of 18 and January of 19?
Yes, sir, approximately.
That's an estimate at that time.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what specifically would you need to know to be able to tell the police where specifically to search in the landfill?
First and foremost, I need to know the date. What day are we talking about? Obviously, with that many trucks coming in, we move periodically. So I need to know the date, and then knowing the truck and company that brought it in would allow us to go and look at our scale house records to verify that it actually did come in.
All right.
Those are the two big pieces of information.
And we've already had some testimony about that, but did the police advise you of a date?
Yes.
Did they advise you of the company that brought the waste in?
Yes, it was actually our sister company, the hauling company, and they told us the location it came from. Yes, sir.
Was that All American, the sister company?
Yes.
All right. And I think it's already been established as well, but did the waste they were looking for come from Ace Pick Apart?
It did.
Did those factors help you in sort of pinpointing to the police where to conduct their search?
Yes, sir.
All right. In general, how big is the entire landfill?
So at that time, we were working on a footprint of about 8 acres. The whole cell that we're working on was 10 acres, but we hadn't finished it all yet. So about 8 acres was the working area.
Okay. Now, with the factors that you had, the date they were looking for the particular waste, the company that delivered it, and where it came from, the business where it came from. With those three factors, explain to our jury how you're able to tell them where to go in that particular landfill. Is there a method to this?
So there's a couple tools we used. First, we fly aerials of the landfill pretty much on a monthly basis with a drone, so I could refer back to the prior one. Second, we have an engineered sequence that we put garbage in, so it's already designed kind of where we go. So that's another tool. We can vary a little bit, but that's another tool. And third, just being out there every day, we know we don't just plan one day ahead of time. We're looking at 6 months at a time, so it's very easy kind of to say, hey, over the last 3-4 weeks, we've been working in this area.
All right. Is it safe to say the entire landfill is a massive area?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, we're already at 40 acres. It's huge, especially when looking for small things.
Right. In December 2018, leading into January 2019, I think you described it as how many acres at that time?
The landfill itself is about 8 acres of usable space at that time.
All right. Of those acres, could you tell us where specifically you sent the police in the acreage that you directed them to assist them in their search?
Sure. It was. It would have been kind of on the western portion, middle of the landfill. It was, I think we estimated it around 3 to 4 acres was kind of the general area that we were searching.
Right. And if the police came to you in January 15 of 2019 and you knew they were looking back at the date of December 19 of 2018, how far down did you give them as an estimate to do their search to look for that area of waste?
So we looked at all of our tonnage that had come in between those two periods and looked at kind of how well we were packing it. We came up with about 20 feet, 25 feet, somewhere right in that range.
So did you then give the police the 3 to 4 acre period and a 20 feet depth length to conduct their search?
We did, yeah. We isolated it immediately when they said they were going to want to do a search. So when we knew that, we isolated the area.
Sir, is that a massive undertaking?
It was, yes. I mean, we debated on if we actually had to potentially close the landfill temporarily, because taking out half of our total footprint and you don't get to work on all that, it was a substantial thing. Having kind of two operations going at once, it was outside the norm. We actually even contacted the Florida Department of Environmental Protection just to make sure we legally could do the search and continue to operate.
Yes, sir. Now, once the search began, just a few more questions for you, sir. Once the search began, what was your role during that time period from mid-January to early February? What were you doing to aid the police?
Lots. So they initially had their entire team come out. I guess it was the search management team. And first thing we did is we went over a lot of safety concerns that I had. Obviously, it's a landfill. It's lots of pointy and sharp things, potential for somebody to get injured. They talked about what they thought the process would be to do the search, asked my thoughts on that. I provided my feedback. Then once they started the search on a daily basis, there was a morning briefing. I was part of that, especially as they brought new searchers in, and just reiterating the safety aspects of what's going on and explaining how the rest of the landfill is running, just so we don't, again, get anybody injured. During the search, my team was using the heavy equipment that worked hand in hand with the search teams, and we would excavate and spread out the garbage that was going to be searched. And once it was cleared, we would take that and put it over to another designated area so it wouldn't get commingled with the search area. We didn't want to search the same material twice. And then there was a debrief at the end of every day that I was part of. And then there were a couple off-site meetings downtown here. I think the sheriff was at one or two of them, just kind of with updates. So we were part of that as well. And then me and my team were actually out there, getting dirty, getting our boots dirty and helping however we could with the search team, especially when you get into some of these deeper areas. It's a little more dangerous. You got to be more familiar with what you're doing.
Yes, sir. And then the last couple issues for you. The type of waste. Will you describe for our jury what you allow or what is permitted inside the Otis Road landfill?
Sure. We are what the DEP calls a Class 3 landfill, which allows us to take construction and demolition debris, which is probably about 85% of the material we get, which is cardboard, 2x4s, drywall, sheet, all that kind of stuff, concrete. We also can take some soils and things like that, but the big thing that we don't take is food waste, any kind of waste that can break down, create an odor. We don't take liquids, but it's primarily construction and demolition debris.
And because you don't take food waste, does that generally keep the active bird life, like the buzzards, from infecting the various areas of your landfill?
Correct. Yeah, we rarely have birds, and if we ever do see a bird, that's when we kind of key in if somebody brought in something they weren't supposed to, and we have to go get it and take it out of the landfill.
All right. And can you give the jury an idea of a few major companies and or contracts you have to kind of explain the types of waste that would come in there?
Sure. So we really work with every company you see driving down the road, except Waste Management in general. So Republic Services is a big one. Now it's GFL Environmental, but it used to be All American Roll-Off. So they're roll-off trucks. They're the big cans that you see when they're building homes and whatnot. That is primarily what we get at our landfill. Sometimes we'll get some dump trucks. But all the major companies within Jacksonville bring in material, as well as smaller, like the Ace Pick Apart, like they're one-offs, but they're brought in by one of the larger companies as well.
All right. What do you mean by a one-off?
They're not like this national. They have one location. So we have numerous customers who just have an office or a construction yard. They have one can that is sitting there that gets picked up.
Is a good example of the type of waste you receive Goodwill?
That is a waste that we do get, but I wouldn't say that's a good example of the typical waste. It's more construction waste. Goodwill does come in,
giving me a call, y'all.
but they're really the only type of person who routinely brings in that type of waste, which is a lot of furniture, carpet, toys, clothes, that sort of thing.
Yes, sir. And then lastly, were you able to, and if so, first explain how you were able to add up all the tonnage, all the amount of waste that was searched by the sheriff's office during those approximately 3 weeks.
All right, so I see some slides.
So we looked at it a couple different ways. One, obviously, the drone flights we're going over, so you can do calculations based off of the flights, looking at what it was before and where it was at the end. And also looking at the hole that we dug, knowing that, okay, it's about this long, this wide, this deep. You can do a calculation of the approximate amount of waste that was taken out. And then on a daily basis, we would look at how many buckets the excavator took out and kind of estimate it. So use multiple methodologies, and they kind of all corresponded. So we felt comfortable. It was give or take that I think it was 5,000 to 5,500 tons that we thought we went through.
And for our record, just to make sure it's clear, what is a ton? How much is that?
2,000 pounds.
You did 5,500 tons of garbage and waste searching.
Yes, sir.
One moment, Your Honor. Sir, can you lastly just give us a You know what the police were looking for.
Yes.
And you know the area that was covered. Would you describe that as like looking for a needle in a haystack?
Yeah, absolutely. Based off of the time from initial notification to when we kind of got down to that 20-foot depth, extremely difficult. I've had instances in the past where somebody has come in and they knew exactly the truck. They got there before the truck and we still couldn't find it in an individual truck. Obviously, different types of things. It was a purse or something like that. It's very, very difficult to find anything once it hits the ground at the landfill, especially 3 or 4 weeks out.
Yes, sir. One moment. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right, let me just follow up on a few things here. So I know that you guys actually started searching January 15th of 2019, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But you actually had stopped, you got notification that they wanted to search almost a week, maybe even a week and a half earlier than that, correct?
Approximately, yes, ma'am.
And so at that time when you received notification that police were wanting to search the area, you guys no longer dumped in that area where you believed this particular dumpster that they were looking for had been in, correct?
Correct, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Did you cordon that area off essentially to make sure that no further activity happened where you would be searching?
We put some berms of dirt up around the area, and then at the scale house, they directed the trucks, the new location to go, and the heavy equipment operators made sure they went there.
Okay. As far as the type of waste, I know you described being class 3 and Goodwill in particular. So it would not have been abnormal for clothing to be in that search area that you isolated for this particular search.
No, ma'am.
And you actually were a part of the search for most of those days, if not all of the days that police were searching at the landfill.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you actually were in the hole, like physically there, seeing and observing what was being pulled out and kind of managing, making sure safety procedures were followed and things along those lines, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you actually saw the excavators taking out pieces and kind of laying it out in the search of what was in there.
Yes, ma'am.
And so did you yourself observe clothing and other items, typical things that you would see, as well with construction materials?
Yes, ma'am. There's a mixture. Yes.
I know that you talked about kind of how you got to this particular area, this depth, this amount of acreage that we're going to search. My question for you is, when you came to that conclusion, that wasn't something that you just guessed or estimated, right? You actually used the scaler that when people come in to determine how many tons had come in at that time to get to that estimate.
Yes, ma'am.
So there was actual data that you referenced and looked to so that you'd be confident that you were in the right area and searching the amount that was sufficient to be able to get to that dumpster that they were looking for.
Yeah, to the best of our ability. Yes, ma'am.
And during that search, I know you've talked about it being more than 5,500 tons that you guys went through, which is a massive amount to search, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In going through that, you were confident that you reached the area that dumpster would have dumped in, correct?
We were yes, I think we were within the area that we had established to start with, in terms of the length and width area, for sure. In terms of depth, that was our initial kind of calculation assumption. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then as far as that amount that you gave, 20 feet deep, 3 to 4 acres, you actually overestimated the amount to make sure that that December 20th dumpster would be included, correct?
Yes, ma'am. And more the length and width, just because we wanted to, be thorough, and things can get pushed a little bit to the side, so we want to make sure it was all inclusive. Yes, ma'am.
And just to confirm, the 5,500 tons that you searched would have covered that 3 to 4 acres and 20 feet deep area that you estimated, correct?
It should have. Yes, ma'am.
And throughout that search where you were physically there, you never did recover any sort of body or anything like that, correct?
No, ma'am. We did not cover her body.
And I just want to kind of go back because I know you said that now it's like 40 acres, it's quite a bit larger. It was quite small at the time compared to other landfills and dump sites, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
It was. I'm sorry.
No,
it was. It was closer to the start of the landfill, so we were much smaller back then, especially compared to the other landfills in Jacksonville.
Okay. And I know you said that you did confirm that that particular dumpster came from Ace Pick Apart.
Yes, ma'am. That's what the scale house ticket indicated, and that was the normal route, routine for that truck.
And the type of waste that you would receive from Ace Pick Apart was kind of a mixture of a lot of things. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am. It would have been, if I recall, it was auto parts, boxes, cardboard, that sort of material.
Including anything that might be inside the vehicle as well, emptying out the contents of any vehicles that they might receive.
Yes, ma'am. Potentially, yes.
As far as the presence of any sort of buzzards or things like that, In your experience, you said that, if you did notice them, which you did from time to time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you did notice them, then that would be an indication to you that maybe food waste or something like that was there.
Potentially, yes, ma'am.
Because that's the type of waste that you don't receive or don't allow to come into your facility.
Correct.
Okay. In those cases, you would then go out, as you said, and actually remove that food waste or materials that you don't allow.
We would try to locate it, yes, and if we could, we would dig it out.
Okay. So, for example, if there was something dumped that was not supposed to be there that would attract buzzards, and then it was compacted down, if during a search that then is being pulled up and exposed, would that cause buzzards to come into that area?
Potentially, yes, ma'am.
And so it doesn't mean necessarily that there was a body there.
Correct.
It could just mean that there was food waste there that shouldn't have been there.
Yeah, potentially, yes, ma'am.
One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Over your red, thank you, sir.
Sir, good to see you.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
State, you can call your next witness.
Yes, sir. The state of Florida, we call Jonathan Lindros.
Members of the jury will probably take a break at the conclusion of this witness, depending on the length, or maybe the middle. We'll see how it go.
I do.
Right this way, sir.
We're here to your right, Mr. Lindros. Good morning to you, sir. Hope you're doing well. If you need a glass of water, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you.
Yes, please.
So great. We'll certainly take care of you for that. If there's an objection made during the course of your testimony, just pause. Let me roll on the objection first, and then we'll go from there, okay?
Yes.
That said, State, you may quite ready.
Thank you, sir. Give me one moment.
Thank you.
Please, court. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
State your name, please, sir.
Jonathan Lindros,
And where are you employed?
Ace Pickup Park.
And can you tell us how long you've been employed at ACE?
Approximately 7 years.
All right. What is your title there, sir?
I'm the general manager.
And do you share that responsibility or role with your brother?
Yes.
You also a general manager?
Yes, sir.
Is that Gary Lindros?
Yes, sir.
All right. Will you spell your last name for us, please?
Lindros.
All right. Now, Mr. Lindros, would you tell us what your responsibilities are there at ACE as general manager?
General management duties of the facility, the outside production workers, some HR responsibilities, including advertising and interviewing for new employees, and general HR roles.
Is your supervision generally of what we'll refer to as outside employees?
Primarily, yes.
Okay. What do you guys also?
I'm sorry, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. I don't know what the heck just happened. Oh, okay. It wasn't y'all. Y'all was good. Anyway, while I went on, I thought something was playing in my ear. It wasn't. Oh goodness. So what's up to For Always, Forever for Life? I see you in the building. Thank you and for coming. Late night baking with Mookie. Mookie, what is up? I did not get to speak to you verbally. Also, what's up, Brooklyn? I see that you joined the chat. Thank you for coming. And if you're here wanting to support the show, you can hit the like button for the free 99. We are greatly appreciate it. And if you want to donate to the show, it's not mandatory, but it is greatly appreciated. And I was on a whole different tab, and I thought I had messed up y'all. But it's y'all good. I was on a different tab over here pushing stuff. Okay, so back to the show.
The in-office employees.
Yes, I do.
Can you just give us a general breakdown of approximately how many outside employees you have versus inside employees?
Outside employees, about 16 or 17. Inside would probably be about 10.
He's loud.
Is there a supervisor in between your level, general manager, and the outside employees? And I'm specifically asking you about December of 18 to January of 19.
There was a supervisor employed at that time, Larry Carlson. He was out on leave for surgery at the time for a couple of months, so he was not there at that time. So at that time, the answer would be no.
So during the time period of December of 2018 through January of 2019, did the 16 outside employees direct supervisor, was he not there on a daily basis?
Correct. He was not there.
Were you standing in his stead and doing his job during that time period?
Yes, sir.
Was that in addition to your duties?
Yes, sir.
As general manager?
Correct.
Now, just in general for our jury, I know we've already seen a little bit of some photographs. What kind of business is this? Explain what you're doing there, you and your brother.
It's a combination automotive recycling business and retail sales of used auto parts.
All right. And at any given time, approximately how many vehicles, again, focusing on the late 18, going into 2019 year, approximately how many vehicles would be on your property or premises during that time?
Somewhere between 2,500 and 3,000 at that time.
Now, with respect to areas of restricted access versus open to the public access, the jury's going to watch some videos later, but just in general, will you tell us, sort of explain the difference of those areas within the business?
We have a retail shopping area when customers come onto the facility where they would go to the cars and pick the parts off the cars themselves while they're shopping. And then we have our production areas where the cars are cleaned, drained, crushed, that type of thing.
And approximately, just on any random day, is it pretty busy there?
Yes.
Could you give us an estimate, maybe how many? Customers come through there on a daily basis?
During the week, 200, 250 on a daily basis. On the weekend, depending if we have a sale or not, it could be between 350 and 600 people per day.
All right. Now, will you give us a general idea of what the 16 employees that work outside in the yards, what sort of how that's categorized? Are they working in teams? Are they working as 16 individuals? Explain that for us.
We have a production flow. We get approximately 40 to 50 cars dropped off at our facility per day. 40 to 50 cars get crushed per day. When a car comes in, we'll have a couple of guys clean the garbage out of the cars, take the battery out of the cars. Then we have a couple of guys that are draining the fluids out of the cars. And then we have a team that is taking those cars and setting them in the rows in the retail production area. We have a team of 2 people that are pulling those cars from the older cars that are ready to go to the crusher. A team of pulling those cars to go to the crusher area. Then we have a couple of people that are working our tire station to remove tires from rims, working our excavator, which is a big excavating machine with a claw to rip the motors out of the cars, and some wiring harness out of the cars. And then we have a team of people that would be putting the cars in the crusher, crushing the cars, and preparing them to be shipped out for recycling.
All right. Of the 16 employees, are almost all of them working as a pair or in a somewhat of a team?
I would say that is correct, yes.
Are there exceptions to that?
Exception would be if we had someone who would be a fix-it guy, facilities type person, just might be given individual projects. Hey, go do this. Hey, go do that. Maybe working on equipment, servicing equipment, that type of thing. That kind of person would not be working on a team like people in the production workflow.
Sir? I want to show you a little old school. I'm going to show you a blown up map that's previously been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 32. Sir, do you see this map?
Yes, sir, I see it.
And will you give our jury, first and foremost, the road that's running right down the middle of State 32? What is that? What road is that?
Now, you referring to Main Street?
The 2 yellow lines right down the middle.
Yes, sir, that would be Main Street.
Okay. And for a record, I'm going to draw my finger around your entire facility. You tell me if this is correct.
No.
Okay.
That is you drew your finger around the kind of the retail area.
Your Honor, I have him step down.
That may be helpful.
Yes, sir. If you can step down, sir.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Skinner, before you go, counsel, feel free to reposition yourself as you deem necessary. Mr. Skinner, why don't you give counsel a chance real quick?
Absolutely, Your Honor. I'll wait just a moment.
Ms. Michelle, you can go either way, whatever you feel.
Just out of the way of the jury.
So first, just tell us in State 32, what is this road down the middle?
Main Street.
And what do we see up here?
That is New Parkway or Hector Parkway.
All right. And if you would, just point to us and draw a line around your entire company.
Okay.
All right. And if you now would point to us where the point of entry to turn into your business in off of the road.
This is a drainage ditch with a railroad track. This is the only point of entry right here.
All right. One way in and one way out.
Okay.
And where do employees park?
Employees park anywhere in this parking lot right here.
All right. And the area that's at the top of this exhibit, it looks like it's somewhat unpaved. What is this area in the top portion?
That used to be a cement factory that was unoccupied for many years. We purchased it. We now use it for our, I call it the downstream production. This is where the cars are currently crushed. At that time, to the best of my recollection, that was the time shortly after we bought it. So we weren't doing our production there yet, but we were storing some cars there, putting cars out, that kind of thing.
In 2018, in December, leading into January 2019, where were cars being crushed at that time?
At that time, cars were being crushed in this area right here.
All right. And will you now point to us where the main office where you generally work on a day-to-day basis is?
This is the main office right here.
All right. And then is the rest of the property where I'm drawing my finger around, is this where these, I think you said thousands of cars are on any given day in your business?
Yes, that's the retail shopping area that you threw your finger around.
Okay.
There's about 2,500 cars there, and cars waiting to go in that area could be about another 500.
So I'm now going to draw my finger on the bottom right-hand portion in this exhibit of your property. What is this area? What is done over there?
At the time?
Yes, sir.
Over here is where the cars are grazed. That area is where the excavating and the crushing was going on.
All right. Thank you, sir. Do you know an individual that became known to you in October of 2018 as Jonathan Quiles?
Yes, sir.
And who is he to you?
An employee of Ace Pick-a-Part, former employee.
Do you see him in the courtroom today, sir?
I do.
Can you describe where he's seated and an article of clothing he's wearing?
He's seated to the right side of the courtroom. I see a white shirt from here, pulled back here.
Yes, sir. May the record reflect he's identified the defendant.
So reflected.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lindros, when was the defendant hired at your company?
In October 2018.
All right. Was he employed there from October of 2018 up until approximately January 8th of 2019?
Yes.
Is that about almost 3 months?
Yes, sir.
What were his specific responsibilities?
He would fill in for somebody if they were out. That might have been any of the roles we discussed. Draining cars, setting cars, pulling cars, crushing cars. So kind of a filling person if somebody called out. He did have knowledge in a few different fields, whether it was electrical or plumbing. So he was, I would call him a project/facility person. He might have been moving a fence line, servicing equipment. It could have been anything.
All right. Of the 16 outside employees, first, was he one of them?
Yes.
During those 3 months?
Yes.
And of those 16 outside employees, was he ever on a team of 2 or more, or did he always work as a solo employee?
It's a while ago. To the best of my recollection, was he in one of those roles right at the beginning? I don't think so. If he was filling in for somebody on a particular day, he would have been on that team for that day. But overall, in general, the answer would be no.
So just so our record's clear, because I asked you in the or manner, overall, generally, is he working by himself?
Yes.
Was he a punctual employee?
Yes.
Did he work hard?
Yes.
Now, did there come a time, sir, that he brought to your attention some fencing defects or fencing holes or areas where fencing might need some repairs on your premises?
Yes.
Did he send you something?
Yes.
You recall to this day whether it was a text or did he hand it to you, or can you recall?
To the best of my recollection, well, I know, not to my recollection, I know that he handed me a piece of paper of a map that he made.
All right. So I now want to show you what's been admitted into evidence and marked as State's Exhibit number 30. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's a map that he gave me regarding possible defects in the fence.
Is it at all possible to tell today what date he handed that to you?
This was made on the computer.
Okay.
So this is probably something that I made based off of what he handed me.
Okay.
So do I remember when he handed me his hand-drawn map? No.
All right. Was it during those 90 days or so that he was employed for you?
Yes.
All right. And would you, I'm going to show it to the jury in a second, but will you describe what's around the edges, what is actually drawn on this particular exhibit?
Well, the whole entire property is surrounded by, I guess I'd say, an 8-foot tall, blue paneled, corrugated steel fence. There are certain places where employees might try to steal something. Maybe there's a gap underneath the fence, something to that effect. And the defendant was pointing out where the weak points in the fence or security might be.
Did he point that out directly to you?
Yes.
Or did you and or him or both make these markings on this exhibit?
This particular piece of paper looks like I took what he handed me and went on the computer and generated this with the photo.
And were you certain it was the defendant that was pointing these spots out?
Absolutely, yes.
Is there a blue line drawn around the entire property?
Most of the property, yes.
Okay. Within the line, are there circled blue dots on the line?
Yes, sir.
Are those the areas that the defendant was pointing out to you where there were either some sort of an area of the fence that needed repairs?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Members of the jury, I think I failed to tell you this earlier. All evidence that's been admitted during the trial will be given to you during your deliberations, so you will get as much time as you need to review this evidence at a later date. I think I failed to tell you that earlier, but just so your knowledge.
Your Honor, because it's so faint, may I publish this to the back row? Let them look at it. Sure. Thank you, sir. Now, Mr. Lindrose, with respect to this particular item, was one of the defendant's duties to fix areas of fencing that might be repairing on your premises? Is that a job he did?
He would do any type of facilities thing that we ask him to do.
Would that be one of them?
Yes.
With regard to where the defendant was allowed to go on your property and or premises, did he have unrestricted access to every inch of your premises?
Yes, sir.
Would it be unusual to find him in the far back corner or in the office?
It wouldn't be unusual.
Now, Mr. Lindrose, was there a particular day that when he brought you this particular item, can you even recall whether it was near the beginning of his employment, like the middle of his employment, or toward the end of his employment?
Closer to the middle.
So at least he'd been there approximately a month and a half or so.
At least.
All right. So if he started in October of 2018, best of your recollection today is he provided that information to you in November of 2018.
It could have been later than that, but it was at least November.
All right. And maybe leading into the early part of December of 2018?
Yes, sir.
Fair enough. Okay. Now, did he have a timesheet?
Yes, sir.
Could you explain for our jury what you expect and demand of your employees with respect to how they clock in and clock out?
Everyone has a time card. When they arrive at the facility, they grab their time card and clock into the time machine. They should clock in at the beginning of the day when they arrive. They should clock out when they leave for lunch, clock in when they return from lunch, and clock out at the end of the day.
All right. And they're told that?
Yes, sir.
Would the defendant have been told that?
Yes, sir.
So if we see him on video later leaving in the middle of the day and he doesn't clock out, that would be at a minimum against your policy?
Yes, sir.
Now, with respect to the time machine, the time clock itself, where is that located at that time?
We did move some operations. I'm trying to remember at that time. Currently, it's located in that cement factory area. At that time, I think it may have been located closer to where we saw the production on near the drain rack, and there's a yellow house in that area.
All right. Well, let me eliminate some other places. At that time, was it in the office?
It was never in the office.
Fair enough. So you never had to come into the office and punch your time card?
No, sir.
You mentioned the employee parking was running along the front part of the business. Is that always where the defendant parked that you were aware of?
As far as I was aware, that's where he always parked, in the same parking lot that the customers park in.
Generally speaking, can you describe for us, very generally, what vehicle you remember him driving at that time?
I remember it was a red minivan.
Now, with respect to the time clock, is it something that once you clock in, it reflects a time and produces a ticket?
Yes, sir. You have one ticket for the whole week, and throughout the week you punch in and punch out as you come and go.
All right. Sir, now I want to show you what's been marked in Statement Exhibit 65. It has been admitted into evidence. So there's the state number.
Sir.
And do you recognize that exhibit, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is this?
That is Jonathan's time card for that week.
And by Jonathan, you mean the defendant, Jonathan Quiles?
Yes, sir.
What name does it have at the top?
J, I thought it was Quiles, but Quiles.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And it says at the top right, pay period ending with a blank. What date is this the pay period ending for the defendant?
That would be the Sunday at the end of that week.
Okay, and what is the date on there?
December 23rd, 2018.
All right. Are there rows of time that he punched in prior to this leading up to December 23rd, 2018?
I'm sorry, prior to...
So this says pay period ending December 23rd of 18.
Right.
Are there dates and times reflecting when he arrived leading up to that that particular date?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me let you hold that exhibit, and I'm directing your attention to December 19 of 2018. What time did the defendant clock in on that day?
8:08.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, on the 19th?
Yes, sir.
8:08 a.m.
Oh, okay, 8:08 a.m. What time did he clock out on December 19, 2018?
5:09 p.m.
Yes, sir. Moving to the next day on December 20 of 2018, what time did he clock in that morning?
8:02 a.m.
And what time did he clock out on December 20th, 2018?
2:48 p.m.
Do you note on either day whether there was a time period where he clocked out to either run an errand or go to lunch or do anything on his own personal time?
Do I see it on here?
Do you see any lunch clock out on either date, December 19 or December 20?
No, sir.
And one more time, Your Honor, request to publish to the back row. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ms. Massell, just so you know, I'll probably give the jury a break in between after the direct before your cross. Just want to give you a heads up.
Mr. Lindrose, if there's no clock out lunch hour on December 19 or December 20 of 2018, and we see on the video that he departs the premises, is that against your policy not to clock out?
Yes, sir.
We'll look at video for your brother later, but in terms of this timesheet, is there anything you can point us to that shows that he left the premises on December 19 or December 20?
No, sir.
Now, did there come a day, sir, in early to mid-January 2019 that the police arrived at your business?
Yes, sir.
And did they arrive to conduct searches of various areas of your business?
Yes, sir.
Cooperate and assist the police in that?
Yes.
All right. Did they bring a canine and or a police dog trained for scent to your premises?
Yes,
Did they do that on more than one occasion, if you can recall?
they did.
Did you show them around?
Yes.
Now, the areas that they were searching, do you recall whether they were generally areas that were closed to the public, if you can recall?
On one occasion when they came was when I was showing them around. On that occasion, yes, area closed to the public.
Do you recall them searching in an area that was in the far back right corner of your property?
Yes, sir.
Can you give us an estimate of the entire size of Ace Pickup Party?
30 acres.
Can you give us, in your best estimate, approximately how many of those acres are restricted to employees only?
Approximately 10 acres.
So it's a pretty big area. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Are there cameras that monitor areas within your premises?
Yes, sir.
And who's in charge of that within your company?
My brother set the system up. Yes, sir.
He's coming right behind you, so we'll ask him generally about that. But in terms of the cameras,
Do you gentlemen utilize the cameras for what purpose? Is it for employees or is it for theft prevention? Explain to our jury why you'll have the cameras.
Primarily theft.
Okay. And is that theft, generally speaking, from customers and or employees, or just customers? Or
It could be for anybody, but primarily customers. Could be for anybody.
Now, specifically directing your attention, this will be the last sort of area, so just see if I can direct your attention directly to December 19, 2018, following through to the next day, December 20, 2018. At that time, is there anything that was unusual regarding those particular days of business?
No, sir.
Were you still on those 2 days standing in the shoes of Larry Carlson, who was the outside supervisor at that time?
Yes, sir.
So your duties were doubled up during those 2 days?
Correct.
Can you give us an estimate about how much time you personally were spending inside the office versus out in the yard on any given day?
Say I was 25% of the time outside of the office, checking on the employees, what they were up to, and 75% of the time in the office.
Okay. And is that a normal day when Mr. Carlson is present, or is that your day when he was out for those couple of months?
That's more than it would normally be.
Okay.
More time outside than it would normally be.
All right. So the 25% time period that you said you're outside, was that during the time period Mr. Carlson was out?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean 3/4 of your day around the time frame he was out, including December 19th and 20th, 3/4 of your day you were in the office?
Yes.
Do you agree, sir, that it is difficult to keep an eye on every single employee, especially the 16 or more outside employees, when you're doubled up in your duties?
Yes.
Talk to me about the noise at your company. Explain that to our jury. What's it sound like if we were just standing on your premises?
Typical, I would say, commercial operation. You hear heavy machinery operating, crusher crushing, excavator, loud banging noises. That would be it. Pretty loud, yes.
All right. Ever hear any popping of tires, removing tires off cars, anything like that?
Yes, sir.
Now, just in terms of an employee, when they leave, let's assume for a moment an employee left and did not clock out. Would that be something either your cameras or your eyes would have to catch to hold that employee accountable?
Yes.
You believe that could happen without your eyes and or the cameras catching that?
Anything is possible, yes, sir.
Sir? You do agree, however, that the cameras, whatever they capture, you agree with respect to what's on the cameras?
Yes, sir.
And you've actually had a chance to, just to lay a couple predicate questions for you while we're there. We're going to ask your brother extensively about it, but did you review the clips from December 19 and December 20, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the defendant's actions on each and every one of the clips that you saw prior to coming to court today?
Yes, sir, they do.
And for our record, were you shown State's Exhibit 31, which is a compilation of clips from both of those days?
Yes, sir.
And you've reviewed those, and it's your testimony that they fairly and accurately depict the defendant's movements on that day?
Yes.
Did you see him leave your premises that day, sir?
I did.
On December 19, 2018?
Yes, sir.
And we'll watch it later, but if he left the premises in the middle of the day on December 19, 2018 and didn't clock out, is that against your company policy?
Yes, sir.
Now, at the end of the day, when you close out for the day, who's the last person to leave?
It depends on the manager on duty. Would be typically me, my brother Gary. We have an office manager named Cheryl. Would be one of the three of us.
And are there efforts made either by traversing around the lot in a golf cart or otherwise, checking to make sure all employees and or customers are gone?
Yes, we have an office staff employee. Every day we'll drive the parking lot, make sure all the cars are gone on a golf cart, and then drive the entire 30-acre facility and make sure that all the customers are gone also.
And would you have one of your outside employees, one of those 16 plus, do this end of the day sweep?
Typically it's an office person. On occasion it could be an outside employee.
All right. And is the office sweep where, do you go over the entire premises?
The customer retail shopping area.
Okay. So let me ask it another way. Are the restricted areas that are only for the employees, is that part of a nightly sweep by management?
No.
And then lastly, sir, regarding a dumpster on your lot, is there one larger commercial trash dumpster on Ace Pickett Park in December of 2018?
Yes, sir.
Who was the contract through that put the dumpster there on your property?
All-American, I believe, at the time.
All right, Mr. Billy Brown, I think testified earlier, so you don't need to go into anything with respect to that account. But when that large receptacle was placed on your premises, how often would it fill up to where it needed to be emptied, sir?
Approximately once a week.
And who made the phone call? Was it like a regular pickup, or did somebody have to call to get it picked up?
It was not a regular pickup either. I would observe with my own eyes, hey, that's full. I would immediately call All-American, it's full, come and get it. Sometimes an employee in the production area would, hey, John, it's full, order one, and then I would call and order a pickup.
Once you called with that particular employee from All-American, would they come pick up the receptacle and empty it within a day or so of you calling?
Yes, same day or next day typically.
If you were, for example, if you were advised it's full on December 19th, is it your testimony that by December 20th that receptacle would have been hauled off?
Yes, sir.
You recall, I know it's been many years, but can you recall whether you called on December 19th?
I have no recollection. Well, I'm sure I'm the one that called.
Right.
Whether or not I saw it or someone told me to call, I have no recollection of it.
Sure. And Mr. Brown testified to that, but just in terms of you sitting here, it's emptied once a week and you call to have it removed.
Yes, sir.
If you got to that once a week time period, what day generally would it be? It was like middle of the week, or can you recall?
I don't recall. Could
So-
be any day.
Is it safe to assume this? When it's full, doesn't necessarily mean.
Hold up, wait a minute. We got
Wait, there's more.
I didn't mean to press that. We got Child Diggy out here sprinkling a gifted membership.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
So we ain't got no quick. We received a membership from Child Diggy. You get to take advantage of the channel emojis. So please drop Child Diggy's emoji down in the chat. It is the black high top Air Force One sneaker and it says "Child" on the side in pink. Drop her emoji down in the chat. You can also drop some umbrellas in the chat if you're not a member. But you get to take advantage for 30 days of the channel emojis and whatever I post for members only. All right, and shout out to my number one mod. I love all my mods, but Child Diggy. Yeah, she's doing a dang on thing over here, and we appreciate you so much here at the show, Child Diggy. Thank you for helping us glow up and grow up, because you just turned
Another one.
green. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hold on. Wait a minute. I was about to go ahead and hit the show again, but we got for always, forever, for life over here, dropping the super chat. So thank you so much for pushing us further to our goal here, for always, forever, for life. She says, thank you for sharing the comparison of these cases. Yes, it's mind-blowing to me. And when I first saw it, I knew I had to like, wait a whole minute. This is like Iyana Sawyer all over again. So many similarities. I think the only thing that's not similar is the fact that Jarvis was not married to her aunt, but he had a fiance. Yeah, okay. Nazira had you under her thumb. She had you, sir. But unfortunately, she was a child that you took advantage of. And so, yeah. Shout out. Thank you so much for always, forever, for life, for supporting the show. We do appreciate all of your support, and it will help us to upgrade and elevate the platform, because I'll be putting this all back right into the platform. Thank you so much for recognizing that. And FFS, you're a model here. You know that was what goes on over here. Why do I got to tell you this? You can't use all caps over here. YouTube is gonna flag. They flagged. We had to. Somebody released some comments from yesterday because they were in caps, and YouTube holds them at a certain point, like because they look at them as spam. FFS. This is me and you. KIO with the caps. That's my day one. That's one of my favorite bars. FFS. tangle every little bit of now and again, but he don't mean no mind, y'all. Don't pay FFS any mind in the chat. He has a weird sense of humor. But unlike Chloe, he don't know how to follow the directions because Chloe saw it and she scaled back the cast. FFS, then why you start out here? And FFS, you know what, FFS? Check your inbox in a minute because I'm not. All right. FFS, I am about to send you some of your inbox though. And you go check it out. Give me a minute.
7 days, is that correct?
Doesn't necessarily mean 7 days. Depends on the inflow of cars, how much garbage. If we buy a lot of vans that are full of garbage or cars that have there's not a typical, I can't say, I call it every Thursday typically.
All right.
That would be hard to say.
How big is this particular dumpster?
It's a 40-yard dumpster. I would say it's the size of the jury box, as tall as the top of the paintings behind them.
The top of the paintings of the judges behind.
Correct.
Okay. Upwards of, can you just give us an estimate in feet?
How tall is that approximately? 7 feet.
Okay. Was the defendant himself capable of operating equipment on your premises?
Yes, sir.
You ever see him emptying items into, for example, that particular receptacle?
Yes, sir.
Would that be unusual?
No, sir.
Would that be something he would do commonly?
Yes.
Would it also be something that would be commonly expected of the defendant to come advise you that receptacle is full?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, just a couple follow-up, Mr. Lindros, before I sit down. What was the common operating hours of Ace Pickup Bar in December of 2018?
It's during our winter hours. For the operating hours are 8 to 5.
All right. And having reviewed some of the video clips that the jury will see, I think, with the next witness, did you observe the defendant on either December 19 or December 20 carrying duct tape?
Yes, sir.
Would you tell our jury what specific reason, if any, the defendant would be carrying duct tape in the yard?
There's no typical duty. I don't want to say there's never any occasion, but there's no typical duty that would require it.
All right. And then on that map, sir, I just want to make sure to point out for our jury, when you turn in to your business off of what the map shows as Main Street, when you turn in up there, would you have to park in the employee area, or can you go other areas in your property in a vehicle?
You should be parking in the employee parking lot, which is the same as the customer parking area. Can you go elsewhere? At that time, I would say possibly.
Okay.
I don't.
In a vehicle?
Typically, no. I don't recall at that time what was going on with the new property that we recently purchased, the cement area.
All right. If you turn in off of Main Street, can you drive into this area, what you call the old cement factory?
At the time, I would say no.
Okay. When you turn in and come down to the employee parking, can you turn in and come into the interior portion of
Okay, can I take a step back? At the time, I would say no, there were no typical operations going on in that cement factory. Could there have been access for reasons at that time? Perhaps. So I don't want to comment either way.
Okay. Tough to remember?
Tough to remember.
Okay. And then lastly, with regard to the clips, I want to ask you about, with respect to clothing. Did you see, either on December 19, December 20, 2018, the defendant walking out of the office with an additional item of clothing in his arms? And if so, what is that?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Yes. On either December 19, December 20th, when you reviewed the video clips, did you see the defendant walking out of the office with an additional item of clothing under his arms?
Additional item of clothing under his arms?
Or holding in his hands?
Not that I recall.
Okay. We'll let Mr.
Didn't study that closely.
All right. Let me ask it this way. When you get issued like a rain suit or a shirt or something like that, where would you go in the premises to retrieve that from the company?
If someone's wearing, I did see him wearing a rain suit on the 20th in the video, which was different than anybody else. I can't say for sure that we don't have that on premises to give people, but it would typically be their own.
Okay. So if he's walking out of the office holding an article of clothing, to your knowledge, it's nothing that would have been issued through your office.
If he walked in and said, it's raining, do you guys have a spare raincoat in the thing? Maybe we would have said, yeah, here you go.
Shout out to Miss Mixed Chick for becoming a member, but I think she was a member over here already before. So for renewing the membership, thank you so much, Mixed Chick. Thank you. So please thank her in the comments, family, and drop some umbrellas down in the chat for her renewing her membership. Hi, Miss Chick. Thank you.
But it wasn't something that we typically issued to all employees.
All right. Now, with respect to that last comment you made, just a quick follow-up. On December 20th, you've reviewed all those video clips?
Yes.
And you said he was the only employee that day wearing an all-yellow rain suit?
As far as I can tell, yes.
All right. One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
All right, members of the jury, I'm going to take our mid-morning break at this point. It's 10:51. We'll come back out at 11:15, and we'll go from there. Please remember, don't discuss the case among yourselves or each other. Have a nice lunch break. Or, excuse me, have a nice break, not lunch.
All right, so y'all know we're going to fast forward right past that lunch break. So we have the trigger warning flying, up on the screen. I just took it down just to say what's up to Mixed Chick. Mixed Chick, make sure that I spoke to her by name. And hold on now, I got Flesh of the freaking gods over here. Gifting a membership. Thank you, Flex, for gifting that membership and turning somebody green over here. Adding another one to Survivor Nation. We are glowing and growing. Thank you so much, Flesh, for gifting the membership to Jalen. Jalen, you were gifted a membership by Flesh of the Gods. He has his own channel emoji. Please say thank you to Flesh of the Gods and Adam in the thank you, because we like to call people out by name and drop his goat emoji. It's an emoji that you have access to along with all of the other channel emojis. We're getting closer to our goal. Now we need now we need 3 more because Miss Mixed Chick rejoined, and so we need 3 more so that I can make another emoji. Yeah, thank you for turning somebody green. So
Another one.
So while we're here, let me just play Flesh's soundbite over here. This is what I think when I'm over there. If y'all don't know, go over there and sub up to Flesh of the Gods. Awesome channel. He is the best, the greatest interactive channel on YouTube. I said it, that's my opinion. I'm sticking to it.
Humans weren't meant to perceive things like this.
Because that's how I feel when I'm over there. I'm trying, what is going on up there? What is going on over here? Oh, okay. I get coins. I just need to type the prompt down in the chat, and it makes the screen do what it does. We love Flesh. Thank you so much, Flesh, for turning someone else green and growing the family. And now we're on our way to being able to add another emoji. So the judge said that they are going to lunch. Let me move right on past that. Get into this. So these guys are the owner. I believe both of them were owners from Ace Pick Apart, where this guy was working. He done created reports because he was used to be doing tours of the facility, just coming out writing reports, talking about, oh, there's holes over here. Do you want me to fix the holes? Oh, there's this, there's that. Do you want me to do this, that, and the third? He probably was making a hole, sneaking back up in there at night when nobody was there, because this was definitely premeditated. Unaliving of Iyana Sawyer. Jonathan Quiles is disgusting. And thank goodness Iyana Sawyer's family got justice. That's the other difference in the Harris and Sawyer case. Iyana Sawyer's mother, she was not playing. Her family was not playing with these people. In the Ziyah Harris's case, there are a couple of family members that tried to get this stopped before she was even unalive. They called the authorities, CPS, everybody. They did nothing. So they failed them. But on the other hand, the people that she lived in the house with, the mother, the aunt and the grandmother, they knew. I got a petition over here on my community wall to, lock them up immediately, expeditiously. Lock them up and throw away the key. So we got Ted. Hey Jazzy T, I see you in the building. You are in the building. What's up, Jazzy T? Thank you so much for coming in. I'm getting used to the Jazzy T. I'm getting used to the Jazzy T now. Okay. So we got Ted, not Clouds, out here sprinkling the membership to help us get to our goal so that we can create another emoji. Thank you, Tat Cloud. Shantai Martinez. Please tell Tat. Thank you down in the comments. And please drop some umbrellas in the chat for Tat. Chat, or a clouds. They have cloud on the regular emoji side, like Tat. This is what I think this made me working on Tat's personal channel emoji. So thank you so much for all you do, Tat, and make sure I hope I'm saying your name right. I love the way it's spelled, Chantai. Make sure you add her because we like to thank people by name. All right, and when y'all drop them umbrellas for Mixed Chick, also make sure you add her for rejoining. Thank her by name because she done turned herself back clean. Thank you, Mixed Chick, and thank you, Tat. Over here got us growing and glowing. Thank you for
another one.
All right, and so so I fast forwarded past the lunch break. Going to bring the case back on. But just keep in mind that this guy was doing all sorts of stuff that they did not ask him to do. But it was all in the name of premeditation. Don't let that one go above your head because Ace Pick Apart just thought they had them. Oh, he's, we got an employee that goes above and beyond. Oh, he's noticing that little things don't fit, don't work. There is something wrong over here. He's gonna fix it. He was premeditating a red rum all this time. Mr. Jonathan Quiles strikes me to be I'm a charmer. I'm a ladies' man. All in the name of being a predator. I don't think he had any victims as young as Jarvis Harris, because we all know, I'm not Jarvis Harris, excuse me, Jarvis Butts, but we all know Jarvis Butts like some 1 to 80 crippling crazy. And even though that's funny to say, it's not funny because it's the truth. Okay? I will never be able to get out my head how you give a 4-year-old the media. 4 or younger is what they said after the news was in the courtroom. 4 or younger. So everybody's just sticking with the 4. I see the videos where they're saying the 4, and they're not wrong because the news did said 4. What I do have a problem with is people making videos for clicks and views saying that they found her remains in a shallow grave, and that's not so. We have not gotten any of that. We did not get any. I have not seen anything to say that was her in that shallow grave. The remains that they found in the shallow grave was her. I didn't get any information. Now, if you have that, came out and I didn't see it, then let your girl know. But from what I know, and from what I've been researching and watching, I didn't see anywhere where they said that they found her remains in the shallow grave. They found remains in a shallow grave, but they never said they was Ziyah's. But I believe that what is the first guy, his business partner, you knew about it. You know about it. All right. Hi, Nika. I just want to say hi verbally to all the people that came in. And if I don't say hi to you personally, charge it to my head, not my heart. So we got Nika. Hi. Yeah, Nika, I definitely agree with you on that one. That's the biggest difference. Iyana family didn't know about the abuse, but they suspected it. And soon as they suspected it, they said something. And even though the mother said, I don't want you around my child, you can't go to your aunt house no more unless I'm with you or some other people are with you. You're not going over there. What did Mr. Quillas do? He started meeting her in different places. Like, yeah, just defiant as ever. Because he just had to, I guess he just had to, and then wait till we get to the text messages. Sir, you got what you deserve. Yeah. So I said hi to Jazzy T. Let me get down here. FFS. What side of the bed you woke up on today? So here we got Flesh of the Gods out here turning
Another one.
green. So he turned Sapphire Ridge News green again. He was a member over here. And so yeah, so his membership was must have ran out. So Sapphire, if you could be so kind to please drop the Flesh of the Gods emoji in your chat. In the chat, please, and please add him and tell him thank you for turning you green again for one more month. Thank you. Thank you so much, Flesh. Thank you so much for supporting the channel always and supporting this show. Jazzy, I don't know what you did, but that FFS, that's what so Forever for Always, you're saying you think the child was like 3. They did say 4 years or younger. So, they never, pinpointed what the age was, but they did say 4 years or younger. And that child, this young child, that it's not even fully developed. Has not even started, puberty yet. She just, I don't know if I can say that here on YouTube. If I don't, YouTube, don't hold me to it, but it is what it is. Like, what do you get out of messing with a child that young? And then not only that, messing up their life. Well, they can get rid of that. That's something that they can get rid of, but so what? It wasn't this baby's choice. This is a baby. All of these children are babies. 13, 14, babies. Who does that? Jarvis Butts and Jonathan Quillas, they do that. But what behooves me the most is that Ziyah's family knew. Chad Digger, you got that? I think the chat needs to okay, I guess it's slowed down now. You got that. All right, so yeah, so we're gonna go jump right into the rest of the video here. I just needed to cue it up right to where they came back to court. All right, so I think we're in the right place. They will never, yeah, some people never get over it. And even though they go through, therapy, it's still always something that can trigger it and bring it back, back it up to the forefront of people's memories. But some people unlock it. Some children become actually, just had the word in my head, charge that to the chemo fog game, chemo fog brain game, because baby, like you can see it in Ziyah's case, the text is she's texting him saying, I want an F. Like stuff like she shouldn't even know about that at 12, at 11. And who's to say what age he started, essaying her, because he was in her life since she was 2 years old. That's the only thing I can think she embarrassed for is for getting on the stand and saying, oh yeah, he's been in her life since he was 2 years old. Yeah, when he met you and told you that before you started a relationship with him, that he was an SA offender and he is on the SA registry. And you said, oh, okay, I still want to have a relationship with you. And when they asked your dumb, big, your mother asked, when they asked you, when you called into the show, when they asked you what made you have a relationship with him after he told you he was an SA offender, and your response was, if the world could give him a second chance, then you thought that you could give him a chance. Welcome in, pretty boy. Welcome in, pretty boy. Now, this is not her saying that. That's me. What she said, the second chances, that's where she stopped. Welcome in, pretty boy. Oh, you interested in me? Pretty boy, you interested in me? Oh, welcome in. Oh, yes, welcome in. And I just have 5 kids with you. Yeah, I got some nieces, cousins, whatever. Take your pick, bitch. So, yeah. No, nobody want to hear none of that. I don't want to hear none of that. I don't care about Shannon. I don't care about Annette. I don't care about Marquita. I don't care about none of them. The reason why I'm saying Marquita is because you was online arguing with people back and forth when Ziyah first went missing. You was under people's comments saying a bunch of stuff. Then you tried to spin a narrative and you put up a post that said that Ziyah was seen at the gas station. This was after January 9th of 2024. None of them get a pass. None of them get a pass. And I'm passionate, y'all. I'm so sorry. I'm passionate, and that's just what it is. And that's why a lot of us are here, because we are passionate and we want to see exactly what is going to happen. We want justice for Ziyah, but not this Jarvis Butts. Lock them all up. Because let me show you. I'm gonna my friend has been bothering me. He like, tag me in, friend. Tag me in, friend. I'm gonna tag him in for a minute, because we're not making fun. We're just making light. Bringing some light to a very heavy situation. Very, very heavy situation. Because the testimony that's coming up next, it's very heavy. So I'm going to bring my friend up because he wants me to tag him in. And I'm going to tag him in for 32 seconds.
Bitches can't beat. I even let you get the first swing before I whoop that ass and drag you in the street. I don't know what you heard about me. Ain't no Zach and Cody, ain't shit sweet. I fold you up like some pants with a pleat and lay you flat out like a loose leaf sheet. Good night. That bitch sleep. Don't wake the hoe up neither. Bitch. Roll this up.
Friend. So I told friend, pipe down, but friend said, let me at him. So yeah, had to let friend get him a little bit. I hope y'all laughed at that, because we need a little laughter before we jump right back into this heavy situation. Like I said, in no way I'm making light of this. I am just trying to lighten the mood so that we can get through this triggering case here, and also look at the similarities between this case and the case that we are now witnessing, and we are covering and bringing light to the situation. We're calling for justice. So like I said, head over to my community wall. I do have a petition over there, change.org, lock a neck and Shannon up with Jarvis. They already purged their stuff on the stand. I don't know how dumb they have to be, because now that it's going to trial, you have to testify again. Like they need your testimony, but you already lied in the first in the preliminary hearing. So what you gonna do now when you go back on trial? We now know, certain things to be true that you lied about. So what is going to happen, right? So I am waiting to see what the police department does in the D, what the courts does in the D, because they lied. They already perjured themselves. The grandmother acting like, oh, I can't see. Is Jarvis in the court? Oh, hold on, I can't. Hold, I don't see him. I don't see him. I'm Ray Charles to the booth. My daughter got my glasses. Didn't she get the glass? Oh, there he is in the green. You're the only one in here in the green, sitting at the defense table, lady. Stop. Stop. You was one of the ones that told her biological father, may God rest his soul, regardless of whether or not he signed his rights over, but he was seeing Iyana and taking care of her and bringing money and stuff, according to him. And basically, the grandmother lied to him when his child was taken off this earth. Regardless as to how we feel about him, he was still her biological father. And that's just that. That's Survivor Speaks opinion. Don't get in my comments and say anything crazy. She lied to him. She said she didn't know who Jarvis Butts was. What? Okay. Go to jail. Don't pass go. Don't collect 200. Go on. Go on. And since you like to feed them babies oodles and noodles, and what else they said that they used to eat while you eating shrimp, steak, and fish, and all that type of stuff, we could tell. Y'all, I gotta upload the Michelin twins. I just didn't want to bring them here. I was trying to leave them over there for. I don't have to upload. They already uploaded. I just didn't bring them in here because this is about Iyana. But we're just making the comparisons to them. And Iyana family is not that. Just do what you want to do. Just do what you want to do. Go ahead. All right. We got one of my favorite judges on the stand. Go ahead, Mr. Salem. Every day he's losing a little bit of hair right up in there. From this case.
I do have counsel of state defense, Mr. Queller's present. Before we continue and bring the jury back in, has there been any further discussion regarding parties agreeing to waive sequestration deliberations? I ask because at some point I need to give the clerk's office enough notice to where they can make arrangements that it's not being waived. Okay.
All right, what's going on?
Sounds great. Okay. Is it safe to say that the state's agreeing to waive it if the defense waives it? Or that hasn't occurred yet?
We've just been waiting to hear back from the defense. I know that they were going over with their client.
Okay.
That's what we're just waiting on first.
Yeah, but the afternoon sounds fine. Sure. I asked not because I'm concerned about it, just because I want to give the clerk's office a heads up, and if that may be
after lunch we got this noise again.
If necessary. So, with that said, say anything before we bring the jury back in?
Sorry.
Anything from the defense? Okay, let's bring the jury back in, please.
After lunch, y'all, we got this noise again. Same thing happened yesterday when they went to lunch and came back. It's not as bad as yesterday. And I'm adjusting the sound as much as I can, but it's already boosted. That's why it was so clear. But I don't know what happens when they go to court and Is the sound guy just sleepy after lunch? I'm not sure.
Members of the jury, welcome back. You guys may have a seat, of course. We're going to continue with the test. Sir, you may have a seat, of course. We're going to continue with Mr. Linder's testimony. If you recall, we left off after the state's direct. We're now turned to the defense for any cross. Ms. Michelle, you may inquire. You're ready.
Thank you, Judge. It's still afternoon, yeah, or good morning still.
Good morning.
All right, let me start by talking just a little bit about Mr. Quillas as an employee. He was hired in October of 2018, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So that would have been about 2 months that he was working for you prior to this incident that occurred.
Yes, ma'am.
As far as the type of employee that he was, you stated on direct that he was generally a good employee, on time.
Yes, ma'am. No complaints. A good employee.
You were satisfied with his work. He was a hard worker.
Yes, ma'am.
And you described his role as he would fill in with people, and when he was filling in, he would be partnered up the way you described your teams of people in the production area.
Correct.
Okay, and so he would work with several different people on the production team.
When he was in that role, correct.
And from time to time, he would fill that role during that 2-month period prior to this incident occurring.
Yes, ma'am.
You also described him as kind of a all-around type of handyman. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so he would fix things if they were broken and that type of thing.
Yes.
And so as far as I know you were shown a map that you generated and kind of made markings on, correct?
Yes.
That map, that was talking about specifically about things that were broken or repairs that needed to be made in the exterior fence around your property.
Yes.
And so
This
that
is
type
for the
of information would be
Michelle.
normal to come from him because that was what he was doing, repairing things.
The answer to that would be, unsolicited. I found it odd that he produced a kind of security check of the fence. It would be normal for him to do it. If we asked him to do, it would not be unusual for us to ask something like that of him or anybody else. You know, can you go see where there might be some holes under the fence, something like that. In that particular occasion, it was unsolicited. I thought that was odd.
Okay, and when you say unsolicited, it was unsolicited from you.
Correct.
Okay, you're not sure if someone else asked him about that area and then he was providing that information to you.
The only two people that would ask would be me or my brother Gary, and I know that neither one of us did. He'll be here later, you can ask him. And the only other person would be Larry, the yard manager, who was out on surgery leave for a couple of months at that time.
Understood. And you talked about some thefts that you all had and that was kind of a common thing, that there would be thefts at the property, correct?
It depends what your definition of common is, but yes, there are on occasion thefts, correct.
Do you recall around this time period when that map was provided to you that there had an incident of theft from a hole in the fence?
It's possible we could have found some parts on the other side of the fence that were shoved underneath the fence, something like that. I don't recall, I apologize.
Okay. And if that scenario, that there was a theft and there was a hole in the fence, that parts were placed on the other side, that would be something that you would ask Mr. Quillas back then to fix or to repair?
Yes, if we found parts on the other side of the fence, there was a hole under the fence, we might have said, can you go see where there might be some holes that we can fill in dirt or something underneath? I would ask him that if that happened.
And you can't recall specifically doing that as you sit here today, but it's not out, that would not be out of the ordinary if that were to be the case.
It would not be out of the ordinary at all if that was the case, but I specifically remember being surprised when he handed me the map because I did not ask him to do it.
And you don't know that your brother or someone else did not ask him or point something out?
I do know that my brother did not, and there's nobody else that would.
Okay. As far as actually making repairs and things like that around the property, he wouldn't just repair fences or things like that. If there was a piece of machinery or something like that that might be broken, that might be something you would ask him to repair as well, correct?
If he saw a piece of machinery that needed to be serviced, he might just go ahead and service it without being asked.
Okay. And so doing things like that, that was kind of the type of employee that he was. If he saw something that needed to be fixed, he would jump to and do it.
He has, yes.
Okay. As far as some of the machinery that you had, do you recall there being a tire machine near that entrance area to your property?
Yes, we had, at that time we had a tire station there where we were removing tires from rims. Yeah.
Okay, and would that have been when you were shown, and I might come around and actually show this.
And when you say near the entrance of the property, I have to see what you're talking about to make sure we're talking about the same place.
That's exactly why I'm coming over, just so that I can show you, that way we can make sure it's clear. And maybe you could step down again, that would work
Yes, ma'am.
a lot better earlier, so that you can see you got 22, and thank you. So you could please, can you all see? It's the point where that tire machine area would be on this.
The tire machine operation was going on in this general vicinity at that time.
Okay. And were there any tire machinery or anything like that in the area where you had just purchased? You guys had anything around there back at that time?
Not to my recollection.
Did you guys have any machinery or any other items in that area where you had just acquired that property?
Could we have been parking equipment there, that kind of thing? It's possible. Nothing that was part of our regular production cycle.
Thank you so much.
May I have a seat?
Sir?
The witness have a seat?
Oh, yes, of course.
Okay.
Sorry about
He was,
Thank you.
he was lingering and.
I turned my back. I thought you were going back as well, so that's my fault. So sorry. Now that you're seated again.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. So that tire machinery, do you recall a time period where that machine broke down?
Not that I recall, but the tire machine does break down occasionally.
Okay. For example, if that tire machine was broken around this time period and it needed a part, would you ask Mr. Quilles to go and get that part for you?
If there was nobody else to get the part, then we would possibly do it. Typically, the person that would go with a credit card, for example, to go get a part would be me, my brother, or Larry, the yard manager. Larry, the yard manager, was out. That on the 19th, my brother and I were both in the office, so to ask someone else to go to buy a part would be unusual.
Okay. But you don't have any independent recollection as you sit here today whether you did or you didn't?
I can't say for sure 100% that I did or I didn't.
Chloe out here sprinkling the membership, turning another family member green. Thank you so much for that. Becky, what's up, Becky Einhorn? So Becky Einhorn was gifted a membership by Chloe. Please say thank you to Chloe and at her. And say her name by name, so that everyone will know that Chloe is out here gifting and growing the family. Becky Einhorn is already one of the family. What's up and what's up to you? You get to take advantage of the channel emojis for 30 days. And so drop some slime bellas and umbrellas in the chat for Chloe Albert's revenge for turning
Another one.
green and bringing them into Survivor Nation is, family. Thank you so much, Chloe, for all you do. I see you.
But it does sound like something you might ask Mr. Quilles to do. Hey, can you go buy a part? We need XYZ fixed, and you're the guy that's fixing it.
In a bind, yes.
Okay. And, for example, if he needed to go buy a part, you asked him to go do so, would he clock out to go and do that, or would that be on company time?
If he was going to run an errand for the company, he would not clock out.
Okay. And so on the 19th, if you did in fact ask him to go on an errand and he didn't clock out, there would be nothing abnormal about that, nor would that be against any policy that you have.
Oh, she get on my nerve. Mm-hmm.
Now, I want to turn your attention to those specific days, and I know you said you reviewed video, so I'll get into that. But on those days, looking back, do you recall anything out of the ordinary happening that day?
I do not.
Do you recall interacting with Mr. Quilles in those days?
I don't recall interacting with anybody on that day. It was over 4 years ago.
Would you have interacted with him? I know you can't recall.
I definitely would have.
Okay. And from what you can remember, did he seem to be out of the ordinary in any way?
Nothing that I remember.
As far as what he was doing those days, working, did he perform his duties as normal during those days?
I don't recall anything that stood out one way or another.
So you don't remember him being absent, doing something off without supervision for any extended period of time during those days?
Correct.
All right, and I wanted to ask you a little bit about this duct tape. So you said in reviewing the video, you can see that he has duct tape in his hand at some point.
Correct.
And you said there's typically no function that you could think of, but there are some things he could be using duct tape for that would be work-related, correct?
Correct.
And so although you can't think of anything specifically that he may have been doing, it's completely plausible that he had duct tape for work purposes.
Yes.
You never see him doing anything with that duct tape, you just see it in his hand.
In the video, correct.
And you don't know where he retrieved that from, or whether it was within the office or somewhere else on the grounds of your property?
Yes, I don't know. The video may show him walking in the office without it and walking out of the office with it. That's possible. I don't recall.
Okay. And so if he got that from the office, it very well could have been something work-related, correct?
It's possible.
And you talked about the procedures as far as checking the lot at the end of the day. You said that you guys do run through you go on a golf cart and kind of run the aisles where the customers are shopping.
Correct.
And that's where that 2,500 to 3,000 number of cars are located on your property.
Yes.
Is it also, although you may not check every part of the restricted area, are there any times where you do also use the golf cart to kind of run through the restricted areas of your property?
We can see most of the restricted area from the office. So, yes, I mean, employees are the ones doing the check. Employees would be the ones that would be working in those restricted areas. We would not have a lot of reason to check the employee area. Employees want to go home at the end of the day. So, hey, go home. You know, that would be odd.
Fair enough. So to you, it would be very strange if someone stayed overnight at their job.
Yes.
As far as the possibility of there being someone who's stayed in a restricted area of your facility, you would say from office you'd pretty much be able to see every area.
Not 100% coverage of every area, but for the most part, we can see. Yes.
And that would be the reason why you wouldn't necessarily take a golf cart like you would through the customer areas.
We want to make sure all the customers are gone before we lock them in, before we leave at the end of the night.
Understood. And as far as the likelihood of there being a person hiding on the property overnight, can you give me what you would say with the likelihood of that being?
Low. Anything's possible, but low.
So it'd be very unlikely that could happen.
I don't have a recollection of it ever happening, but I suppose anything is possible.
In your review of, well, let me ask you a little bit about the garbage. The garbage that you guys collect on the property, that comes from where exactly?
It comes from the 40 to 50 cars that we buy every day.
Okay. And when you receive those vehicles, you empty all the contents within inside of that vehicle.
Relatively, the garbage should come out of the vehicles, yes.
And the type of vehicles that you receive vary from fatal car crash vehicles to vehicles people are getting rid of. It could really be any type of vehicle that you would receive, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You could even get vehicles that people have been living in.
Yes, ma'am.
And so if someone had been living in it and they had a ton of clothing and items from their home that you would typically find in a home, that would be something you all would take out and dump in the garbage, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you do that for every vehicle that comes into your property.
Correct.
You also describe the process of what you all do as far as removing the liquids and the tires and all that. So you just basically strip people down.
Strip the vehicle down. We don't take parts off the car. The car is put into the yard, but we take fluids and garbage out of the vehicle and the battery. Everything else is left.
Understood. And that garbage that you guys accumulate, does all of that eventually make its way into that 40-yard dumpster?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you have smaller dumpsters throughout the property, correct?
Well, not throughout the property. In the area where the cars get dropped off by the tow trucks, there is a team of typically 2 guys that are taking the garbage out of the cars and throwing that garbage into a dumpster. So that's really one dumpster, one smaller dumpster.
So there's one smaller dumpster that then gets put into a large.
Yes, it's open-ended and easier for people to take the garbage out of the cars and shovel it directly into that dumpster.
And there are, like you said, there's a team of 2 people who are doing that throughout the day.
Yes.
As far as the proximity of these things to each other, I know you said the property is quite large. When your employees are working these teams, are they covering a good amount of that area?
Well, the 30 acres, I think we said that 20 of it is customer shopping. The production is going on in the 10 acres, so I would say most of the employees are working in that 10-acre area.
And would that be something where essentially if you're working in this area, you could see other teams of people working in other areas of the property?
Yes.
All right, and you said that you were there when the property was searched with canines, correct?
It happened on more than one occasion. On one occasion, I was there, yes.
You don't recall the exact date of that, do you?
I do not.
Okay, and that was after, you believe it was January, is that approximately correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when that search happened, no apparent murder scene was located, correct?
Correct.
And no area with evidence of blood was located, correct?
I think the canine did detect blood. I don't know what the determination of that was or wasn't.
As far as bullet fragments, nothing like that was located.
I wasn't privy to what was located and what wasn't located. The only thing I was privy to was whatever anyone else would have read it in the newspaper.
Understood. And that's why I'm asking, which personal knowledge is not something you may learn from the
Yeah, my personal knowledge is I can't speak to that one way or another.
And you said you reviewed those cameras from the 19th and 20th. You never saw Mr. Quillez dump a body of any sorts, did you?
I didn't review 100% of the footage, so in the footage that I saw, I did not.
You never saw, in your review of whatever footage you've seen, you never saw a young woman with Mr. Quillez, did you?
The footage that I saw, I did not see that.
You never saw him placing anybody in a vehicle in that restricted area of your property, did you?
No, ma'am.
As far as that 40-yard dumpster goes, you're the one who actually calls and gets that American garbage truck to come and pick that dumpster up, correct?
Typically, it is my observation, hey, it's full, and I make a phone call. An employee will call me, hey, it's full, call for pickup. With that said, the number is on the side of the dumpster, the phone number for the dumpster company. Could another employee call? Perhaps, but it's rare. I'm sorry, it's not something that would be typical of our procedure.
Okay. And you, on that 19th or 20th day, you were the one who actually called for American Garbage.
I don't remember for certain. Typically, it should have been me. I would imagine that it was me.
That wouldn't be something you would have a 2-month new employee do, correct?
I wouldn't have a 4-year employee make that phone call. Typically, it would be me.
Okay, so Mr. Quilles has no control whatsoever over when that 40-yard dumpster was going to get picked up.
Other than telling me it's full, pick it up. So, like I said, sometimes it's my observation, it's full, I better call. Sometimes it's an employee that would say, hey, John, it's full, you might want to call for a swap out.
Okay. And they wouldn't call out for that to happen if it wasn't full, correct?
They should not.
Okay. When an employee comes and says, hey, the dumpster's full, you might want to call out, you would verify that typically, wouldn't you?
No, I might not. Sometimes they'll call me when I'm off or on vacation. Hey, call for a swap out. And I'll say, okay, and I'll call for a swap out.
If you were there, though, you typically would be able to see it with your own eyes.
I could typically see it over the top of the dumpster when I'm there, correct.
And on these dates that we're talking about, you weren't on vacation or anything like that?
On the 19th, I know that I was there. Do I recall if I did a visual check before I called? I don't remember.
But you would agree that you could pretty much see it from the property, correct?
Yes.
And if you were there, you would physically be able to see that it was full?
I would be able to see it.
If you did see that, then you'd be the one who just go ahead and make the call?
Typically, yes. With that said, sometimes the dumpster will appear full, and the loader operator could pack down the contents and get more in there. So it's not always, my observation is not always accurate.
Right. As far as where that area is, there's a car crusher right near where that dumpster is, correct?
At that time, that is correct.
Okay, and there would be a team of employees who'd be right there near that car crusher, right?
Correct. There would be a loader operator which would load the cars into the crusher.
And would that be the same type of production team that you described, at least 2 people?
There would be a loader operator loading the crusher, and I would say a ground guy that would keep the ground clean and wrap the cars in netting after they're crushed. Yes.
And then if someone was also bringing debris or garbage from another dumpster or wherever into that dumpster, that would be another person who's in that area, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Yeah, basically what I'm asking is the car crushing people aren't also then taking stuff into that dumpster. So if someone's bringing something to the dumpster, that would be a separate person from the car crushing team that you just talked about.
Typically, it could be the smaller dumpster that the car cleaners fill up. They could really wave down any loader operator and say, hey, this is full, do you mind dumping it? They could call over the guy loading the crusher. They could call over the loader operator that's putting cars on the rack to be drained, or anyone else running around on a loader.
Understand. So there are employees that are in that area moving about throughout the day, correct?
Correct.
It's not an area that's no man's land where no one's going on a regular basis.
You are correct.
So if Mr. Quilles, during that time period, was working on one of those kind of like solo projects that you described, that sometimes he'd tell him, I need this fixed, and he would go and do it, would that be something where he would come in and check in with you on a regular basis?
He may or may not if he needed something. I suppose that I would go and check on him. Hey, how's it going? What are you up to? Do you need anything?
And by check-in, I also mean, would he also, let's say he was repairing the tire machine and then completed that job, he would come to you and ask you for additional jobs to continue working?
If there weren't already known additional things to do.
Understood. And during that time period, I know you said that you didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. In your review of the video, was Mr. Quilles coming to the office on a regular basis throughout those 2 days?
I'll say he did come in and out of the office a few times. Definition of a regular basis without having watched 100% of the video, that would be hard for me to say.
Okay. And during those times when he would come to the office, is that to check in with you, or is that to grab items that he needed? What would he be coming to the office for, typically?
Maybe to get a pair of gloves, maybe to get a key for a piece of equipment, that type of thing.
Would he also come to the office to check in with you?
Maybe, hey, I'm done with that, or I can't do this for that one reason or another. So if there was a reason, yes.
Okay. And so outside of the time periods where you'd be out checking, there could also be times when employees might come in and actually have conversations with you and check in that way as well?
Yes.
And I know you said that there were probably about 16, 17 employees, so 16 if Mr. Carlson wasn't there throughout that time period. Those employees freely move about the property, especially in that restricted area, all throughout the day, correct?
Well, they should be working in their station that they're assigned. Could they freely move around? Yes.
And let me ask you about that a little bit more. If they're assigned to the car crushing area, for example, are they in that area all day?
Could they be called away to do another task or go help somebody do something else? Just like any job, I suppose that's possible. But yeah, typically, if they're crushing cars, we're crushing cars all day, they would be in that area all day.
Okay, so normally they would be in that area for the majority of the day.
Yes.
Not that there isn't a possibility that they could be called away, but just on a normal day, they would be there and they'd be there most of the day.
Correct.
And that would be the same for each area that you kind of described as far as in the production.
Yes.
Do you also have garbage collection areas that's outside of your property, directly out front side of your property, maybe where that parking lot is?
There are garbage cans in our retail public parking lot, just like there would be in any retail public parking lot. But,
And does that garbage then get moved or dumped into that 40-yard dumpster?
not the
Hold on, y'all. The water's still.
directly. Someone will go through that parking lot with a front-end loader or a smaller open-ended dumpster, where it's easier to dump those cans directly into the bucket of a front-end loader, and then go from there and dump it into the 40-yard dumpster.
And that front garbage that you're describing, that's open to the public, correct?
That's open to the public, correct?
That's not behind the gates where you lock and restrict that
We
area.
do lock our public parking area overnight, but during the day it's open to the public.
Understood. And let me ask you, do you recall Mr. Quillez referring a young lady by the name of Margie Mobley to you for a job?
Yes,
Okay. And did you, in fact, hire her after Mr. Quillez referred her to you?
I did.
And she was working during that time period at Ace Pickup Park that we're talking about, right, in that December time period.
She was.
Did you also, at some point, employ Mr. Quillez's son?
No.
Did he work in the parking lot at all while Mr. Quillez worked there? Do you recall that?
He was not employed by us. Jonathan asked me at one point if he said his son got into some trouble at school. He wanted to teach him a lesson. I said he was too young for us to employ. He said, do you mind if I just have him pick up garbage around the parking lot, something like that? I said, if he's in the parking lot, I suppose he could do whatever he wants, but we're not employing him.
Understood.
That's the recollection of that conversation.
So sorry, I didn't mean
Okay.
to cut you off.
Okay.
And that would have been during the same time period in December.
I don't recall the time period. Sounds about right, but I can't say for sure.
If he worked from October until December of when this incident occurred, it was in that time period.
I suppose. He wouldn't have asked 2 weeks into employment, so it would have been, yeah.
Okay, so likely it was in December.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a moment. A couple of follow-up and then we'll be done. All right, and let me just clarify and make sure I have this clear. Where that 40-yard dumpster is, it's right in front of what you guys call the rack, right?
In front of is a relative term. It's near the rack. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the number of people who are where that rack is, how many?
During the course of when people aren't at lunch and everyone's there working, 5 or 6.
That would be right near where that 40-yard dumpster is, correct?
Again, that right near is relative, but in that general, yes.
And then I just want to follow up on this last thing here. Those 2 days, December 19th and December 20th, you never saw Mr. Quillez acting in any suspicious way.
No, ma'am.
You never saw him hiding anything or doing things he wasn't supposed to be doing.
No, ma'am.
In fact, he was very normal those days as best you can recall.
I don't recall anything one way or another. Yes, ma'am.
Nothing of note
Nothing of
as
note.
far as that you can remember.
You are correct, yes.
Thank you so much.
Redirect, Your Honor. Sir, counsel brought up that whether the defendant worked in teams. Did you tell us on direct that generally in the majority of the time he worked by himself?
Yes, sir.
Can you put, is there any way to put it at like 3/4 of his time, 80% of his time?
3/4 would be about accurate. So, yes.
Thank you. And then counsel brought up that when the defendant brought to your attention the issues in the fence, you said surprised you. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. it didn't surprise you that there were holes in the fence. It surprised you that the defendant brought it to your attention. Is that correct?
Yes, I don't recall if the holes were in the fence, under the fence, but yes, it was a task that I did not ask. I was surprised. Like, whoa,
Right.
thank you.
And I think the term that you said, it was unsolicited. So let me ask it this way. Whether it was the defendant or anyone, do you have any recollection of asking anyone at that time to go do that?
No, sir.
Sir? Now, they also brought out on cross-examination that the defendant wouldn't necessarily have to clock out if he was running an errand off-site. Do you have any recollection of ever asking him to do that, and if so, how often?
I don't. I would say I have no recollection. I will not say that it has never happened, but I have no recollection of it.
As you sit here today, you couldn't swear under oath you ever asked him to do that?
Correct.
Yes, sir. And being that he was a new employee, been with you less than 90 days, is that somebody you would typically ask to do something like that, giving him a credit card to go buy something off-site?
Like I stated before, if we were in a bind, we needed a part immediately, there was nobody else to go and do it, I was the only manager on staff, I might say, hey, can you run to the hardware store, Napa, whatever, and get a part. On the 19th, my brother and I were both at work that day. It would surprise me that I would ask somebody else to go to a store.
Right, sir. Now, with respect to the 40-yard dumpster, you said that all the other dumpsters, everything ended up in the 40-yard dumpster, correct?
Well, you keep talking about multiple dumpsters. There's really just one that we emptied the car contents into, and that would end up into the, well, aside from the small garbage cans in the parking lot for customers, would end up in the 40-yard dumpster, yes.
So of the waste that Ace Pick-A-Part generates, it's going to either one of two places, is that correct? The smaller dumpster or the 40-yard dumpster?
It's all ultimately ending up in the 40-yard dumpster, yes.
Now, counsel also brought up whether you had seen anything unusual or anything suspicious at that time from the defendant during those 2 specific days. Would it be unusual to see him take, for example, a large black trash bag that had been duct taped and throw it into a dumpster? Is that unusual?
No.
And then, counsel, lastly, she brought up that around the crusher or around the dumpster, or really any area, I'm just asking you in general, that there are always several people around. On December 20th, is it true, sir, do you have a recollection of it raining heavily that day?
Until I saw the video, I didn't have a recollection, but in the video I can see it was raining that day.
And isn't it clear from not only the timesheet but also the video that y'all closed down early and sent people home after?
Well, close down early, we don't typically do from a retail perspective. From a production perspective, if it's impeding, if the weather's impeding, production workers in the yard working, some or all may go home early. From the only time card I really looked at was his. I see that he did go home early that day. I can't speak to everybody else.
So if he was to clock out, Mr. Lindros, on December 20th, the next day, at the time you indicated, which was 2:48 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
Whether he milled around for 12 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes after that, that would be out of the ordinary once he's logged off, would it?
That would be out of the ordinary, and I have to say somebody could clock out early because it's raining, I can't get anything done, or they could clock out early because they say, I have something personal I need to do, can I go pay my phone bill? I don't know the reason that he clocked. I can't attest to the fact that it was weather-related or not.
Okay. Once someone clocks out, you're not walking them all the way out to their car, right?
No.
So if they're milling around after they clocked out, that's not unusual, is that correct?
That would be unusual.
Why?
If you clock out, you want to go home, I suppose.
But what I'm asking you is if an employee clocked out and they were still on the premises 10 or 15 minutes after that, is that in and of itself unusual?
It would be unusual, yes.
Just because everyone typically leaves once they punch out?
Yes.
Okay. If they don't punch out in the office and they're punching out where you say the punch-out clock was down the way, do you even know to the minute when someone punches out?
We do not.
Right. In fact, the only way for you to know that is either look at the record after the fact, right?
Yes.
Or see them do it, right?
Yes.
So that afternoon, if he was to punch out at the 2:48 p.m. hour, if your eyes saw him at 3 p.m., you wouldn't know if he's on or off the clock.
I would not know.
Right. So that's not unusual for your eyes to see him, because you're not sure when he was punched out for that afternoon.
Correct.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Sir, good to see you. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, sir.
Statement, call your next witness.
Judge, we're going to take a little bit out of order. Dr. Thomas arrives. We're going to call Dr. Thomas. I know we mentioned we were calling his brother next, but she just arrived. We're going to call the physician.
Whatever you want to do.
Yes, sir. Dr. Rachel Thomas, please.
Will this take us to the lunch hour?
What's up, Boom Boom? Just wanted to verbally say hello. I know she's working, so she's probably just listening. Boom Boom up in the room. So what's going on? And Justly says, so when they clock out, you don't ask why. Normally they only clock out for work, right? So he went to lunch and didn't clock out. So, because he had already told Iyana that he was picking her up from school so they can run away and be together and have this family, even though he's already married to her aunt, Naomi, who I can't wait to get on to. I can't wait till we get to that testimony. His ex-wife, you know, and she, as much as she wanted to believe in her husband, she finally had to face, you know, the reality when everything started coming out, everything that she didn't know. And shout out to Miss Naomi. I hope she's doing well, moving on with her life. You know, she had, you know, had a child after this fool was incarcerated. She was already having a rough pregnancy and far along when she was approached. Of course, she had his back, you know, at first because she just couldn't believe it. I'm telling y'all, he's a charmer. What, that horseback riding and all of that. But the crazy picture that I can't put up here is the picture of him on live with the Pow Pow, the one that they got, the one that he went and fired to try to throw them off at the gun range. You know, just in case, okay, you recently fired this Pow Pow. Oh, okay. So yeah, I went to the gun range. And so, and that's why it was fired. He thought he was 10 steps ahead of law enforcement, but little does he know that narcissists barely win. Predators, you're going to get found out. And since you're such a pretty boy, I know there's a Bubba that's in jail. That's all yours. Just for you.
It's not too long, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, sir. It might.
All right, we'll see. No problem.
Yes. While they're coming in, when they come in, I'll start. Yes, for always, forever, for life. He destroyed his wife emotionally. Horrible.
Over to your right, doctor. Just please watch your step as you go forward. If you need a glass of water or something, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you. The only thing I ask, if there's an objection made during the course of your testimony, just pause, let me rule on the objection, and we'll go.
Yes, sir.
State your main inquiry ready.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. One moment. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Hold on, afternoon. Will you introduce yourself to our jury, please?
I'm Rachel Thomas. I'm an advanced practice registered nurse with the University of Florida.
Thank you, ma'am. What's your current occupation as you sit here today?
APRN, so advanced practice registered nurse with the University of Florida, and I'm also a professor of nursing at UNF here in town.
And what is the UFFCCPT? What does that stand for?
It stands for the University of Florida First Coast Child Protection Team.
Yes, doctor. And what is that?
So we're part of a system of child protection teams around the state of Florida, and the child protection teams are all set up to assist with different kinds of investigations when children are the alleged crime victims.
All right. And what are your specific duties and or responsibilities with respect to that group?
Well, I'm a nurse practitioner, and so I'm part of the medical arm of the program, so I conduct medical evaluations of alleged child victims for a whole host of different reasons.
All right. And can you give us an idea of how many years you've been engaged in this type of practice?
Around 22.
That's 22 years, correct?
22 years.
In March of 2018, specifically the month of March, were you employed in the same capacity with UFFCCPT?
I was.
Could you give the jury an idea of where you obtained your education, ma'am?
Yes, I can. I have a PhD, which is a doctorate of philosophy. It's a science degree in nursing, science, and a minor in sociology from UF. And I got that in 2002. And prior to that, I got a Master of Science in Nursing from UF in family practice and became a nurse practitioner based on that degree. And prior to that, I went to Jacksonville University and got my BSN, which is a Bachelor's of Science in Nursing.
All right. And in order to keep any licensing or certifications that you hold, do you participate in the continuing education?
Yes, I do.
You describe that, please. And just in summary.
It's quite a lot of continuing education. I am a certified CPT medical provider. That is a designation by the Florida Department of Health. And so I have to keep up continuing education hours to maintain that one. I have an APRN license from the Florida Division of Nursing regulation, and they require a certain number of hours. I'm also nationally board certified by the American Nurses Credentialing Center, and I have to renew that every 5 years, and there are a lot of hours for that. So it's a lot of ongoing education required to keep all those certifications current.
Thank you very much. Are you current in your certifications as you testify here today?
Yes, I am.
How about March of 2018?
Yes, I was current then too.
What is a sexual assault medical assessment? SAMA, what is that?
So in our setting, it is a reference to the type of evaluation that is done in some cases when there are allegations of sexual molestation, sexual assault, or other types of sexual abuse of children. And there's a certain very structured way of doing that kind of evaluation because often there is a need to collect evidence.
Now, is the organization, the UFFCCPT, part of any law enforcement arm, like the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, anything of that nature?
No, the whole point is for the child protection teams around the state of Florida to be independent. So we're purposefully not affiliated with DCF, which is Department of Children and Families, and law enforcement. We work closely with them sometimes, but we're a whole separate entity, part of the University of Florida Department of Pediatrics.
Thank you. Now, is the purposes of what you do for purposes of diagnosis or treatment of particular patients and or victims?
Yes, many times we are diagnosing, and we're not technically a treatment facility per se, but sometimes we're diagnosing something that was mistakenly identified as child abuse, and because we're all current in our areas of practice, either pediatrics or family practice, we are fully capable of diagnosing, and then usually if a child needs treatment, we refer to a specialist or their primary person in the community.
Now, these sexual assault medical assessments, can you give our jury an idea of how many of those approximately you've done in your career?
I tried counting several years ago, and it was over 500, so in the thousands.
Is that also true with respect to the number of gynecological examinations you have performed in the course of your entire career?
Oh yes, even more. It's in the thousands.
Ma'am, have you ever testified in the area of sexual assault medical assessments and or examinations before?
I have.
And approximately how many times?
More than 50.
Okay. And specifically or generally where? What courts? Was that here in Northeast Florida and Duval County? Can you explain?
Mostly I've been here testifying at the Duval County Courthouse, but our team is a large team, and so sometimes it takes me to other counties. So I've testified in Volusia, Baker, St. John's, a little bit across the state lines in Georgia, Camden mostly, and there have been one or two times I've had to go further up in Georgia.
All right. I want to shift gears and direct your attention to what you did in this case. I want to direct your attention to March 16 of 2018 with respect to an individual. We'll use her name once, Iyana Sawyer. Did you meet with a young lady named I.S.?
I did.
Right. And was that approximately the date of when you did the examination, March 16 of 2018?
Yes, it was.
At that time, was I.S. 15 years of age at the time of the examination?
Yes, she was.
Can you tell us where this takes place just in general?
Yes, this examination took place at the University of Florida CPT office. Some of the exams take place in hospitals, but she came to our office on this particular day.
All right. Do you remember this? Do you remember I.S.?
I have a vague memory of her. Yes.
Now, ma'am, do you compile a record and or a report as you're conducting and or during or after you do the sexual assault examination of I.S.?
Yes.
You have that in front of you or with you?
I do. I brought it with me.
You reviewed that prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I have.
What does the word forensic mean when you, like, for example, a forensic examination? What does that mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, for me, as a forensic nurse, technically, although that's not primarily my job is about health and well-being and safety, but one component of what I do is forensic. And it means that some elements of my job entail being very detailed about particular types of findings, so it might require techniques like photography that's a little bit different, a little bit beyond the scope of general nursing. It often involves collection of evidence, things like clothing, skin swabs. We sometimes use alternative light sources in forensics to see if there's any particular types of fluid on clothing or even on people's bodies. So there's some elements that are forensic that you don't really get training for as a general nurse or even nurse practitioner.
Now, with respect to this young lady, and if you have to refer to your reports, just say so, do you recall what her date of birth was?
I have to refer to my report. I know she was 15, but I have the sexual abuse medical assessment report in front of me, and her date of birth was September 6th, 2002.
Thank you. Now, would you happen, as you sit here today, have an independent recollection of what her demeanor was during this examination?
Only vaguely. She was cooperative, conversant.
You remember who was with her?
Yes, I do.
Who was that?
Her mother was present. I need to look at my report to see if she was actually in the exam room. Sometimes they are in the lobby, but it looks like her mother was actually with her during the exam, and then one of my colleagues was also present.
All right. Now, at the beginning of the examination, can you tell our jury like how that begins, what you do first as you begin this examination?
Yes, I can. I always talk with the person in front of me first. If they're verbal, we see some children that are too young to tell you a whole lot, but with a teenager, especially a 15-year-old, my general method would be to talk with them, and it's in broad terms. I never start with like a specific allegation. That's considered a no-no in forensics. You want to be as objective as possible. So I probably just asked her something like, what brings you here today? And as I said, my main goal is health, safety, making sure the kids don't need a higher level of care like an ER transfer. So I usually ask them how they're feeling.
All right. And with respect to IS, did she give you disclosure as to a recent previous sexual assault?
She did.
And can you give us just a general summary of what she advised?
I saw her on a Friday of this week, and she reported that there had been 2 different episodes of a sexual assault by an adult person in her neighborhood.
All right. And the 2 separate incidences that she described, were they on separate days or was it all in one?
They were on 2 separate days of the same week.
Did she disclose anything additional to the 2 episodes that you're describing?
No, she did not.
All right, and can you just give us generally what the first episode entailed with respect to the allegations?
I'm going to reference my report because she gave me some direct quotes. So this adult person in her neighborhood convinced her, is what she said, convinced her, and had been talking to her prior to this. So the first time there was an assault, it was an afternoon after school on that Wednesday, and it was oral and what we call penile vaginal intercourse, or PVI. And so then again on Thursday of the same week, she said the same thing happened Thursday, except he didn't do oral, and I don't know if he used a condom.
Now, again, the date of your exam, and if you have to refer to your report, please confirm so, but was it March 16 of 2018?
Yes.
All right. Did she describe anything in additional than the 2 isolated incidences that you just described?
No.
At that time?
At that time, she did not.
Right. Did that prompt you then, ma'am, to perform an evaluation of the physical person of IS?
Yes, it did.
All right. Can you describe what you did when you conducted this examination?
So after speaking with an alleged victim, I get some additional information about their medical history. I want to know about their overall health. Sometimes we prescribe medications and things. So I ask general questions. I ask about pregnancy or last menstrual period, things of that nature. And then I conduct a physical exam. I call it a head-to-toe exam. And it's very similar to any time someone has a physical. There is a GYN component or a gynecological exam. And I modify that sometimes depending on how relaxed a person is. But I can do everything in our office that would be done in a GYN type office or situation.
All right. And who remains if they do in the room when this is happening?
Whoever the child wants there. Usually, if they're young, they usually want a parent. And in this case, the child's mother was present. And then I always have at least one other person there as a chaperone and also to help me with different components of the exam.
All right. And now directing your attention specifically is when and how you're conducting the examination, do you try to collect specimens in this examination? And if so, explain.
Yes, I do. Depending on the time frame. So the general guidance is if alleged victims present to our office within a week of some kind of contact where there might be body fluids still present from another person, an assailant, then we, even if they have had a shower or something, we try to collect skin swabbings, and sometimes there are also internal body swabs that are taken, and then sometimes clothing, if there's a chance that there can be any kind of transfer of someone else's DNA onto a child victim's clothes. And then sometimes we'll do photographs of the child depending on the circumstances.
All right. And what is the purpose of taking these particular specimens? What is it specifically done for?
Well, it's done to assist the investigation. The police generally don't like to take skin swabs, even from the cheek. They prefer that a nurse or a physician do that. But it's to see if there's any foreign DNA on skin or in internal parts of the anatomy, and it's done to corroborate statements that are made during the medical evaluation.
Thank you, doctor. Now, you indicated she was in during this examination on a Friday, is that correct?
Yes, I did. Was
the Wednesday and Thursday the 2 incidents she was describing the day prior and 2 days prior to when you saw her?
Yes.
So it was very recent.
Very recent exposure, which is why I did some swabs.
Doctor, I want to show you what's been marked and admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit number 6060. Do you recognize this, please? And if so, tell us how you recognize it.
Yes, I recognize almost all of this, except there's a pair of underwear I don't necessarily recognize, but the other packages, there's a large yellow package that has my handwriting and my signature on it. There are 4 white envelopes that have my signature and my handwriting, and there's another white bag that is sealed with my signature.
Okay. And am I pointing at where it says Examiner R. Thomas? Is that you?
Yes, that's me.
And is this information that you would have placed on here and or your staff during the course of this sexual assault examination?
Yes, it is.
So as I'm holding this exhibit, ma'am, what I want to ask you first, let's just talk about the 4 small envelopes in the middle first. What are these that we see, these 4 white envelopes that we see in the middle?
Yes, closer. So they're all envelopes that contain Q-tips. If you open them up, they look like pretty standard Q-tips. The difference is these are Q-tips provided to us in a sealed fashion by FDLE, and we use them to swab different parts of the skin or of the anatomy, and we package them in a very careful way so we don't put our own DNA in the packaging, and it has to be sealed very in a very systematic way, so we're keeping everything very sterile. We only want the collection of the potential DNA in that envelope.
All right. And is the top right envelope, does that have IS's name on it?
It does.
Does it have the date of the examination?
Yes.
Does it have your name, Dr. Thomas, on there?
Yes.
And is that on the top right an internal, what's referred to as a vaginal swab?
Yes, it is.
All right. And the 2 that are on the bottom of State 60, the 2 white envelopes, do both have the same information as just described?
Yes.
And does one on the bottom left indicate this is a swab of the vagina?
Yes, it does.
Most specifically the labia?
Yes.
And is the bottom right envelope a swab of the neck?
Yes.
And the specific body location is left neck?
Yes.
And is I think I covered it, but the top right envelope, is that what we call vaginal swabs?
Yes.
The top left one is what's called, some people call it buccal or buccals, cheek swabs. What are these in the top left, please?
That's a swab taken from the inside of her mouth, and that's the control swab, so to speak. So all the other swabs in the other packages are compared to that one we know is her. All right. So we have a sample from the alleged victim, and then we have other samples.
Okay. Now, with respect to the top right, or I'm sorry, the full right item, I know you say you don't recognize the particular underwear. Is your name on the packaging?
Yes, it is.
Does it say collected by R. Thomas?
Yes, it does.
Was it from the patient IS?
Yes.
Was it collected as part of this sexual assault kit March 16, 2018, the day of the examination?
Yes, it was.
So, Doctor, as I hold State's Exhibit 60, what we see on the right-hand side of the exhibit, is that underwear?
Yes, it is.
Is that underwear that you would have collected from IS during this examination?
Yes.
Is it underwear that she indicated that she was wearing during the assault? If you can recall.
If I recall, and I'll look at my report, but it was underwear she put on after a shower is my recollection.
Okay. What, if any, effect would that have on your ability to collect either semen or DNA or transfer DNA or touch DNA, any DNA whatsoever?
You mean the showering?
Yes, ma'am.
So sometimes the showering washes everything away, but in teenagers, we found that sometimes they don't shower very thoroughly. And so usually we try to collect anyway. And we're also getting internal swabs where you might not be applying water. And so we do internal swabs for that reason. And then the reason we collect underwear, even if it's post-showering, is because there can still be some transfer of body fluid or liquid into the seam or the crotch of the underwear. And it's a common source of evidence with kids.
Okay. Is the purpose of collecting and bagging and securing the underwear for potential testing for DNA from FDLE down the road?
Yes, it is.
Did you do any swabbing to this?
No, I did not.
All right. Just so the record's clear, I pointed at the underwear. Did you package and preserve it for the potential for Florida Department of Law Enforcement to do swabbing of this particular item?
Yes, I did.
Once you collected all the items in the sexual assault kit, did you have the package that you have them and secured as you normally would based on your training and experience?
Yes, I did.
Now, once those items leave you after the sexual assault examination, you don't see them again, is that correct?
Not unless there's a trial.
Like you are now, unless I show it to you in court.
Right.
From when you did the examination until now, you hadn't seen those items.
Correct. No, I have not.
Now, as you concluded your examination of IS, ma'am, did you, what, if anything, did you do during that particular examination? Other than what you described?
As I concluded it, well, I gave medications to prevent infections based on the statements that she provided. I thought there was at least a reasonable chance of a sexually transmitted infection, and we have those medications that can be dispensed. So I talked to her and probably her mother about the medications. I dispensed a morning after pill because I was concerned about the risk of pregnancy since there was uncertainty about condom use. I recommended she come back for follow-up testing, and some kids just opt out of that because the experience was bad and they don't want to come back. But we did discuss follow-up testing, and I wrote my report and wrote up the findings of the exam, and the report went with the evidence. It's packaged all together.
All right. Will you just briefly give us the protocol of how it leaves your agency and or CPT and goes to law enforcement? How's that?
Yes, it's a very specific protocol. We call this chain of custody. So you want to make sure that you can say exactly where the potential evidence started, and each step along the way is accounted for. So all of the evidence in real time during the exam is in the room. I can see it all. And I'm responsible for ensuring that it all gets packaged properly, that there's proper sterile techniques, so to speak. Not like surgery sterile, but we don't want our hands touching anything. So we wear gloves, we do a lot of hand hygiene, hand washing. And then the packaging, you've already seen what that looks like. All of that happens in real time in the exam room. Nothing leaves the room without being sealed and signed by me. And then in our office, if we don't have an officer there waiting, we have a locked room where the evidence is stored. It's logged in. We used to have a handwritten log, and now we are more sophisticated, and we have a laptop because now we have this track it system where we can, the suspected, the victim can track their own kit. So there's a process of logging the evidence until it's picked up. If it's not a direct handoff to police, it's stored in a locked, very secure location until the detective comes or the appropriate law enforcement officer. They have to sign it out. And then the same process happens at every level where that evidence is passed off into FDLE, and then if it goes anywhere else after that. It's very, very detailed process.
And now when evidence does leave you, do you even know whether it goes to FDLE for future testing?
I don't know where it goes after it leaves our office. I'm responsible for while it's there and then making sure it gets in the proper hands.
Right.
And I don't always know after that.
All right, thank you very much. Now, ma'am, that was with respect to an evaluation you did with respect to IS on a prior sexual assault. Moving forward in this particular case, were you asked to either A, check the effects of certain substances and or supplements at a later date?
I was.
You recall when that was? And if so,
I have that report. I wrote a consultation report for the detective who was involved at that time and had asked me some questions about certain kinds of supplements. And so the date of that consultation was April of 2019, so just over a year later.
now, was that Detective Billy Abbott?
Yes.
All right. And were you asked to talk to them or advise them or to check in your duties, as you described earlier, to determine the effects of either parsley and or dong quai and or the use of those together with respect to the effects that they would cause?
Yes, I was.
Were you specifically asked also to determine if either one of those or if those taken together could cause a female to miscarry?
Yes, I was.
What sources did you check, and if you did, to determine the effects of either parsley and or dong quai taken separately or together?
Yeah, so I am fortunate to work for the University of Florida, and I can access all the vast library resources. So I was being asked a question by Detective Abbott that I'm not usually asked, and it's a question that could fall into the auspices of somebody in toxicology or pharmacology. So I remember having that conversation with Detective Abbott that, you know, although I'm not a toxicologist, I would be happy to look up information on parsley and dong quai. So I checked 3 sources within the UF library databases. One's called PubMed. It's used a lot by physicians, and it's kind of for like real-time clinical decision making. Or if you have a patient on a certain medication, you might want to check drug-drug interactions. So I checked PubMed. I checked MD Consult, which is another very similar type database for clinicians. And then I checked Clinical Pharmacology, which has a subset of information about toxicology. So that means, you know, any potential poisons. So I did some research for Detective Abbott.
And with respect to those 3 databases that you checked in your role that you have previously described, did you come up with the consistent effects that either dong quai or parsley would cause in looking at all 3 of those?
Well, what I found was parsley's relatively mild, but the dong quai was worrisome from the research I did because it is absolutely contraindicated. In other words, there's no good reason to ever give it to a pregnant person.
Would you ever describe dong quai to any female that is pregnant?
No, I would not.
Now, is dong quai considered a Category X item, and if so, explain what that is?
Yes, it is. It's a very old Chinese herb. So the caveat is that herbs aren't exactly treated the same way as drugs, you know, where there's a lot of FDA regulation. but the guidance from that research I did is that it should be treated as a category X. So in FDA language, there's all these pregnancy risk categories. There's really not an A because almost any medication has some potential harmful effects, even if mild. So usually B are the milder medicines that we might use during pregnancy because they're very low risk and you can watch for low side effects, right? And then it goes up from there. C is a little higher, D is even higher, and then you have X, which is absolutely contraindicated. So Dongquai should be treated as a category X.
Does the fact that it's contraindicated and a category X item, does that mean it is unsafe under any circumstances during pregnancy?
Yes, that's exactly what it means.
Would you, ma'am, walk through, and if you have to refer to your report, I'll just ask you item by item. If given to someone who's pregnant, and I'm specifically only referring to Dongquai, if that is given to someone during pregnancy, can it cause excessive bleeding?
Yes, it can.
Can it cause uterine muscle spasms?
Yes.
Can it cause blood vessel dilation?
Uterine muscle, blood vessel dilation, yes.
All right. Does that in effect uterine bleeding?
Yes.
Right. Would it cause hemorrhaging?
From what I read in the research, yes.
Okay. Would it cause uterine spasms?
Yes, that's a potential. All these are potential risk factors, yes.
Of course. What about premature labor?
Potentially, yes.
Right. And what about a miscarriage?
Potentially, yes.
And what about fetal demise just in general?
Potentially, yes.
One moment, Your Honor. Doctor, those questions that I just went through at the end, is that with respect to the effects of Dongquai individually?
Yes.
What if you were to combine that with parsley? Did you find anything in the literature? Well, let me start. Is parsley something we all use in cooking, for example?
It's really common herb, very mild herb, has a lot of different supplement uses and cooking uses, sure.
Did you find anything in your research or in your training or experience or your knowledge that gave you the indication that if you add parsley to Dongquai, what in addition would that cause, other than what you've just described?
There was a suggestion in what I read, and again, this would be a better question for someone who is actually a clinical pharmacologist, because that's what they do, is they look for substances that can potentiate something else. So if you're taking one thing, does it exacerbate the potential side effects? But from my reading of the research, because parsley has some effects on the clotting pathways in the body, and Dongquai does too, that the combination of those could be, it could have a potentiating effect.
Would that mean that the items that we just went through, the effects that this causes individually in the Dongquai, would the parsley exacerbate that?
Potentially.
Thank you, Doctor. Your Honor, nothing further. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Yes, sure. That's correct.
And so what you're basing it off of is what other people have written in the UF or other people's experience, right?
Well, it's other people's experience that are in the pipeline of evidence-based practice. So there's the information I read, they weren't just opinion articles. They were articles with some scientific validity. I didn't just go to some Google search. But yes, with that caveat, yes. I don't recall exactly what I said the first time we talked. Well, are you talking about the first time we talked for my deposition? Yes. So I had done the research. I think at that point in time I hadn't reviewed the consultation report that I did. So I wanted to go back over that consultation report. So that was two questions. So no, I'm not a pharmacologist. I'm a nurse practitioner with 20 plus years of experience, including prescriptive authority and prescribing a variety of things. And no, this is not something I would prescribe or even endorse for someone that I thought had childbearing potential. That I don't remember. The person's name that is on my report, because I wrote up a consultation report and I attached 4 pages of additional information from clinical pharmacology, so that would be provided directly in concert with the report I wrote. The person's name on the report is Detective B.H. Abbott. It's possible. I've had fairly frequent contact with her off and on over the years, so it's possible, sure.
And as you were asked by the state, the known side effects would be that of the nothing that you were reading and things of that nature. It's not conducive to that or that.
Yes, the only thing I kept repeating is the known potential side effects, because I think some of this would be dose dependent, and I didn't have all that information.
And not having that information, you can't say what if any effects this would have had. And again, all depends on the dose. You have the answer.
I don't know. I think dosing would be important to really get down to the brass tacks of how harmful something was. But I can tell you, any amount of a Category X medication or supplement is bad, potentially bad. That's the whole definition of Category X medications and supplements, is that the potential harms far outweigh the benefits to even trying it.
So let's back up to the first time I was at your office.
Okay.
All right, so she comes to you the first time, and as you stated, in the room for her was also her mom, right?
Yes.
Now, she was there because she was sexually assaulted, correct?
Yes, those were the allegations I was asked to assess.
And as part of the gathering information that you stated that she was sexually assaulted by somebody there in the neighborhood, correct?
Yes, based on her statements to me.
And based on her statements, she said it was Mark Humphrey, right?
Yes, she did.
There was no mention of a Jonathan Quillis, correct?
Correct.
There was also, as part of your exam, you stated that you had a hard time doing your visual exam at the time, at the other.
You're referring to a particular portion of the physical exam, right? Okay, so I did have a little bit of a hard time with the gynecologic part of the exam and seeing everything I usually like to see with a relaxed patient. She was tense and nervous, which many 15-year-old females are during that kind of exam.
And what specifically in doing that visual exam?
Well, at that point in the exam, I mentioned the head-to-toe exam already, and I was down past her belly and about to examine all of the landmarks in the female GYN region, and she started to kind of tense up. So normally what I look at is sexual maturity, and then there's a lot of different what we call anatomic landmarks I'm looking at to see if everything is developing normally, if there's any signs of infection. And then I do more of an internal exam looking at certain structures, like the hymen is pretty important from a forensic exam standpoint. And then if I have a pretty relaxed patient who gives consent, I can look all the way at the cervix, but that requires a full pelvic exam and a speculum. There's a range of things that I can do depending on how comfortable the patient is. And she was quasi-comfortable, but I couldn't see all of that. I was able to see all of the external genitalia. I was able to establish sexual maturity. I was able to establish absence of signs of infections. And I was able to see her hymen somewhat, but that was as far as I could go.
And as part of your exam, in your notes, and based on what you were able to glean from IS, up until the sexual assault, there is she was a virgin, right?
That's what she told me, yes.
All right. And as such, you also learned that she lost her virginity within that day or two prior to being in your office. Would that be accurate?
That's accurate about the statement she made to me, yes.
Was that corroborated by your exam?
I'm not sure. There was something that I wanted to see a little bit better, which was an abnormality of the hymen, and I thought it might be what we call a transection, which is sometimes present when there's been prior penetration. It didn't look like it was an acute injury. It didn't look like fresh injury, but I suspected there might have been an abnormality of the hymen from something previous that had healed. But I couldn't see it very well. I just made some notes in the margin of my exam report. And that was one of the reasons I wanted to bring her back, is I wanted to try to look again when she was more relaxed.
And that's part of the reason why you requested a follow-up, right?
Yes, it is.
That ever happened either,
I assume that she did not come back for follow-up because when I requested the case file on this, I don't see a follow-up exam note.
You stated on direct that the underwear was collected. Do you recall what size the underwear was?
No,
If you were to look at it, would you be able to tell?
probably not accurately.
Why is that?
Well, they're pink underwear. They could be a child size. They could be an adolescent or an adult. It's really hard to tell size of underwear just by looking, unless I can see a size printed in the back of the underwear.
Okay. And because these were bagged and put in the bag for evidence, would you be able to manipulate them to see the size? Would that be accurate?
Do you mean now? Yes, that would be accurate.
Hey, just a quick couple of follow-ups, if I may.
You previously stated, though, that your examination was consistent with IS's statement that she was virgin before the sexual assault.
Part of that is correct, part of that no. So one of the myths that I'm always having to myth bust is that you can tell if somebody's a virgin from this kind of exam. Most of the time not. Occasionally there's some anatomical finding, like I was trying to describe of the hymen. I thought I might have seen a transection that had healed. I'm not sure about that. That's like the finding we're looking for to show that there's been prior penetration, prior injury of a hymen, all right? It's very hard to injure a hymen. They're very stretchy. And the older you get, the stretchier they are. So I can never tell virgin or no virgin. That's based on what someone tells me. The finding at the conclusion of my report was that, and we've got a very standardized way of saying this, but it's basically the exam neither confirms nor negates allegations. The findings are consistent with the history and neither confirm nor negate allegations of sexual abuse or assault. Since many types of sexual abuse leave no physical findings, this exam should not be viewed as evidence that sexual abuse did not take place. And we put that in our report many years ago because we have to explain that so much. Most of the time, 95% of the time, I do these kinds of exams for sexual battery allegations. The GYN exam is completely normal, completely unremarkable. So I said all that to say, my conclusion at the end, yes, the exam findings were consistent with her statements, but I can't say anything from a medical standpoint about her virginity or the lack thereof.
Can you recall, I know you collected the underwear, but did you collect them the same day as the exam?
Yes, I did.
And do you know, is it possible for touch DNA to have already been transferred to this underwear? Do you have any personal knowledge?
You ask her if she has any knowledge
She has any personal knowledge?
of touch DNA being on this specific item. If she has personal knowledge of it, we'll see what she says. Then after that, if you have an objection to make, we'll see. You can answer the question now.
Let me make sure I understand the question. Personal knowledge of touch DNA in this case being on these underwear, or just in general personal knowledge about touch DNA being transferred onto clothes? No, I do not. This would be a question better answered by someone from FDLE. So do you want me to go on and answer it? Okay. Possible for? Onto underwear? Possible is a very big range, okay? Touch DNA is really hard to obtain, especially when we're seeing kids 3, 4, 5 days later something happened. So we usually don't, our practice, and my practice over the decades, is not to swab routinely at all for touch DNA because it's so hard to elicit or to get to gather touch DNA. So usually that's not what we're looking for. Touch DNA is just casually from the hands, and it's my understanding from FDLE trainings and all of my work is that touch DNA is very, very difficult to obtain because it degrades very quickly. Body fluids, different. Saliva, different, but no, not touch DNA. So I don't routinely swab for touch DNA for those reasons. Well, I mean, a lot of things are possible, so I can't disagree. It's impossible. It's not possible, but in my experience, touch DNA is not where it's at. It's not usually part of the discussion when we're trying to collect a thorough evidence kit. Yeah, good question. Recently, a year maybe. I'm not. That's rough. It's still pretty new to us, and it's being sort of fine-tuned still. So it's still that new.
And during the course of your research, in fact, predominantly can be used for weight loss and other things, correct?
I'm going to refer to my report on the uses. From clinical pharmacology, it was mostly GYN oriented, like menopause-related symptoms, because it affects the uterine milieu. All right. So, what did you ask me? Depression, weight loss. It is good for constipation, yes, according to clinical pharmacology, and I don't see anything about weight loss at all. Yes, that's correct.
So, those varying things can be used across the wide spectrum, not just for the induction of someone trying to have abortion with that.
Yes, that's accurate. There's a wide spectrum of advertised use. I mean, this is Chinese medicine. It's not very well studied. But yes, there's a wide spectrum of potential uses of this substance. Mm-hmm. There's a wide spectrum, and the usage, just like a lot of supplements, you have to be careful with them. They're not as studied as rigorously, and many of them have quote off-label uses, but there's not as much science behind the efficacy of the off-label uses.
Any redirect?
Doctor, if you set aside statements I asked you, just your physical exam, you were speaking of quote abnormality at the time of the quote. You also call that potential transection. What is
Yeah, so the hymen is roughly circular. Sometimes in trainings, I compare it to a hair scrunchie. You know how you can sort of stretch them out, and then when they're not stretched, they're folded. It's hard to see all the portions of the fabric without stretching it. That's very much what this part of the anatomy is like in a pubescent girl who's gone through puberty. So we try to really look carefully at the hymen, and like I said, most of the time, even in the context of what I do, the exams are normal. But there's a small subset of kids, teens that will have a sexual assault experience, and they have I'm reluctant to say break in the hymen because that's not exactly right, but there's a place we can see where there was tissue and now there's no tissue, and we call that transection. And I thought maybe, on her exam I thought maybe, but I couldn't get a really good look, and what we like to do is try to stretch out the hymen. Sometimes there's techniques for doing that, like with a Q-tip, get behind it. There's different techniques, but she was kind of like done. And I don't push. If a kid's getting tense, I don't push. I'm just like, okay, we'll call it a day. We'll try to do this again. Because hymen transection doesn't heal. It just stays there.
that alone is enough to ask you for her to follow?
Yes, I did.
And you also mentioned that transection was abnormality on the hymen to be prior penetrations and EDI, right?
Yes, Yes, I think it would have been something that was kind of old news, not anything recent. It wasn't bleeding. I mean, that's one of the reasons I'm looking down there is I'm making sure there's no injury. I didn't see any signs of fresh injury, but I saw this area that I thought, we should look at that again. Yes, sorry about that. Acute means fresh, something that just happened relatively recently, like in a few days.
So we're clear, there's abnormality at the hymen, there's transection, and believe that it may be there. You said it was not.
Yes, I did.
Prior to the assault,
Yes.
Dr. Earl, it's a pleasure seeing you in court.
Thank you.
As a juror, we're going to take our lunch break now. I apologize for being later than what we've done the past 5 days together.
So I love he's going on lunch now. I love the grown-up interaction in the chat. Very respectful. So just a quick story. I am fast forwarding here. My daughter's father took her to the mall, and she was going to meet some of her, like two of her friends at the mall. It was during COVID. So my daughter's father was yeah, with them, with her, because he was going to work a few steps behind them, because not let my daughter out and like that. I want to say at the time she was 15 or 16. So when they got to the mall, one of the young ladies that came to the mall, her mother had her and another friend and just dropped them off. Never asked who is introduce herself to my daughter's father. None of that. Just dropped these two girls off. And so he was outraged. My daughter was, started telling me like, oh my gosh, my father had a whole meltdown. We went to the mall and her friend's mother dropped two girls off to the mall. And he's like, they didn't ask who I was, who they was here, like nothing. Like, am I with them or nothing? She just dropped her girls off for me. Now, what if I would have just took them and went out another door? So he was telling my daughter, this is why I'm not letting you, go anywhere, by yourself, just to meet your friends that you claim your friend. Like, cause I could have did anything to those girls. So it was a teachable moment for my daughter. Well, what the heck was this lady thinking? Not only did you drop your child off, you dropped another child off, someone else's child. And I'm pretty sure that the other young lady told her mother that she was going to the mall with your daughter and possibly you because you drove them to the mall. But does that change what should have happened? No, it don't, because you dropped them off at the mall. You saw my daughter. You don't even know my daughter. You don't know my daughter. And you dang sure don't know her father. So it's a perfect opportunity for somebody to take advantage and for a man to be having a whole meltdown and saying the obvious. But good thing that he was there, just, keeping a distance, letting them feel like they out in the mall. Oh, but I'm a couple steps behind. Anything could have happened. Anything. So my daughter does not, the only place she ever stays at is her grandmother's. And her father lives there. So that's where, they spend their time. Her and her father have a very tight bond. But when it comes, this is his only child. He's already kooky. He's really, really kooky. This is why it is not these young girls' fault. So I agree with everybody. I don't think, in the chat, it's a very, I like back and forth, respectful banter. I guess that's just what it should be. I think you guys are all on the same page. But Chloe, yes, like you cannot have fun these days or think that, girl sleepovers are okay and all this stuff. Cause no, but guess what? My mother didn't allow it either. So my mother was like, listen, nope. Her uncle got locked up in 1923 and no. So that's how my mother was. But you have to protect the children at all costs. You can't allow like some of these children be, grown. So my daughter turned 17, right? And this year she had like 5 friends come over. She won't allow me to post the video. Child, you should have seen me. It was like, you going upstairs? Nope, I'm in the TikToks. I'm in the line. Give me my money. They're doing them challenges. Just give me my money. I'm right. What? I need to hear everything that's going on in my, like, I'm not going upstairs. I gotta get upstairs, y'all downstairs, and then it's the basement below. Oh no, I'm there. I'm in there dancing. Hey, put on this, put on that. I'm active. I'm in there. It was 4 girls and 1 guy. So he was, yeah. But still, I'm in there. I want to hear what they talking about. What? Hold on. Well, it's cake time. All right. Happy birthday. Yeah. That's how we do it. That's how we do it over here. Like, no, it is a sad situation, but in Ayana's, in her family's defense, everybody don't think that everywhere you see your child that something like this may happen. Her mother was sending her child over to her aunt's house. She thought it was a safe place. You know, it's other children there. But I can't wait till we get to the text messages, because this mofo, he has had a son before prior to marrying Naomi. Why are you upset talking about, oh, Iyana looking at his son? What? Went off on him about the son, talking about, oh, you sleeping with him? How could she sleep with him? You all the time got the eyes open on him. This guy was so bad that the young lady that I was telling you about, that who was sick and used to live in Florida. I went to a family gathering, so she was in her Aunt Naomi's room, sitting on the bed playing the game. Nobody was in there, and John comes and sits next to her and starts saying, like, it's all coming up in his trial. But when I tell you, this guy is creepy as all heck, creepy as all heck. So. Love it in the chat, Just Lee. Love it in the chat, Chloe. And for always and forever, thank you. Love the banter back and forth in the chat. Is very respectful, because on some like topics we can all agree, but sometimes we disagree just slightly, and it's okay to say that, but be respectful. And I love you, ladies, for doing just that. So thank you to Chloe. I think I pinned one of these comments too, because I was going to say something about this. It was forever, for always, forever. She had said, Chloe, yes, I believe they study the victim for certain characteristics. Let me see if I could just put this comment up. Okay. So yeah, she says, forever, for always, forever, for life, says, I believe they study the victim for certain characteristics before they try something with them to see what they can get away with. So just like I just said, that the other young lady who will be testifying, she was sitting on the bed, playing a game or watching TV or something in the room. It was like all the family was there. Here comes nasty John, sitting next to her, like trying to see what he could get away with. And she felt uncomfortable. And I forgot whether she got up and left, or her aunt Naomi came in, kind of like, I don't know, she was just real uncomfortable. So we'll hear in her testimony, but I did remember that. So yeah, he's testing the waters to see how can he get away with it? Who can he get away with this with? So in the Jarvis Butts and Nazira case, in the Nazira Harris case, so Jarvis, if you remember the 9-year-old that took the stand, she said she was at the shop on 2 different occasions. On the first occasion, she saw Jarvis having relations with Nazia and Nazia's cousin, which is his freaking daughter. I don't know why that's going over everybody's head. Janiyah is his daughter. And then also, so the second time he was having relations and tried her, and she's like, oh no, take me home. Nope, stop, take me home. Nope, stop, take me home. Shout out to her father that has custody of her. And, taught her this was wrong, according to him. And now having to see his baby testify on the stand, because you put her in that type of situation. It's crazy. And so according to him, he was put out of the preliminary hearing on the day that his daughter was on the stand, because he was trying to get up there to wring Jarvis's neck, and I don't blame him. Okay, so yeah, it's exactly what For Always, Forever, for Life said. They do have to test the waters to see who they can get away with. How they can get away with this. Can I get away with this person? Well, she may need a little more grooming. Even at 17, 18, your mind is not fully developed. Your emotions are all over the place. Your hormones are all over the place. You don't know what to do. Like, you are trying to experience, different relationships because you're more mature and so at younger ages, how could you even try and fathom at 11 and 12, 4 years old, you don't even have anything. Like, y'all, I think that with the life sentence, that they should also be castrated. That's just my opinion. I think that should be part of the sentences. All right, just take it on away. Okay, like what they need it for. Let them find another way to do whatever it is that they just cut them off. Just cut them off. That's my thought. That's my feelings. And let's get back into No One. What's up? We got you. Shout out to No One. That track you hear in the back. That's No One. No One made that for me. Hey, thank you, No One. And we love it. All right. So yeah, we're gonna get back into this. I have it spread up there past so they're past the lunch. Went past the lunch, so let's get back down here. No one, no problem. We had a lot of people here, and the mods are stepping in and out, but you're good. So, No One, and I heard that song you put out yesterday. Ooh, pretty dope. That's a dope one. I said, wait a minute, No One got a whole track of it. Okay. I see you. So yeah, I did listen to that yesterday. Great stuff. Shout out to No One, and No One can drop his own link out in the chat to go over there and follow him to hear some of the music that he makes. Good stuff.
Level baseball court.
And so that announcement also
we are also going to agree to frustration, but we have discussed that with our client.
Yeah, Chloe, you're right, but
okay, I'm going to inquire on both issues. Okay, Mr. Quellis, can you raise your right hand again? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. All right, so you can put your hand down. And so a couple issues I want to talk to you about. Obviously, you were present for this morning when we discussed these issues with the attorneys and myself, and then also just now. So I'm going to handle it one by one. The first being the sequestration issue. If you recall, I told the jury during jury selection last week that Florida law requires me to sequester them once they begin deliberations, meaning that once they begin to deliberate the guilt phase of this portion of the trial, they must be sequestered the entire time they are deliberating, meaning that if they were to not enter verdict at night, accommodations would have to be made for them at a hotel of some sort, and then they would come back here to deliberate again. If you recall, I told them be prepared to bring an overnight bag of some sort. Florida Rule of Criminal Procedure 3.370 is what requires this. However, it does say that it can be waived if the state and the defense agree to that issue of it being waived. From what your attorney tells me, it sounds like the defense and the state are agreeing to waive the requirement that I sequester the jury once they begin deliberations for the guilt phase of this proceeding. Is that your understanding?
That is.
Is that what you want to do?
I do. I don't think any family, they shouldn't be away from their family.
Okay, so you're agreeing to waive the sequestering of the jury during the guilt phase of the trial?
Yes.
Am I required to sequester them for the penalty phase as well?
The court would, obviously, if the defense doesn't waive that law.
Okay, if we get to that portion of the proceeding, are you in agreement to waiving it for the penalty phase of the trial, or do you wish to talk to your attorney more about that as well?
Absolutely, we could just waive them. They shouldn't be away from their family.
Okay, and obviously I tell the jury, even if they, this is only if they don't reach a verdict that same night and have to come back the next day, they'd be under the same rules that whether or not to watch the news, or read the newspapers, or do any outside research. So the same rules apply. They've been under the entire time they've been with us since last Monday. So those rules will still apply while they're deliberating the case if they were to go home and not have a verdict and come back the next day. So you're in agreement with all that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything you want me to inquire about regarding that issue from the defense?
No, sir, Your Honor.
Okay, so the next issue is the transcript for this wire audio. Now, as I sit here, I don't believe I have heard the audio. I've read depositions regarding the audio through the Williams Rule portion of the proceedings we've had litigated in the case. But I myself have not listened to it. And I'm going to go ahead and just for clarity and so it's complete, I'm going to go ahead and read to you, Mr. Cuelez, the jury instruction. I'm going to read to the jury at this portion of the proceeding.
Oh, we getting some audio.
Florida Standard Instruction 2.6. This is what I would tell the jury when this is being played and they would be handed a transcript. You're about to hear recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You're also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recordings. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear, not what you read. So essentially, the audio is what's evidence. That's what the jury is to consider. The transcript they were given during the portion of the trial is never taken back to the jury room. It's not evidence, and they won't consider it as such. Indeed, at the conclusion of the audio, the transcript will be taken back from the jury, and they won't have it again throughout the rest of the proceedings. After the recordings being played, there is some case law regarding if there's a dispute as to the accuracy of the instructions. I'm supposed to have a hearing. That case law was put on the record earlier. Your attorneys this morning said that they disputed certain portions of it. I don't know what those portions were. I've not had a full briefing of the issues yet, but your attorneys were going to discuss with you, discuss with the state, and decide what next steps to go from there. But at this portion, your attorneys tell me that you're no longer disputing the accuracy of that transcript, and you are agreeing to provide that transcript to the jury for their consideration when the audio is played and move forward from there. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And I know that was a long prelude.
Yeah.
I was just kind of setting the stage so the transcript had in total what we discussed on this issue, but I have to refer back to other portions of the transcript. Essentially, you're agreeing to give that transcript to the jury whenever they hear the audio, as the state has prepared that transcript.
Correct.
Okay. And you're waiving any disagreement or dispute you have as to the accuracy of that transcript, correct?
Correct.
Obviously, the instruction tells. Well, go ahead, Ms. Michelle. You may want to clarify something.
That last question, you explained that slightly differently to them, so I just want to make sure that you actually understand what you said. Because you explained that we can't, in fact, argue as to the accuracy of it, of the transcript itself, whether that matches what they're saying. So I just want to make sure that whole.
And you're right, and that's probably a better way of saying it. The instruction does say that you're to rely on what you hear, not what you read. And so the transcript's not evidence. The jury is going to rely upon what they hear, and based on argument of your attorneys at closing, if they wish to argue to the jury that there's a different spin on it, different take on it, who's saying what, that's a comment on the evidence, and that's allowed during closing arguments. Essentially, though, the bottom line is that you're agreeing for the jury to have it in their possession, the transcript as prepared by the state during that portion of the wire audio. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And you've talked to your attorneys about this?
Yes.
They've answered all your questions?
Yes, sir.
Anything else you want me to inquire about?
Judge, I think the thing is there is not waiving the right to the accuracy, just to answer the affirmative and ask that question.
I guess I was talking more about on appeal purposes, but.
You mean as far as you're waiving the right to say that you do not agree with this getting to the jury, the transcript being provided to them?
Repeat that.
When you asked him about waiving the right to the inaccuracy, you were specifically talking about him and his agreement to providing this transcript to the jury while they're listening to the audio. He's waiving any challenge to that specific.
Correct. Yeah, the jury instruction says that that the jury's to rely on what they hear, not what they read. And if the defense is commenting on the audio and what you hear, that's a comment on the evidence, and that is something that is entirely permissible to do in front of a jury during closing argument. My only comment is that he is agreeing for the jury to have in their possession the transcript as prepared by the state. Is that?
Yes, absolutely yes.
Okay. Anything else you want me to inquire about in that regard? Mr. Quaid, anything else you want me to, anything you want to clarify?
No.
Okay. Anything else you want to talk about? Okay. Anything else you guys want me to inquire about while I have them? Okay. Okay. So anything else you want to handle, stay outside the presence of the jury? Defense? Okay. Let's bring the jury in, please. Members of the jury, welcome back. Hope you had a nice lunch break. We're going to continue with our trial here this afternoon. Oh, I'm sorry, you got to have a seat. I have a habit of not doing that. We're going to continue with our trial this afternoon, and State, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gary Lindros.
Mr. Lindros, good afternoon to you, sir. Please have a seat. If you need a glass of water, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you. If there's an objection made during the course of your testimony, I just ask that you pause, let me rule on the objection, we'll go from there.
Yes, sir.
That said, State, you may inquire. You're ready.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Will you state your name for our jury, please?
Gary Charles Lindros, Jr.
Yes, sir. And I don't think I asked your brother. Will you spell your last name?
Lindros.
Yes, sir. Where are you employed, sir?
Ace Pick Apart.
All right. And how long?
About 25 years, sir.
All right. What is your title there?
General manager, sir.
Do you share that responsibility with your brother in some respect?
Yes, we have different areas of focus for our management, yes.
And who owns Ace Pick Apart?
My father, Gary Lindros, Sr.
Now, with respect to your position as general manager, can you give our jury an idea of your duties under your umbrella?
Yes, I'm generally in charge of the office staff as well as what we consider the retail end of our business, which is commercial sales to individuals.
Do you have much involvement in overseeing the outside staff?
No, sir, very little at all.
Does that more fall under your brother?
Yes, he takes care of all the outside staff and what I'd call our wholesale end of the business.
Now, Mr. Lindros, will you describe your sort of day-to-day activities that you engage in?
I'm in charge of making sure we're adequately staffed, that our staff has all the tools, be it change as well as computer equipment available to fulfill their jobs.
All right. Now, we've heard there's 16 or so outside employees working under your brother. How many employees are working in the office?
About a dozen, sir.
All right. And would it have been about a dozen back during December 2018 to January 2018?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Now, were you working, sir, during that latter part of 2018 in the same capacity you are today?
Yes, sir, I was.
You know who Jonathan Quiles is?
Yes, sir, I'm familiar with him.
Who is he to you?
He was a former employee of ours.
All right. You see him in the courtroom today, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
Can you describe an article of clothing and where he's seated, please?
He's wearing a button-down white shirt over to the right of my position.
All right. And Your Honor, may the record reflect he's correctly identified.
So reflected.
Thank you. Now, when was he hired?
I don't have those dates roughly in front of me. I want to say October of 2018.
All right. And can you give us, from your memory and what you recall, what his duties were, best you can recall as you sit here now?
He had a variety of duties. He was a general handyman. We'd have him fix various pieces of equipment, hoses, things of that nature, do general cleanup work as well, sort of pitch in wherever we needed to have an odd job done.
All right. But on a daily basis, would you be supervising that or even paying attention to his duties throughout a day?
No, sir. Again, he was outside staff. That would have been my brother Jonathan, who was present.
All right. Was his direct supervisor Larry Carlson as an outside supervisor?
Yes, sir.
And I think your brother spoke of it, but was he out for an extended period of time?
Yes, he had a medical issue, and he was not actually on the premises for, I believe, all of December.
And did that mean your brother took over the daily supervision of the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any role in that or pitch in or help out with your brother when Mr. Carlson was out?
Not typically, unless Jonathan wasn't present at the facility.
All right. Now, when employees leave for the day, just in general, how are they supposed to do that?
Well, besides we don't hold people to the moment, but there's a generally scheduled lunchtime. They're supposed to punch out. We have a time card system, a little old school, and they punch in when they come in, they punch out for lunch, punch back in when they come back, and then punch out to leave.
Was there a time, Mr. Lindros, when police contacted you, either late 2018, early 2019?
Yes, sir. They did contact us. Yes, sir.
And was that for the purpose of being on your premises for potential searches for evidence?
Yes, sir. I believe they searched twice. They had police dogs out searching our facility.
Do you recall a day where a vehicle was sort of lifted off the lot and brought over to another location and searched by police? Were you there that day?
Yes, I was, sir. Yeah, it went pretty late. I think it was 7, 8 o'clock before they'd finished that day. Yes, they removed a vehicle. It seemed odd to me because it was a recently arrived vehicle, and I believe this was a few weeks after the time in discussion, and so I didn't see how it was relevant. And I mentioned that, but they took the vehicle anyway.
All right. Well, I want to talk to you a little bit about that.
Did you have any idea whether a K-9 unit had hit or what they call alerted on that vehicle? Do you have any knowledge of that?
They said that there was some interest about in the vehicle. They didn't give me more detail.
Okay. And I think that evidence technician has already spoken. So with respect to the date, is it your recollection that that was in January 2019?
That seems right, yes, sir.
Was it well after the date that was advised by you to police that the girl had gone missing on December 19th, 2000?
Yes, sir. I roughly recall it being several weeks.
All right. Is that why you felt it was unusual for the police to take that particular vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And I think you mentioned something about it recently coming in. Will you explain what you mean by that best you can recall today?
Oh, well, we log every vehicle as it comes in. We assign a unique stock number to it, and we set the yard from front to back, sort of like setting a shelf. And we knew that was a recently put out vehicle from the road that they had said was in. So it just seemed odd to me that they'd want such a recent vehicle.
Okay. And did you tell the police that?
Yes, I said, are you certain? We just got this in. I'll say within the last week.
Okay, that's where my next question was. Specifically from the day they were there searching with K-9, you believe it was recently within a week of them doing the search?
Yes, sir.
Now, I think we covered, brother, just a little bit with you. The dumpster schedule and or pickup, you describe your understanding of how often it was picked up at your business.
Typically, it was usually within once a week, but we get charged per the container being filled to remove it. So we will always wait until it's full before we'll call for a pickup. Otherwise, we're charged extra fees.
And is that more fall under your brother's responsibilities?
Yes, that falls under him.
Now, I want to spend the rest of your testimony talking about what you were in charge of. Hopefully our computers will cooperate with us. So I want to first ask you, are you the individual at ACE that's wholly responsible for the camera systems?
Yes, sir.
And did you give to the police all the downloads from December 19, 2018 to December 20, 2018?
Yes, I wasn't familiar with how to pull the record, so I actually gave them the hard drive complete for the technicians to look at.
Okay. And so for purposes of our record, to make sure we're all talking about the same thing, is what you mean by the hard drive being your entire system?
It's the memory storage device that was in the DVR system.
Okay. And by the memory data that you're talking about, was it your understanding you provided police all the video, any and all the video between December 19 and December 20?
Yes, I sent them everything that we had a record of. Yes, sir.
Okay. On both of those days?
Yes, sir.
All right. And for purposes of not doing it every time we show you a clip, let me just ask you with respect to all the clips from December 19 and December 20, 2018, have you had a chance to review each and every one of those prior to coming to court today? At some point?
Yes, I've seen several samples of them.
Okay. Did you do that as recently as last night?
Yes, sir.
All right. You and I sit down and walk through each of those videos ourselves last night?
Yes, we did.
All right. Are they a true and accurate depiction of one, on the date of December 19, 2018, is that a true and accurate depiction of your facility?
Yes, it is.
The second set of videos we're going to look at, are all of them a true and accurate depiction of December 20, 2018?
Yes, they are.
Is that the rainy day?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. Let's now talk about what you reviewed most specifically last night prior to coming to court today. Did you see that the clips have all been merged together with respect to the defendant's actions on those 2 days?
Yes, he's the primary subject of the videos.
That's what. So for purposes of not having to ask you with each and every one of those, on the clips that we're about to watch, do they show what you believe to be the defendant on each of those 2 days?
Yes, sir.
In general?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you downloaded this particular data and these videos, sir, did it come in a format where it was upwards of about 30,000 clips, give or take?
I'm not even sure of the format. I wasn't aware of how to remove it, so I actually provided the whole hardware to the technician.
Okay. Do you recall whether your system had it broken down into 25 to 30-second clips per file? Do you recall that?
I do not know that, sir.
Okay. So once we put it together and showed it to you, it's still your testimony that it is a fair and accurate depiction of these 2 days?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. How many cameras, let's start there, how many individual cameras are on your premises that we're about to look at in total?
We have about a dozen outside and about a dozen inside our facility,
right.
Our offices.
Are the ones we're about to watch only focused on the outside?
Yes.
That because that's where the defendant almost exclusively was throughout the work?
Correct, yes. The inside offices was not his general purview.
Now, what was the purpose when these cameras went in, when you and or anyone else in management decided to put the cameras in? What was the purpose or intent of what you were trying to cover on the premises?
To capture theft. Unfortunately, we do occasionally have theft, and while we couldn't necessarily watch it 24 hours a day, we wanted to have some record if someone came into the facility, especially entry points and exit points.
Okay. And was that the large focus of most of the cameras, particularly near the front of the property, points of entry and exit?
Yes, sir.
All right. And while we're there, will you describe for our jury how if we were to drive onto your property back in December 2018, is it sort of a one-way entry and one-way exit?
Yes, you have to cross railroad tracks. There's a single way in and out of our facility. We have some other gate openings once you pass the railroad tracks, but that is the only way to get in.
And your brother kind of showed us on a map. Will you just with your words just sort of describe where employees park?
Sure. The entire front of our lot borders US 17 Main Street, and the parking runs parallel to that street.
All right. And the parking for employees, parallel meaning it's right next to 17 Indoor Main Street?
Yes.
Okay. There's nothing in between the two.
Railroad tracks.
And that's it?
Yes, sir.
No buildings?
No, some chain link fence, that's all.
Sir. Now, when you turn, this is back in 2018 to 2019, when you turn into the facility, do you have to take an immediate left to go park where the employees park if you're an employee?
Yes, or for customers, yes.
That was my next question. Is that also for the public?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. If you turn left or turn right into your business and cross those railroad tracks, what if you went straight? What I know the cameras don't go that far back, but what if you went straight in and crossed the railroad tracks and did not turn left to go to parking? Where does that lead?
There's an adjacent lot that we had purchased recently. At the time, we weren't fully utilizing it at this point. We were using it for some storage purposes, but that was about it. Typically, there's a gate that would be closed.
All right.
So you would hit a gate.
If an employee or someone from the public drove straight, would that be something that would not be expected by you?
Yes, that would be unexpected.
Would that be more unexpected if you saw an employee do that knowing parking was to the left?
If anyone did it, we would see it. We have large windows inside our offices, which provide us a very good view of our facility, and we would, even without cameras over there, because there were none set up for that new land that we had acquired, you can still see very clearly.
All right. Now, your brother described the defendant's duties and where he generally is throughout a particular day. What about you? Do you have enough knowledge to even tell us where he would be at a particular given time on a normal random day?
I wouldn't be able to say that. He had a variety of jobs that we assigned to him, so he could be in a variety of places.
With respect to these video cameras, the views that we're about to watch, the ones that show the entry and exit to the front of the facility where people enter and exit via cars, does that show where they would turn and go down into the parking lot? Partially.
Partially, yes.
When we see some of these video clips, do you recall what the defendant was driving at that time period when he worked?
Yes, I was some type of maroon minivan, I believe a Chrysler.
Now, in terms of just identifying him as we go through these, on the second day, December 20th, 2018, is the defendant seen in the videos that we're about to watch in an all sort of bright yellow rain suit?
Yes, sir.
In most of the clips.
Yes, sir, he is.
Is there anyone else dressed like that we see at all on that?
Hold on. Y'all know that whenever somebody is donating to the show, we appreciate them over here. We got to stop and thank them and give them their flowers. So Just Lee, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships and turning, others green. And now they're part of the family. So if you received a membership from Just Lee, please tell her thank you at her. You now have access to the channel membership emojis. So drop some slime umbrellas for Just Lee. And now you do have access. Just Mookie, I just said just Mookie because I'm just going to show it Mookie's name. He been family. Now you're green, Mookie. You was just saying how you wasn't green. You're green now. You get to take advantage of those channel emojis and make sure you at Just Lee and let her know that you said that you want to thank her for turning you green. So thank you, Lee, for adding
another one
to the family. And then we got Rachel Hope Brighton Englehart becoming a member of Survivor Nation. Thank Just Lee for the gift. Please add her and add her name to the thank you and drop some slime umbrellas down in the chat for Just Lee. Thank you, Just Lee. I appreciate you. So at Destined to Be, hello and welcome to Survivor Nation. Please thank Just Lee for turning you green, and you can take advantage of the membership channel emojis and drop some umbrellas. They are slime brothers, as we call them, but they're umbrellas with little rain. And she's over here making it rain. This is for Justly. Hold on, let me take this off the screen. She's over here. She did this. What she over here doing, y'all? I got to give y'all a visual of what's going on here. Okay, she is over here making it rain over here on us. So thank you so much, Justly and Dustin to be. You could thank her, drop some slime brothers down in the chat to tell. Justly, thank you. We got Be True up in the house. How are you? Please thank Justly for gifting a membership to you. And please, you can thank her below, dropping some umbrellas. Make sure you add her. We need to make sure we are thanking the person personally for turning you green, becoming a part of Survivor Nation for 30 days. And you have you can now decide after the 30 days whether you want to continue a membership with Survivor Speaks over here, Survivor Nation, or not. Welcome. Make sure you thank her. She did. Wait, I owe Justly. I think I owe you. This is the fourth one I owe you. I did the first one. 2,
Another one.
3.
Another one.
Okay, this one
Another one.
for 4. All right, Red Bunny. What's up, Red Bunny? Red Bunny's family, like all over these YouTube streets. So we already know. I think you was a member before. I don't know what happened, but anywho, please thank Justly for turning you green for 30 more days. Drop some umbrellas and make sure you act Justly when you say thank you, because we like to name the people, to let them know that you are grateful for the gifted memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's so dope, Justly, for pouring into the channel. I greatly appreciate you over here. And yeah, I'm just trying to make sure there's nothing else in the chat. And let's just make sure nothing is over here. So, because I'm learning, I got to check over here too. Okay. So we're going to get right back into it with the other guy. That man just pick apart. So just know when we get to the defense, they're gonna PO us off. They're gonna keep asking the same questions over and over again that don't matter. Why did Jonathan have duct tape? They don't know. Even if he was fixing holes, supposedly, they don't know why he had the duct tape. We don't know why he had the duct tape. We can only suspect that when you rolled Iyana up in that rug, that you put some tape on it for whatever reason, sir. And Child Diggy, I responded. Now let me just say what I'm saying, because the people on Twitter, hi, people on Twitter and Facebook, you can't see what's going on over here in the chat, but I thought it was a way to turn all 3 on. I'm going to see about it. I was going to use another platform that I'm sure that does that. But I'm just going to stick with Restream over here, because I am a Restream partner. Link is in the description. However, so to everybody, I know that castration is not something that we should put in the hands of people that are, judges and other people of the United States. Because, we know we have some people that are incarcerated that are innocent, and they should not be there for all types of crimes. So we don't want to give them any more power. However, in this case, in the Jarvis Butts case, your girl Survivor Speaks can dream and wish that we can castrate them. So I just want to just throw that out there, just to, let you know that, yeah, we don't want that in the wrong hands. We don't want to give anybody any power over that, and it would be illegal to do that. But I'm just over here wishing and hoping and wishing that we could, because this one right here, when we get to the text messages, the Snapchat messages, if you think that Naziah's was bad, this to see how this fool played on Iyana, I'm just going to give you just a little bit of what I remember from when I watched this trial. He told her, maybe I should just unalive you and figure out what to do later. Now, I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said. Maybe I should just unalive you and figure out what to do about it later. Didn't he come through with that? Did he not come through with it? That also shows premeditation. So, to his lawyer, Michelle, and he deserves a defense. Thank goodness that we do know that justice was served in this case. But I want to give a special shout out to the defense attorney, Michelle, because I don't like her. And that wasn't me, that was the soundboard. All right, y'all, so let's go. Come on, y'all. Now, I just came off the screen for 1 minute to show how Just Lee was over here making it rain. And
No, he's distinctive.
Did that make him easier for us to go through and identify him on?
Yes, sir.
Now, with respect, I know you said the majority of these cameras are meant to theft and look at points of entry and exit. With respect to what they don't capture, will you give our jury an idea of what areas, if any, on your premises the cameras don't capture?
Well, it's a 30-acre facility. We're not able to capture every square foot. The majority of our property are cars laid out for customers to take parts off of. We don't need to individually police each vehicle out in our facility. So that's almost half of the facility is really just a parking lot.
Is it, we've seen a map, and we've seen you sit on Main Street in 17. The further you get away from 17, is that where you have less camera use? Would you say that?
Yes, our front area where our offices are and the entry points are where the cameras are focused. Once you depart that area, the camera density drops significantly.
Okay. And with respect to closing up in the evening and coming back the next morning, do you actually sit down each morning and kind of look through all 11 cameras throughout the night, or is it just kind of when something happens?
Yeah, purely incident-based. If we notice something askew or something isn't right, then we'll go back and look at it. But otherwise, it's more of a historical record. It's not a active security item being watched.
All right. So if the defendant or anyone either was milling around outside your premises or even remaining on your premises or came back to your premises overnight, would you have any reason to see that on video had nothing happened to cause you to look at the videos the next morning?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Of course. If anyone was just hanging around your property the night prior and no incident occurred, no theft, no break-in, no incident, would you catch that the next morning when you came in, since you don't look at those videos on a daily basis unless there's an incident?
Probably not.
Now, when you look at these camera angles, do you have like the camera numbers memorized, or is it just better for you to tell us what we're looking at when we see what we see from each particular?
Yeah, no, I don't have camera numbers memorized, sir.
It's not like I can say to you, Mr. Lindros, where does camera 4 generally aim at?
No, I wouldn't be able to tell you off the top of my head.
Now, with respect to the operation of these cameras and videos, was there any issues that you had during the time period of late December 2018 to January 2018?
Not to my knowledge.
Sir, I'm now going to walk through State's Exhibit, for our record, State's Exhibit 31. It is a merged document. Sir, I'm going to first look at December 19th, 2018. We'll look at only those dates first, and then we'll go on to the second date thereafter. Sure.
Members of the jury, you're about to view a video recording. The court instructs you that a recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way. It must not impact the way you view and consider this evidence. Yes, sir. Mr. Skinner, can you unpublish while you're searching for it?
Sir, while she's pulling that PowerPoint, we're going to do some photos first before we do the videos. I want to talk a little bit about time before we get to the videos too. As you reviewed this, did you determine that on some of the angles it's clear that the time is either 4 or 5 hours off?
Yes, sir. It is several hours off. Unfortunately, the system does not keep good system time, so it would have an occasion, especially with daylight savings time, to impact it to change. Yes.
Okay. So if it says when we do the videos, if it says, for example, 1 p.m., would you agree that would be 4 hours later than what the actual time was now that you reviewed it, taking it back to 9?
Yes, sir. When I reviewed it, I could see us opening our facility, and I know within a few minutes of when that would be. So yes.
Was that how you were able to determine that?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to determine that because you saw during the morning hour upon employee arrival and the departure hour upon employee departure that you know that's what time it was?
Yes, sir. Within about 15 minutes, we typically open or close every day. So.
All right. And when you reviewed these clips, did you see that we kept them on the time that your system reflected? You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
So do you agree, in every single one of these, it is either exactly 4 hours or 5 hours ahead? You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
I now want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 20, just a couple of photographs. And now we're looking at 20A. Do we see the train tracks that where you enter on the right of this photograph?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that the one-way in and the one-way out of ACE?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you also see your office in this photograph?
No, sir. The yellow building to the right of that picture is our old offices. Our current offices, the ones we were in at that time, are actually further back.
All right. Now I want to show you what's been marked as States 20. D as in boy. What do we see there?
Yes, there you can see both the old offices and the current offices.
All right. That's both of the yellow buildings.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And on the left-hand side, is that where the employees and/or public generally park?
Yes, sir.
So would you, if you can, take your finger. All you have to do is touch the screen, sir, and circle where an employee would walk in the morning and leave in the afternoon. All right. Is that a gate there?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you see the green truck departing in 20B?
Yes, sir.
What area is he coming from?
He's coming from that additionally purchased lot that we purchased. It wasn't in use in 18, however, for anything but dead storage, so there would not have been trucks coming in and out.
Back in 2018, 2019, specifically late December 2018, what was there?
A gate.
Now I want to show you what's been marked as States 20C. What do we see there, sir?
That's a pole barn towards the back of our facility, and we use it for various maintenance needs.
All right. Would that be an area where you would expect the defendant to work?
Yes, sir.
And to orient us in States 20C, if you went to the right and crossed the road, is that about where the entrance to your business is?
Yes, sir.
And is that what we see in 20D? Is that closer to the main entrance there?
Yes, sir.
All right. In the far right of 20D, we see what looks like an overpass. What road is that?
That's an off-ramp for Interstate 95.
And 20E?
Is Main Street.
All right. And again, showing the tail end of the employee parking. Is that where that is?
That is part of the employee parking, yes. Yes, the whole front of the facility is a parking area.
I'll now show you what's been marked as 20G. Is this the area where employees would enter and exit your facility?
Slightly to the left, but yes, there's walkways on either side of the building. They would walk in the exit for employees.
Okay. So we see a far left blue barrel with the word ACE on it.
Just past that, yes, sir.
Just off the photograph, is that where employees would enter?
Yes, sir.
And the right side, on the right side of this building, is that generally where the public enters?
Yes, sir, it is.
And 20H, what is that, sir?
Where that do not enter sign is where the employees would enter the facility.
Okay. 20I, what is that?
That's an aerial view of pretty much our entire parking area.
And how about 20L?
That's the the crossing of the tracks to get into our facility, railroad tracks, and part of the parking lot.
So when employees turn in and they cross the railroad tracks, you indicated they would turn almost immediately left to go to parking. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Back in December 2018, if you went straight, could you go, if you follow that dirt area straight, just past the telephone pole, and then turn left where there appears to be an open gate heading to the car lot? Was that open?
No, sir. The gate was solid to the best of my recollection back then. We weren't using it to go through the different properties at that time.
So if, for example, the defendant drove through that gate either on 2019 December 19 or December 20th, that is not something you would expect him to do.
No, sir.
20M, what is that?
That's the gate facility if you went straight over the tracks and drove in.
How about 20O, what is this, sir?
Just one moment.
I can back it up if you will.
Those are containers that we put aluminum wheels into, and they usually go out. I believe my brother handles it, but to the best of my knowledge, they usually go out every 2 weeks.
Okay. And 20P, what is that?
That is just when you go into the gates. That's that area, that lot to the right, where if you're just driven in.
Okay. And do we see a large piece of machinery lifting a car in this photograph? It's orange.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we have an excavator. Yes.
You have our video, Stacy. So I now want to direct your attention to the videos that we put together for you to view. Let's take these one by one. I first want to direct your attention to December 19, 2018. Do we see in this first video, once we play it, I want to ask you, the question will be, is this upon when the defendant arrives for the day on December 19 of 2018? I'm starting to play this at the 47th second. Tell us what we see around the exact 1 minute mark, sir.
Mods, could we please ban that user?
Is
Thank
this how
you.
employees would typically pull in and turn left?
Yes, sir.
Who do we see turning in now?
I guess we're referring to Mr. Quiles, his minivan.
Right. Is that the second red, the one we see right?
Yes, the actual minivan, not the pickup truck. Yes, sir.
So for our record, that's at the 1 minute and 16 minute mark. Is that what you know to be the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you know to be a normal turn in to the employee parking lot?
Yes, sir. Yeah, several employees pulling in that when my brother opened the gate.
And now I want to take you to these. I'll just start at the 5 minute and 56 second mark. This is for the tape purpose, not the time purpose. And play this. Around 6:09, tell us what we see at 6:09, sir.
Mr. Quiles walking in through the parking lot.
All right. And again, this is on December 19, 2018. After you reviewed the videotape, do you agree with that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And was he texting in that photograph?
I couldn't make out what he was doing, sir.
Fair enough. Now I'm going to go to the 7 minute and about 35 second mark. Tell us what we see around the 7:50 mark. First of all, do you see his vehicle in the middle of this video?
Yes, I do.
Is that the defendant getting in it?
Yes.
And do we see the defendant then get into the red minivan and pull out, turning left to us, but right to him since he's backed in? Do you agree with that's what we're about to see, sir?
Yes, that's he was leaving his parking spot.
All right, and as you can see here, it's daylight. Do you agree with that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do we see that again at the top right?
Yes, we do.
That's just from a different camera angle?
Yes, it is.
And sir, in your review of this, do you agree this was around the 11:15 a.m. hour on December 19, 2018?
I don't.
Minus the 4 hours that we calculated.
I don't see any time coding, but if it was time coded, it was off about 4 hours.
Okay. Watch that again. You also agree, sir, this is daylight hours, correct, sir?
Yes, sir, it is.
And when it shifts camera angles from that camera angle leading left to the next camera angle that should come up any second, does that mean they're obviously video recording at the same time? Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir, yes.
Now, you see where it says 15:17 right there?
Yes, sir.
Did you see that just in? That's the time from your system, military time. Do you agree that that is 3:17?
Yes.
And if you minus the 4 hours, that puts it at 11:17 a.m. Do you agree with that now?
Yes, sir.
And you agree that to be the accurate time? Agree with that?
It's generally correct. It could be off by a few minutes. I'm not sure, but typically it's close, yes.
Fair enough. Just to make sure we saw 15:17, military time is 3:17, minus 4 hours, give or take a few minutes, puts it at about 11:17 a.m. on December 19th, correct?
Yes, sir.
See that? All right. What do we see at 11:17 a.m.? What do we see right now on the video?
He's leaving the property in his vehicle, or his vehicle is leaving.
Does he turn right out of the premises? Just as you saw him there?
He crossed the tracks. I'm not sure which way he turns, sir.
Okay. Once you cross the tracks, is it true you're leaving the premises?
Yes, sir.
And do we note, sir, at 11:17 a.m. that he signed out on his timesheet? You had a chance to look?
I've seen the time card. No, he did not punch out as he's supposed to.
You're certain that's the defendant leaving at 11:17 a.m. on December 19th? Agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to fast forward to for purposes of the record, I'm starting the tape of the court exhibit at 9:05. That's for a minute and second. I'm going to let it run about 20 seconds. Sir, when we get to about the 9:25 mark, tell us what you see in the far portion back of the employee parking lot. Had a little hiccup. What do we see now, sir?
I see Mr. Quiles. He was headed southbound on Main Street and turned into our facility.
All right, and I also noticed for two things. I'll try to pause it. When he turns in, does the clock on your device say 16:30?
Yes, sir.
Is that military time 4:30 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean minus 4 hours? It's 12:30 p.m. Again, give or take a minute or two.
Yes.
So the defendant left at 11:15 a.m. or I'll correct that, 11:17, give or take, a.m. on December 19, 2018, and then he returned at 12:30 p.m. on December 19,
Yes, sir.
You're certain
He
that's
said
the
the
vehicle?
cam was
Yes, sir.
dirty.
And he's pulling in from off the premises. Do you agree with that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And your cameras reflected him completely gone from the premises during that time, correct?
Yes.
For approximately 43 minutes, he was gone. Agree with that, sir? Give or take on that, sir? I'm sorry. 11:17 to 12:30. That would be about 50.
An hour and 15 minutes.
Yes, hour and 15 minutes.
Yes, sir.
You're
Yes, sir.
incorrect. You're right. That's right. 11:17 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. An hour and 13 minutes he was gone. You agree with that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Do you have any recollection as you sit here now, you've given him any kind of order to leave for that kind of period of time during the middle of the day on December 19, 2018?
It's been several years, but I do not recall it.
Now, fast forward to the next clip, sir. It's going to be at the 1320 mark on the court exhibit. Our record. Tell us what we see. I'll go ahead and start it at about 13 minutes. I'm going to try to take a look again, sir, at the one that hiccups, but it looks. Same one. Just having a technical difficulty, Judge, just give us one. All right, now fast forwarding, sir, to one moment, Your Honor. Oh, that's right, it keeps playing. Sir, once the defendant turned in this time, where did he drive to? Did you see that?
No, sir, I didn't.
Right now. Which way is he going?
I mean, he pulls into our facility. I know as people make that turn, there is a blind spot right there, so I'm not sure if he's just parked slightly out of camera sight or Or if the gate was open and he went through that area, I can't ascertain.
Yes, sir. But if he went straight, would he be going into that area that is not for employee parking?
Yes, sir, that he would, if that's what happened, yes.
We'll let it run a minute, because I'm going to ask you if you see him come back, park in the employee parking area. Again, this is the 12:30 p.m. hour. So do you agree, sir? It's now been running for about a minute and 15 seconds since he's turned in. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And he still hasn't come to the employee parking lot. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Is that another employee, just random cars coming and going into your parking lot?
Yes, we see hundreds of customers a day in and out, so.
And does it appear each and every time either the public or employees, they pull into the employee parking lot without knowing, as you testified?
Yes, sir.
Do you agree now that since we've lost the side of the defendant on this particular camera, it's been about 2 minutes since he turned in and has not gone to the employee parking lot?
Yes, sir.
And while we're waiting for him to return, in that area over to the right where they're not supposed to be, do you have any mounted camera angles for that particular lot on the side over there at that time?
Nothing focused, no, sir. I think one of the things where you showed there's another camera angle, you might have caught something, but it definitely wasn't focused in that area.
All right. Do you agree now we're at about 2.5 minutes since he's turned in and has remained off of this camera somewhere on your lot? Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And for our record, the court exhibit is running up to the 13th minute. Focus your attention, sir, when you get to 13 minutes and 20 seconds. Tell us what we see about that time period. About 3.5 minutes after he turned into your business. Just to make sure we catch that time, I want to make sure that record is clear. I'll read it into the record. Make sure you agree with it, sir. At the 13, looks like almost 20-second mark, the time of You see the time that just popped up?
Yes, sir.
16:33. Would that be the time that was reflected on your surveillance system?
Yes, sir.
Meaning it was 4:33?
Yes, sir.
Minus 4 hours would now be 12:33. Do you agree with that?
That's correct.
Do you agree that now he's been on your premises back at your facility for almost 3.5 minutes since he's turned in? Agree with that?
For about 2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes. Fair enough. Or what do we see at the 13-minute and 31-second mark on the court exhibit? What do we see there?
His vehicle pulling into the parking area.
Is that where he should have parked when he first drove in?
Yes, yeah, that's where they typically park. We don't have assigned parking spaces, but that would be typical that he pull in and go approximately halfway through our facility before he parked.
Sir. I want to fast forward us to just a couple more highlights. Go to 19 minutes and play for you a few seconds there. I've started right at the 19-minute mark of the court exhibit. While we're there, what is this that we're looking at? I'll pause it a second.
This is our checkout area. This is where customers come up to pay for purchases.
Okay. So generally speaking, is the back of this camera, would that be back toward the employee parking lot?
No, that's behind our offices, and that would look out into the larger property away from the parking.
Okay. Around I think it's 1908. Who do we see walking up here at 1908, sir?
Mr. Quiles, I can identify him. He was one of the few people that had that external microphone on the walkie-talkies that we used at the time.
Is this again where the employees would enter?
Yes, that's that do not enter, where that do not enter sign was. They walk up that way for employees.
Okay. And is that him there?
Yes, sir, it is.
What's in his right hand, sir?
It looks like a roll of tape.
Looks like it's red in color, but right to you.
I can't be certain, but that's possible.
Is that the office where he's just coming out of?
Yes, it is.
All right, for our record, we're at 19 minutes and 40 seconds. Did we just see him leave the office at 19 minutes and 53 seconds?
Yes, sir.
And do we see him walking away now from the office?
Yes, sir.
Duct tape in his left hand appears to be.
Yeah, a roll of probably tape, yes, sir.
Sure. And where's he headed? What direction is he going now?
He's going towards the parking lot.
And while you're there, you just said that, should he be in the parking lot during a working day other than either running an errand or leaving for lunch?
As a rule, no, but not exclusively. He could have been picking up waste baskets that blow aside or were full, or some other small repair out there. So it's not outside of his job description to be in the parking lot during working hours.
Okay. We're going to let it continue to play. For our record, we're at 20 minutes and 22 seconds of the court exhibit. Just keep an eye on the monitor for us. What's that pulling in, sir?
Tow truck, sir?
Like a car on a flatbed?
Yes, sir.
Now, who do we see on the left-hand side of this duo that's walking?
Mr. Quiles.
And again, for our record, is that the employee parking area?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's where you come over the tracks into our facility.
And is this, again, the area where employees enter and exit on the left-hand side?
On the right-hand side, yes, sir.
I mean, on the right-hand side, yes, sir. Do you see the same two individuals walking? Best you can. That was a little blurry. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Is that the tow truck that was just pulling in, pulling the car?
Yes, sir.
Again, we see the same two individuals walking, one being the defendant.
Yes, sir.
In what direction are they headed in now? For our record, we're at 2250.
They're walking into our facility towards that pole barn that you had shown earlier. Was that direction? So I guess it would be south on the property.
Do we see the same two individuals now coming into a different camera view at 2330 on the court exhibit?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Quille is on the right, as you can tell.
Yes, sir.
And where are they headed in this video?
Looks where by a pile where we had scrap tires.
And where are they now? On the far left. Can you tell us what that is? As you can tell, that's been a long time.
Not off the top of my head. If I had to guess, I would assume it's one of those bins that we put aluminum wheels into.
for our record, we're just passing the 25-minute mark on the court exhibit. Are they still in the same area?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Creelay's walking back, sir, toward it appears to be the office, maybe?
Yes, sir. Or towards that large opening, yes.
All right. And then on that particular day, just going all the way to the end, save us all some time, let me go to approximately the 32-minute mark. You just kind of finish the day for us. Tell us what's going on. Just for the record, I'm starting 31 minutes and 37 seconds.
The parking lot looks empty. I see lights on vehicles, so I believe we're closing up for the day is what it appears.
Yes, sir. Is that the defendant's vehicle leaving for the day?
Yes, sir.
Is that 22:06, which military time would be 10:06? Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Minus 4 hours would make it
6:06, which would be our closing time, yes.
06. Yes, sir. Is that how one would normally leave, again, back out to 17 or Main Street?
It's the only way in and out, so yes, sir.
And then lastly, sir, we'll go to the next day, the rainy day. Do you recall December 20, 2018 being a rainy day?
That's me at the gate, yes, sir.
Right, and we back up that time just to make sure we just kind of show when you get there. So your system says 12:27. You agree with that when you're unlocking the gate?
Yes, sir.
And 12:27 minus the 4 hours would be about 8:27 on that day?
Yes, sir.
Or do you think this is a 5-hour?
I believe it's 5. I usually opened up at 8 for the staff, so that would make sense that it would be 5.
Do you believe the second day is approximately 5 hours short of the actual time?
Yes.
And just for our record, you see that folks have umbrellas and roads appear and the parking lot appears to be very wet.
Yes.
Okay. At the 57-second mark, direct your attention to your monitor and tell us who arrives. Again, as you told us what hour it is, but at the 57-second mark of the court exhibit. Again, this is about 7:44 a.m. Who just pulled in?
Yeah, Mr. Quiles in his minivan.
All right. When he pulled in, does he park in the normal parking lot? The normal employee parking lot?
I don't see from the video, but it appears he was headed in that direction, yes. Okay, there you go.
Do you see that he had pulled into the parking space close to the office at the 1 minute and that his vehicle that just drove by?
Yes.
At the 1 minute and 20 second mark. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Do you agree that at the 2 minute and about 56-second mark, I'll fast forward for us, that we see the defendant walking up in a rain suit? That the defendant right there?
I can't make that out.
That's right. Let it run to about the 3 minute and 18-second mark. Can you tell if that's him coming out?
I went by too fast. Would you be able to move it back?
Yeah, and let me ask you this way. I know you've seen all these. Is the defendant only one that appears to be wearing a full-body rain suit on that day? Does that help you?
Yeah, typically, yes. Yeah, he was, very well uniformed, yes.
I'll fast forward to 1812. Ask you what we see, and right at the 1812 mark. Again, is this the office on the left?
Yes, sir.
That appear to be the defendant?
Yes, that is Mr. Quiles.
Mm-hmm.
Is that him coming for our record? Is that him coming into the office?
Yes, sir.
Is that him walking out?
Yes, sir.
Now, we noticed when he walked out, he had something in his hand. Ask your brother about it. Can you tell us what he could retrieve from inside the office and walk out
A few things. We provide company high-vis company T-shirts to employees. If they're stained, ripped, or in this case wet, we might provided them. We carry a limited amount of additional rain gear in case an employee needs some that doesn't have any. And so it could be those items.
All right. Would that be unusual, or is that something?
No, not for a rain event day. No.
Now, the fact that he's carrying what appears to be something like you're describing, and he's already in a rain suit, would that be questioned by your staff, management, anyone that's handing that to him?
Yes, they would have. The answer could be as simple as, "Oh, employee X needed a raincoat. He didn't have one."
Thank you, sir. Now, fast forwarding to the, get us way ahead here, 3700 mark, 37-minute mark. All right, in this angle at the 37-minute mark, what is this area, sir?
That's our customer checkout area.
All right. Is that a big tracker we see moving up at the top of the screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, we have several of them. Yes.
And we'll direct your attention to the screen closely at the 37:35 mark. I want to ask you what you see at 37:35, just about 10 seconds. What do we see there, sir?
One of our loaders moving a vehicle.
And having watched all the videos, I know we haven't seen like one specific one yet, but if the person driving this is in the all yellow rain suit, that would be the defendant, based on your testimony, he was the only one wearing that day.
He walked out with a raincoat, so I'm not certain, but he was one of the few, yes.
Yeah. This particular car that's being taken, is it normal to be driving it through the employee lot like this?
At the time that this was occurring, that other area was a storage area where we were storing cars, but they would need to move over to the other section of our facility to be processed and put out into the facility. So it's not impossible that it was a normal flow of business.
Okay. And we saw this vehicle carrying the car didn't come off Main Street, right?
No, sir, it didn't come over the tracks.
Where was it coming from?
The only place I could foresee would be the storage area, to the right of our facility there.
Sir, now I want to keep playing, take us up to 3940. Tell us what we see in 3940, sir. About 10 seconds. And while we're getting there, what's that big blue container on the left there? No.
We have a variety of I believe that's one of our car crushers. That's not a container.
Is this the tractor that we saw that was coming from the employee parking lot carrying that car?
Can you move it back a second?
Sir. Right there.
Yes, it appears to be the same Honda Accord, yes.
All right. And we'll direct your attention to the 40-minute and 12-second mark. Tell us what you see around then, which should be about 10 more seconds. See that same tractor leaving?
Yes.
See the person driving in an all yellow rain suit?
Yes.
And then at 40:45, well, let me ask you now what we see at 40:20. Is that the same tractor, what it appears to be?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
Right. And at 40:45, tell us what we see next. It's about 10 seconds.
It looks like he's taking off the car forks and probably putting on a bucket. That's the only other attachment for that vehicle.
Is that what he just did? Is at the front end what you call the bucket?
Yes, sir.
See the rain suit in that video, sir?
Yes, I do, sir.
Here to be Mr. Quelays?
Yes, it does.
Continue to let that run, sir, to 41:33. And we're about 20 seconds short of that. I'll just let it run. We see that same vehicle in the top right-hand corner?
Yes, sir.
And is it driving again back through the employee public parking lot, back toward the area that is, I guess you're calling it the storage facility area at that time?
Yes, sir.
And at 42:08, which is in about 15 seconds, tell us what we see then, sir.
That same vehicle
Yes, sir.
headed toward that storage area?
Yes, sir.
And again, that area is one, you agree, sir, is not covered by cameras on your premises, correct?
Correct. We had just recently acquired it, and we hadn't reapportioned the cameras yet.
Did other employees, did that get out? Did your employees know that? Is it, to your knowledge, you ever have an issue with that?
No. To my knowledge, no employee has commented on camera coverage or anything of that nature.
All right. Directing your attention to the monitor at 4235. What do we see at 4235, which should be right now? See that same vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to jump ahead a little bit to 4409 for our record. I think everybody sees the path. At 44, I'll start it right at 44. What do we see when we get to 4409? Should be about 5 seconds. See the same vehicle, sir, just drive through the screen?
Yes, sir.
Sir, to the far right, underneath the red car, can you kind of give us an indication of what that is?
The yellow racks that we drain vehicles on?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they're basically constructed out of steel I-beams, and they're welded together, and we have catch pans to drain out fluids.
You see the top part of those cars, and you see the top part of the tractor still moving over there?
Yes.
It just came to a stop. Is that the same vehicle we've been kind of following the last few clips?
Yes.
Where's the 40-yard container with respect to that last clip?
It should be in the general vicinity behind there.
And you agree that's out of the view of this particular camera series, the one we've seen, correct?
Yeah, it's blocked by the cars on the racks. Yes, sir.
Now we're going to jump ahead to the 49th minute. And we're at, right now, I just started it for the record at 48 minutes, 50 seconds. In about 10 seconds, tell us what we see at the 49th minute. Is this the area where the public generally comes up?
Yes, it is.
And on the left, where the arrow is that kind of directing customers from the parking lot to your office there to come to these windows?
Yeah, you can't see it, but that's a whole chain link fence, so yes.
Is that kind of a pathway that leads all the way through there?
It leads right into this large open area at the foreground.
All right. Look out of the parking lot now. Back at about 10 seconds. What's pulling in right there, that big vehicle? What is that?
I believe that's the switch out for the garbage dumpster.
Yes, sir. And at the time, was that All-American, the company that was coming to switch out the 40-yard container? Dumpster?
Yes, yeah, they've changed. They've been sold a few times, but I believe it was that name at the time.
And is it pulling in as it normally should, going through the employee parking lot?
That was the only way to go in. So that's as I said, that other area that you drive straight through was just storage. There was nothing active other than some vehicles being stored there. So yeah, they would have to come in.
Let this run for about 45 seconds, all the way up to about 50-minute and 15-second mark. And I think that almost draws to a close. But I want to tell us what we see at the 50-minute mark and 15 seconds. Is that the same vehicle coming in to switch out the 40-yard dumpster?
Yes, sir. Yeah, you can see the logo on the side of the dumpster.
Heard a lot of testimony about it. Is that the same vehicle that either you or your brother, more likely your brother, would have to call and get switched out on a weekly basis?
Yeah, as needed. Yes, sir.
Now, for our record, we're at the 50-minute and 15-second mark. What's it doing there?
It stopped. Typically, we have to keep the container in the same spot all the time. They don't always send regular drivers, so sometimes we do have to direct the truck driver to where the dumpster is.
All right. Now, at 50 minutes and 21 seconds, I've frozen this. Is that the same tractor-type vehicle that the defendant has been driving that we've been following in these clips on that day?
I can't make out the number on it, and it looks like it has forks on it now, so he would have switched out the bucket, so I'm not certain.
All right, let's keep watching. Do you agree that somebody just got out of that truck and is kind of moving pretty quickly toward the All-American vehicle?
Yes.
Want to watch it one more time? And my question will be, when you see the person get out of that tractor-type vehicle, does it appear to be the defendant? See the person now, sir?
Yes, it appears so. He has a hard hat on. Mr. Quiles was one of the employees who wore the hard hats without much complaint, especially even in a vehicle, he would have his security gear on.
All right. Did you see him approach the red vehicle and appear to go toward it and get right back into his vehicle and his left again? Do we see that?
Yes.
And do you see the red All-American truck following it now as it's working its way toward where the defendant just drove off to? I'm showing you a different angle now.
Yeah, I see.
Might be the same. We're now at the 51-minute and 10-second mark. You see him jump out?
Yes.
Might be a little different angle, a little bit closer maybe. For our record, we're at 51 minutes and 40 seconds on the court exhibit. We see that a little better now, sir?
Yes, sir. It does appear to be Mr. Quiles.
Sir. Going straight to the All-American truck. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And then within about 10, 12 seconds, he gets back in his tractor. Would you confirm for the record if that's what you see when you see it? See the defendant getting back in his tractor?
Yes, sir.
And the defendant appears to be driving now back towards the interior of your facility?
Yes, sir.
That going in the direction where the 40-yard dumpster is?
Yes.
Do we see the All-American truck now sort of wedging his way back and forth, headed toward the dumpster? We'll let it run a little bit so you can see that. Is that an employee of yours?
Yes, sir.
For the record, we're at the 53-minute and 4-second mark. Is the employee, as well as the defendant, sort of guiding this All-American truck back toward the dumpster?
Yes, but that's not an uncommon procedure. We have multiple trucks that come in to remove stuff, and sometimes they are first-time people, or they don't know where what they're picking up is located. So it's not uncommon for us to give a general direction.
Again, is that the same vehicle the defendant's been driving?
Yes, sir.
Is he now headed in the direction back towards the 40-yard dumpster?
Yes, sir.
And when you see it, just announce for the record when you see the All-American vehicle coming behind him.
Yeah, that's right there. Yes, sir.
Is he following the defendant back there?
Yes, but that's the only way to get back there. So it's a sole.
Sir. And now at the 54-minute mark, do we see the defendant driving from the back of that area?
Yes.
Do we see in the far right-hand corner the All-American vehicle backing up?
Yes, sir.
Which is now just offside.
Yes. Yeah, but that is the general location. Yes, sir.
And let this run for about 45 more seconds, and then we have maybe a clip or two left. Do we see the tractor now going back over to that area that you say was for storage for cars and whatnot?
Yes, sir.
Is that a little closer?
Yes.
Is that now which appears to be the All-American waste vehicle?
Yes. Yeah. They'll dump the empty container and take the full container.
And again, this is where the 40-yard dumpster would be located?
Yes. Yeah. Usually they'll drop the empty one adjacent to it and then take the full.
And for the record, that is something you can't see with these camera angles and is further blocked by what you call the racks, the yellow.
Yeah, this is obviously a tight, close picture. I thought the scope of the camera was wider than this, but.
But you agree this is?
Oh, this is our facility, yes, sir.
This is your camera system?
Yes, it is.
We see kind of that the truck has dropped the empty one. Is that true back there, sir?
Yes.
Oh, no, it's it.
Now, get to 5850, show you. This is the 58, for our record, 58 minutes and 40 seconds. I'm starting to let it play. Around 5850, describe for us what you see, sir. What is that right there?
That's the truck, the garbage truck leaving.
Is it now leaving with the one that was full to take it to landfill?
Yes.
Again, now at 59 minutes and 18 seconds, do we see it leaving now?
Yes, sir.
Is it full with your waste that would be collected on about a weekly basis?
Yes, yeah, that's typically, it's trash we pull out of vehicles, you know, old things left in it.
And let's get to the end here. What do we see? Let's start playing it at the 1 hour, 8 minute mark in about 45, 50 seconds. Let it run for about 20 seconds. And it tells what you see at that time. You see the vehicles leaving from the parking lot?
Yes, it appears to be Mr. Quiles leaving.
Yes, sir. And the time that was just reflected, just to put this in, make sure the jury understands. I'm going to call out exactly what it says at the 1:09 and about 10-second mark. The defendant departs on December 20, 2018. See his vehicle leaving now?
Yes.
And for our record, it says 1945, which you agree would be approximately 7:45 on your system.
Yes, sir.
Minus the 4 hours would be around 3:45, but on that day you thought it was 5 hours, it was 2:45.
Yes, and that matches his time card.
Yes, sir. Now, I'm going to let it run, starting now at 1:09, 15 seconds. Where does he go? I'm saying, where did he go on the video? Yes, sir. Yes, sir, absolutely. Mr. Lindros, when the defendant drives to the exit, does he take a right where he normally should to leave the facility?
No.
Oh, okay.
For the record, that was approximately 1:09 and about 20 seconds. Do you agree with that, Mr. Lindros, on the court exhibit?
Yes, sir.
Do you see him leaving now?
Yes, sir.
A moment, Your Honor. Mr. Lindros, to wrap up, so every one of those clips we just looked at, you agree, was the defendant on December 19 and December 20, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be to you.
Yes, sir.
And do you agree, despite the area to the right that was typically off limits, that we see the defendant headed in the direction of that in multiple vehicles, including his own, shortly before he left?
Yes, sir.
And again, for purposes of the time period at that time, what, if anything, would he have to do over in that area that's off camera that you can recall now?
The only thing I could possibly think is he was verifying that the gate was secured, closed, or locked. Is a possible reason.
Would you agree that he wouldn't be checking whether a gate is locked all day long? Back and forth. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Michelle, is it, given the time, I'll leave it up to you. Do you want me to take a break now for the jury? Well, you know how long your process is. I don't want to mess up your flow. Okay. For the jury, it's 3:35, and we'll come back at 4 o'clock. That'll be our last break of the day. We'll get an idea of how long we'll be here this afternoon at that point. Now, please remember, don't discuss the case among yourselves or each other. Don't do any independent research. Leave your notepads under chairs.
All All right, I'm going to go ahead and fast forward past the break. I just wanted to say welcome and thank you to everybody that has tuned in. I do appreciate you you coming here. Thanks to all the new subscribers. As we cover this case, it's important for us to, keep this in the forefront. So we're comparing the two cases of Iyana Sawyer and Ziyah Harris. They are very similar. The only difference in the Sawyer case was Jonathan Quiles was married to Iyana's aunt. And we know that Jarvis Butts was just, I don't know if they were significant others, because Jarvis Butts, as I stated, he was a man that liked them from 1 to 80, crippled and crazy. It is the truth. And so that's the difference. The difference is that all of Iyana's family cared about her. And we see in the Ziyah Harris case, not so much. Not everybody, but we do have, family members that did reach out while this was going on, the essaying of Ziyah, and nothing was done. They failed her. So I want to, make sure that we keep those family members separate. And so now they're out here trying to discredit some of the family members that knew what was going on, that was trying to not only bring awareness to Ziyah, but the other children in the home. And so, now they're out here trying to discredit, those people. We don't know them. They're not related, all this other kind of stuff. So not true. So not true. Shout out to Sierra if she is out there anywhere listening. She's a victim of Shannon Harris's.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
And I said what I said. She said that she is a victim of Shannon Harris's. So shout out to that young lady as she continues to get therapy, and as she continues and struggles to raise her own children. If you want to see that interview, you can go over on 7 Mile Radio. He has that interview. He has been, interviewing and going over this case ever since Ziyah was missing. So it was over a year ago, as of January 9th of 2025. That was a year to the day, day this guy was in court. And shout out to Judge Iyana Sawyer. I love her. She did not come to play with him. We all wished that she was going to be the judge presiding over this case, but as we all know, unfortunately, she is not. She does not do criminal cases anymore. She just did the preliminary hearing for the case. So on March 7th, Jarvis Butts is due back in court for a pretrial and calendar hearing. So on March 7th is when we should learn when he is going to trial. So we will be live streaming it right here on this channel. And then we can just take it from there, because I will be streaming the trial, covering that. Okay. And they have been made some mention made about Ziyah's remains being found. I did not see that. I do not think that is true. And until I can see proof, I don't like to put out false information until I can confirm and verify whether or not it is true. And so for clicking the view, I'm not going to do that. I have not seen it anywhere that she was the person whose remains was found earlier in the beginning of this month. Yes, she was for always, forever, for life. She was on point. She took a lot of there was a lot of harsh things. Like just said in the beginning, you should never judge a book by the cover. So that's why I did a video. I did a little looking into Judge Sabri. Put some respect on her name. You got to put some respect on her name because she does a lot for the community, a lot for the children. She does a lot. You can check that video right here on Survivor Speaks. She is on the thumbnail. And so I just went and I looked to see who she was. Like, you know, because that's what I do. I'm just like, all right, so many people have so many negative things to say under these, you know, comments and stuff about her by just seeing her the first day of the preliminary hearing of 2025. Because as we all, or if you didn't know, his preliminary hearing started in November of 2024, but they only heard of one witness. That was Cordell Wright, his business partner, who I strongly feel that he knew more than what he was saying. You can't tell me no different. So yeah, we went over his charges on this channel as well. Cordell Wright, he didn't have any charges as it relates to anything with children, but he liked to put his hand. He liked to put feet, hands, and paws on pregnant women.
Oh shit!
More than one charge. More than one time you put your hands on the pregnant woman. On the pregnant woman. Don't respect you at all. Don't respect you either, just from that. It's bad enough you going through a pregnancy and this guy want to put his hands on you? Nah, I can't get with that. Well, anyway, so let's get right back into the video. Like I said, thank you for everybody that is here. Thank you for hitting the subscribe button. Please hit that like button. YouTube doesn't tell you who liked the video. YouTube is not like IG or FB. They don't tell you, oh, this person or that person liked the video. It just, you know, counts up the likes, but the likes help get this video out in the algorithm. And so I'm just hit the like button for your girls for the free 99. Thank you to all of the supporters for the show today thus far. So I respect and love you all. Thank you, and thank you. And let's go to all the new members. Welcome. Please take advantage of those channel emojis. And so yeah, and if you hover over, you'll see who each channel emoji is for. So a lot of the channel emojis are for my mods, but however, I have not made I have an Ziyah Harris emoji. I don't have one made for Iyana Sawyer. Because I had that. They wouldn't allow me to make any new ones because you need more memberships. But today, it looks like I have gotten all of the memberships that I need to at least make one. So I gotta choose between you'll find out who the emoji was made for. FFS, thank you. I see you in the chat, FFS. Shout out to FFS. Well, I can't live without FFS. He's my headache, but nobody better not say that about FFS. Because FFS is, we won't be able to do it without you, FFS. Thank you. So let's get into this.
Morning closings for penalty phase. There's no room for error to push anything back. Therefore, it may be inevitable that the penalty phase goes into Monday and Tuesday. And if that's the case, maybe you have a Friday off and I'll get the jury a Friday off. It may be a good idea for me to give them a heads
Love
up
him for that. Thinking about the jury.
Plans. I don't think going past Tuesday of next week will be a problem. I think by then having the Friday buffer of this week may help us, but I may be wrong on that timeline, and if I'm wrong, I'll be happy to admit so.
The court does appear very wise about the scheduling and for telling them that third week we may bleed. I concur with the court, we may bleed the third week, but I'll tell the court we intend on being prepared for penalty phase openings. We know who they're calling. If this is obviously we get there, then I'll be prepared for argument. Mr. French and I'll be prepared to do all of that the same day. The court may not want to deliberate. We can knock all that out one day. The state believes we can, the counsel thinks that we can, in terms of just the evidence of the opening and potentially closing. But I'm at the court's pleasure. If the court wants to go ahead and tell them now, we might lead to Monday. That the state's not objecting. The court with us, so we appreciate that. So whatever the court decides to tell them, whether we come back next week is fine.
Mr. Davis, Mr. Michelle, do you guys have any wise words?
Yeah, I would just add, Judge, that we agree that all the penalty phase openings, evidence, and closings are happening at the same time. Are what we plan to present is not going to be by any means witnesses that we have on the other 10 of them. None of those witnesses are going to be by any means what we're talking about. Three rounds short, that kind of.
I'm switching to Gary Savage short.
All right. Yes. So with that in mind, I think that that's okay.
Is that just from the defense perspective, or you think the defense and prosecution penalty phase?
So with what we understand, they will present to the factual judge all of that and correct on all of the that's my defense.
And that's why I'm thinking, what I don't want to do is start penalty phase Friday morning and then have the weekend and then close on Monday. I don't think that's fair to the jury either. And nor is it fair to the evidence you're presenting on both sides to have to sit over there on the weekend. That's why I'm saying maybe Friday's a buffer, give you guys a chance to recalibrate. The issue is if we don't start closings on the guilt phase by Wednesday morning, everything gets pushed back at least half a day at minimum. And I don't see how. The last thing I want to do is charge a jury at 4 o'clock on a Friday on penalty phase.
Yes, sir.
That's I want to avoid that at all costs. And if that means Friday's an off day, because we finish the guilt phase, assuming we get to that point, and then we start on Monday, that's just what we have to do at that point.
Your Honor, I would tell the court on the penalty phase, of their 8 of 10, or really 9 of 10 witnesses, it's largely character, and I know this is a big area there, but our crosses are not, we're not going to be spending a lot of time on crosses of character witnesses. So in terms of just letting the court know scheduling, Dr. Rohr, we can certainly cross it. Other than that, if we can cross it, it won't be late.
Okay.
I concur with counsel, and I think we can knock out all the evidence and the opening and closings in one day in penalty. I do concur with that, but again, I'm not whatever direction.
So would it be fair to say that we'll have a much better idea of this by tomorrow afternoon?
Yes.
Okay, so what I may tell the jury at the end of today is saying, look, here's the plan. We'll know more tomorrow afternoon. We will certainly update you accordingly. And there are basically two options. We finish this week, or we maybe have an off, depending on what happens, start the second phase next week. But everyone agrees it would not go past Tuesday of next week. And then we'll have a better idea tomorrow, because if we can't start closing Wednesday morning, we're going to know that tomorrow afternoon.
Right.
Okay.
And if the court wants that, we know that the video's long, or the audio's long as the wire, and we get to that afternoon, it's 3, 4 o'clock. The court doesn't want to run straight for 2 hours, taking up the sick. We have no objection if we let take it here half and come back.
Yeah.
However you want to do it.
Well, no, we'll see. We'll have to take some of those issues one at a time, depending on how much we get done today, how many witnesses, and what you want to start off with tomorrow. Because at the end of today, I'll ask you what's on tap for tomorrow, and we'll have an idea at that point. I'm asking now just so I can let the jury know so they can make appropriate plans.
Or intending on telling them if the parties agree to no sequestration, so we put that ease on.
I'm going to let them know that as well at the end of today, yes. I had something else I wanted to ask, but I can't recall it right now.
Jury instructions?
No.
Williams rule, with instruction for that. We intend on having both of the witnesses here tomorrow.
Okay. We'll deal with that later then. That wasn't it either, but it obviously wasn't that important. So, nonetheless, I want to give you guys a break, of course, so I'll take 15 minutes. We'll come back out.
Yes, sir.
I thought Judge Salem was about to do his thing, but Judge Salem is giving them another 15-minute break. You got to love the way this judge respects the jury. You got to love the way he respects he really respects their time and respects the court's time. So while I'll speed up right past this break, he is on one of my favorite judge lists. He sure is. He's one of my favorites so far. So shout out to Judge Anthony Salem. I think he lost a little hair during this trial. Every day he allowed receipt, and he should charge Jonathan Quiles for that too. For make him pay for your hair clubs for men to bring it on back, because he looks so young. But yeah, I said I was going to do a little research on Judge Salem, but I haven't done it yet. So shout out to him though. All right, so we're back.
Hey, Michelle, that's what you call silence.
Let's go back on the record. 19 CF 7518. I have counsel of state and defense president, and Mr. Quells is making his way out now. I remember when I wanted to talk about before the last break, it was regarding the victim impact testimony. If we get that far, I know there's an order from Judge Corbula to have the state provide that to the defense ahead of time. I don't know whether that's been accomplished or not. It's just something that crossed my mind, and that may need to be taken care of sooner rather than later. If we get that far, I just don't want it to be a rush from the defense perspective. They have to review it, lodge any objection they deem necessary, then have to delay things. So just something I thought about and wanted to bring to your attention.
Thank you, sir.
He's awesome.
Say any reason why we can't bring the jury in?
Yeah, he's not ready for that.
Yes, sir. You're right. I apologize.
Judge Judy. Judge Judy.
State ready. Yes, sir, Your Honor. All right, so both parties are ready. Let's bring the jury back in, please.
Yes, you did. Forever fall away. She said need a little hair help. Just a little hair help.
Your Honor, jury reader's report.
All right, everyone can have a seat. Members of the jury, welcome back. We're going to continue with Mr. Lindros, our witness. Just to recap, the state finished their direct, since I'll turn to the defense for their cross. Ms. Michelle, you may inquire. You're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lindros.
Hello, ma'am.
All right, let's start kind of back at the beginning of your testimony. Mr. Quiles was hired in October of 2018, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So at that time, when this incident occurred, he'd been working for you all for about 2 months. Does that sound about right, in December of 2018?
About 2 to 3 months, yes, ma'am.
And in his role, you described him as generally a good worker, and that he completed his tasks and things along those lines.
Yes, his work record was exemplary, yes.
So you guys never had any issues, very satisfied with his work, type of worker that he was?
Yes, ma'am, every job got done well.
As far as the type of employee that he was he one that would typically kind of go above and beyond what was asked of him?
Yes, he was never standing around not looking for work to do. He was always trying to find some job to fulfill.
And so if he were around the property and saw something that needed to be repaired, would he just go ahead and do those things?
I imagine he'd bring it to some manager's attention. He wouldn't just fix it, but he'd point out something was in error that needed correction.
And that might be something that he just notices on his own around the property or things along those lines?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall a map being provided to your brother or to yourself that talked about some repairs that needed to be made in the exterior fence of your property?
I didn't see the map. I've heard about the map, and I'm familiar with the topic.
Okay. And so what I was just asking you, if he noticed that some things needed to be repaired, like you just said, he would bring that to someone's attention and then potentially repair those things, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So that would be very normal for him to do with the type of employee that he was.
It would not be out of place, no.
And that would have been something within his normal duties as well, to fix holes in the fence or things that need to be repaired.
Yes, he did general repair, yes, ma'am.
I want to talk to you about the 19th specifically. Let's start there.
Yes, ma'am.
On December 19th, we went through a lot of video and went through some clips. I want to just address one thing right off the bat. There is a discrepancy in the time stamps, essentially, correct?
Yes, there is, ma'am. The two dates have a different time schedule as far as I can tell as well.
Right, so on the 19th, based on what you see, you believe that that's a 4-hour time difference on the 19th.
Yes, ma'am. I'm setting that basis by when we open the gates. We open the same time every day, especially these were both weekdays. So the time should be consistent. As I saw us opening the gates, that should track with about the time we open both days.
And so then on the 20th, you believe it was a 5-hour time difference, again, based off of what time period you typically would open the gates.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's what you're basing that time period on, more so than the timestamp itself.
Correct.
Okay. And so you're not certain 100% because you didn't open on the 19th, correct?
That's correct. I did not open on the 19th.
Okay, but just generally based on when you would open, that's the time period, and the time period you figured that your brother would open as well.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I want to ask you a little bit about that time period that we see Mr. Quiles get into his vehicle and what appears to be him driving across the train tracks, which would be to leave the property.
On the 19th?
On the 19th.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
When you see that time period when he's gone, again, we're not certain that that's 4 hours earlier, but approximately it would either be 11:15 if it was 5, then it would be about 10:15. I believe it was actually 11:17 and 10:17. Is that fair to say?
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, sorry, I kind of convoluted that a little bit, so I apologize. On that date, the timestamp we are seeing when he's leaving that property, we estimated it that it was around 11:17 a.m., correct?
Yes, ma'am.
if for some reason that timestamp actually was 5 hours, then it would be more like 10:17 a.m., correct?
12?
Or would it be later, the way you've got it marked back?
I'd have to review the timestamp
All
again.
right, and I'll pull it back up, that way we can do that, but we'll get back to that. Let me circle back to that a little bit later. When Mr. Quilez was seen leaving that property, you don't know where he went exactly, correct?
Ma'am, I do not.
Okay. I asked your brother this question, so I'm going to ask you as well. Were you aware that if, for example, there needed to be a part picked up or some errand run for business purposes, would that be something that Jonathan Quilez potentially would be asked to do?
No, not that I can imagine, ma'am. With both my brother and I present, one of us would have typically gone to pick up any type of part or component. That would be standard procedure for us.
Okay. And would there be any time when you would utilize Mr. Quilez in that way if for some reason you were tied up and your brother was tied up?
I don't foresee one, ma'am.
Okay. As far as the date in question from the 19th, I know that we were viewing on that video several there's a lot of clips, back to back.
Yes, ma'am.
As far as the timestamps on there, that's not the same way your timestamps are shown on your video camera system that you would view in the office, correct?
No, ma'am. It didn't appear to be the same format, no.
Okay. And so those timestamps that you kind of went through with the state during direct, that's not as accurate to your memory as what it looks like on your camera system, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so you said that your camera system basically is placed in areas to essentially or primarily to prevent theft or to at least find out information if there was a theft, correct?
Yes, or to see people coming in and out of the facility, yes.
And yes, you said that basically your facility is a one-way in, one-way out type of facility, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And your cameras primarily focus on that kind of one-way in, one-way out at different angles.
Yes.
There are other angles, though, that show a little bit more of the restricted area where employees work.
Yes.
And that we see Mr. Quilez working on forklifts and walking around in that area where he'd be primarily performing his duties.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You made a comment that I wanted to just kind of circle back to, that on the one camera angle that we saw where you can see that 40-yard dumpster, you can kind of see the very last little sliver of that, correct, on that video, but you can't see the full thing.
Yes, ma'am.
You made a comment that you believe that that's cut off in some way.
Well, I think they zoomed in. It appears that it was zoomed in to get a better view of the center of the picture. But I believe, my understanding, at least from seeing this video for years, is that it is slightly larger, but that might shrink the picture where it'd be harder to see.
And so you're basing that off of when you're in the office, what you can see on those cameras that are displayed within the office.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's a live feed that you're seeing of that security camera.
Yes, it is.
And so on that live feed, you can actually see more of that 40-yard dumpster than what we're able to see on these videos that we were played today.
I can see more of that camera angle. Whether I can see the dumpster, I'm not certain.
Okay. And when you say you can see more of that camera angle, that you mean to the right and to the left, it would be more expansive on both sides.
Yes, ma'am.
And so if that camera angle that we were viewing picks up the very edge of that 40-yard dumpster, the camera view that you have in your office would actually show a little bit more of that, correct?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
All right, I want to take you to that time period. On the 19th, when Mr. Quilez is working in that area off to the, I guess, when you come in through that main entrance and you go straight, you see him on the 19th go in that area. You stated that you believe it was mostly storage. There were some cars there that maybe were being processed or needed to be processed, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall there being a new tire machine in that area as well?
No, I do not.
Okay. And I'm going to show you, give me one. Sorry, I'm trying to get to one particular picture. In this picture, can you see that on your screen there, sir?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Do you see the new tire machine in this photograph?
No, I do not, ma'am.
Okay. In that area that we're looking at right now, this blue fence area, that was not there in 2018, correct?
No, there was a different style fence at the time, yes, ma'am.
And so these photographs that we kind of went through where we are seeing that area kind of going into, that if you were to go straight into the property, what that looks like in these photographs that you went through is not how it looked in 2018, correct?
The fence was moved slightly, but it was of a similar location. It was still it had a slight curve to it that came up a little bit closer to where that open gate is, but it was generally in a similar location.
All right, and as far as what the area back there looked like, is that accurate to how it looked in 2018?
No, there was a large concrete plant at the time, several stories tall, sort of in the front of where that white triangular roof building is located.
Now, on the 19th, when you see him going into that area, there would be some vehicles there and some other items in that area potentially that he could be working on, correct?
To my knowledge, we were storing vehicles over there. I wasn't aware of any other items that we were actively using, so I'm not sure.
Right, and on one of those video clips, we actually see him carrying like a red vehicle, correct, and bringing it through.
Yes, a Honda Accord, yes, ma'am.
And so that type of vehicle would be in that area that we're discussing.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So for something like that, he would have a legitimate reason for going in that area for work purposes.
Yes, there's a possibility of that, yes, ma'am.
As it relates to coming back through, and I think the time period on that was like, I believe you said 2.5 minutes when he was in that area. The other potential reason for him being in that area was, you said, to correct or to make sure that the gate was locked or open.
On the 20th, after he pulled out of our facility where we didn't see his car for a few minutes, that's the only possible reason I can think of. He wasn't typically charged with that, however, so I can't say that that's why he was there, but if I had to list a possibility, that's the only one that would come to mind.
Understood. As far as where we're going or where he's headed, when he comes back in and he parks in the parking lot area, this is on the 19th, after he returns. When he comes back and he parks, you see him interact with another employee. Do you recall that part of the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And they walk back towards what appears to be the same area that we've been discussing, that you had some storage.
Where they walked was not far from that large opening. It was just to the left. We had looked as if we had loose tires there.
Okay. And so that area, that it's not quite on camera, so you can't see them working on those loose tires or anything along those lines, correct?
Correct.
However, if you're in the office, you
Oh,
describe...
wait, ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt. We saw the picture of them standing in front of those tires. So there was video of them in front of those tires.
You're talking about later when they come into the main yard area.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Where they're coming from, though, is that direction of the area where you had the storage, is what I was asking.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that part you can't see where they're coming from.
No, ma'am.
Okay, but it's both of them coming from that area.
Yes.
And so, again, there probably was some legitimate work-related reason why the both of them would be in that area that you said was for storage.
I can't think of one, but...
And is it safe to say that as you sit here today, that's 4.5 years ago, and so you may not be remembering everything that could have possibly been in that area that people might be working on?
That's true, ma'am, yes.
Going into the 20th, we watched, and we kind of fast-forwarded through some of it, we watched Mr. Quillez around the property, traversing here and there, talking with people working, doing normal activities. Is that correct?
Yes.
And everything that you observed on that video, in the clips of those videos, nothing out of the ordinary was happening based on what you're seeing.
I wasn't directly in charge of his workflow. I found the switching of the forks with the bucket on the loader to be confusing to me. I didn't understand the purpose of it. There could have been one. I'm not aware of it. That struck me as odd.
Okay. And like you said, there may be a legitimate reason you weren't out there and you weren't supervising him directly in that time.
Correct.
And you never really did, right? You were
No.
more so office related.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. As it relates to what you do know about his work duties, in that area where the storage was, did you guys also have gravel or stone, kind of sand type of area, sand materials that were being kept in that area as well?
I don't recall it, but that's very possible. We frequently have had aggregate material there to fill holes in the yard, yes.
And I was just going to ask you that. Was part of his duties to fill holes in the yard that may have been there with those type of materials that you might have in that area?
Yes, I believe, yeah, that would fall under it.
So like on a rainy day, if there were ruts and things being made because of trucks coming through, would one of his responsibilities be to fill those out?
I could see that happening, yes.
So that'd be one explanation for why he's switching between the forklift and the bucket version of that.
Yes.
Now I want to talk to you a little bit about the things that we see him doing on the 20th specifically. We see him coming in and out of the office throughout the day. Was that normal?
Yes, it would be. If he had finished a task or was about to undertake another task, he would probably clear it with my brother, yes.
Okay, so he would come in to check in with him periodically to get new jobs if there was nothing else going on.
Yes.
And you see him doing that several times on those videos, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At one point, you see him walk out with what appears to be some tape, some duct tape.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you imagine a completely normal work purpose for having tape?
Yes, I imagine something could be ripped or broken that he was attempting to repair or secure it. It's very possible, yes.
And then I believe you also said, as it relates to him, I think he had some clothing items that appeared to be like a rain jacket of sorts that he was carrying out of the office. On another occasion, he came in to check in.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, that was something that you did not find abnormal whatsoever.
No, no.
And I believe what you said was that it could have just been as simple as, hey, employee X doesn't have a raincoat today. I'm grabbing this for him or her.
Yes, yes, that would be a very common thing to occur.
And I want to ask you a little bit about kind of the process. And I know you do more inside, but you're aware of what's happening outside as well.
Yes, ma'am.
The production process and all of that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. As far as the production process goes, we heard already from your brother that essentially there's kind of like two-man teams in different areas of the production process. Is that right?
Yes, yes, that's correct.
And from time to time, Mr. Quilles would be assigned to a type of production team where he would be working with another individual, correct?
Wouldn't be uncommon for him to fill in several different positions. He's very talented, yes.
And as far as that particular date, we see him, there's one date where we see him with another individual. That wouldn't be abnormal whatsoever, him working with another employee on some project or a duty.
No, especially with our two-man process, it would be common.
And then I want to ask you about that vehicle that we saw him carrying, that red vehicle that we saw him carrying. If he was bringing that vehicle to be processed, and eventually that vehicle is going to end up out in the main customer area, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when he brings that vehicle, he's not also processing that vehicle, correct?
No, he isn't.
So when he drops that vehicle off, someone else is emptying out that vehicle of any garbage or trash or whatever the contents of the inside of that vehicle are, correct?
Yes, ma'am, yes. He wouldn't be moving and processing it. That would be odd.
So there are different production teams of people who would have received that vehicle and been doing various things on it. We heard some of that from your brother as far as removing the battery or, emptying the fluids and all of that.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, that would not be anything out of the ordinary. That would be normal duties that he had during that time period.
Correct.
As far as what you typically see inside vehicles at your property that come through, you guys get the gamut, right? A range of things from fatal car crash vehicles to vehicles people have been living in, just regular vehicles people are getting rid of. All of that, those are type of vehicles that you might receive through your facility.
Yes, ma'am. I could write a book, yes.
Okay. And so having clothing items and all sorts of things, if someone was living in that vehicle, that would not be abnormal whatsoever.
Common, yes.
And everything that you guys remove from those vehicles gets dumped into dumpsters, one of those two dumpsters that we see on video here.
Yeah, usually there's only one there at a time. The only time there's two is when they're doing the actual swap.
So all of that eventually ends up in that 40-yard dumpster.
Yes, ma'am.
Just 1 second for me. All right, let me ask you about that dumpster being moved or being replaced with an empty one and then taking the full one. That's typically a job that your brother would do to call for that pickup of that dumpster, correct?
Yes, ma'am. The people who are emptying out the cars would say, hey, the dumpster is full or just about full. We need to have it swapped out. And then my brother, and he's pretty much the only person that calls. If I had a call, I'd have to call him for the number. And so he calls and he gets the swap out done.
Okay. In that video, we actually saw on the 20th the American garbage truck driver coming in. And in that video, we saw him kind of stop.
Yes.
And it looked like he was almost about to pass the turn to come into where that dumpster is, correct?
That's what it appeared to me as well, yes.
And you stated during direct that wasn't abnormal because there often would be different drivers, not like the same driver came all the time.
Correct.
And so when you see him stop and he kind of sitting there for a minute or so, someone would normally be in charge of kind of, hey, this is where you need to go, this is where the dumpster is.
Yes.
Okay, so when you see the forklift come with whom we believe is Mr. Quilles in, and in that video we saw him kind of stop.
Yes.
And it looked like he was almost about to pass the turn to come into where that dumpster is, correct?
That's what it appeared to me as well, yes.
And you stated during direct that wasn't abnormal because there often would be different drivers, not like the same driver came all the time.
Correct.
And so when you see him stop and he kind of sitting there for a minute or so, someone would normally be in charge of kind of, hey, this is where you need to go, this is where the dumpster is.
Yes.
Okay, so when you see the forklift come with whom we believe is Mr. Quilles inside and get out and kind of speak to him and then actually go back towards that area to direct him, that was completely normal.
It wasn't out of the ordinary, but it wasn't common either. Usually someone from the office would actually stick their head out of the door and direct them on. Mr. Quilles happened to, I guess, be nearby at that time to do so, but that's why we, usually it's just someone from the office opening the door and pointing them in the direction.
Actually, since you said that, I'm just going to take you to part of that video. This is December 20th. You were shown these videos a little earlier. I'm going to take you to about 53:27 if I can get closer. It looks like I'm at 53:26. I'm sorry. I'm taking you to a part of this video that you were shown earlier. This is from December 20th. and I'm taking you to approximately 5326 on that video.
Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
see that here on your screen?
Yes, I do.
I'll try to elevate my voice a little bit so you can hear me while I'm talking over here. This individual that's coming out from out of the office, is that an employee of the office there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I just want to kind of look, actually, before I apologize. Okay, I'm going to take you back to 5252 of that same video, just back it up a little bit because I think I went too far. And that employee that I was just asking about, I believe we'll see him actually come out at this point in time. And was he coming out based on what we just discussed in order to try to assist in directing?
Yeah, typically that would be the case. That driver stopped fairly far back. Usually they would come up about right to that point, just in the gate, and then they'd be looking around and confused. And then, but usually, we'll have someone from the office just direct them over.
And that's what we see him doing there, pointing towards the right area to go.
Yeah, that's very common and typical for this situation.
And as you said, we saw Mr. Quilles kind of working towards that area or driving that forklift in that area at the time. And so was he, just based off what you could see, assisting in getting that gentleman back to the right area for the dumpster?
That's what it appears, yes, ma'am.
All right, let me ask you about following, I believe, some action that occurred afterwards. You were present during some canine search, or I think you said that there were police dogs that came out, I think that's the word you used, to search Ace Pick Apart, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were there, I believe it was on December 30th. Does that sound about right?
It could be, yes.
When they came out to do that search, did you walk around with them and kind of direct them around the area of where areas of interest?
No, I stayed up in the offices, and they went through the yard for, I don't recall exactly, but it was somewhere on the order of 4 to 5 hours in our facility.
Okay. And while they were there, you were just basically present. You weren't walking or doing anything along with them.
No, they were there several hours after we closed, so I was just me waiting for them. So yes.
Understood. You talked about them removing a vehicle from that area that you used for storage, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Mercury Grand Marquis, I believe it was. Yeah.
Okay. And that vehicle that they removed, you stated that you thought it was kind of odd that they would be removing that vehicle as a vehicle of interest.
Yes, we'd gotten the vehicle within about the week prior, so it seemed to me like it was a newer vehicle, and we had already heard the news story and who they were looking for. So it seems to be some time after that event. So it seemed odd that they were pulling this car that we had gotten from a tow company, which already stores it at a different facility for 60 days before we ever even see it. So the fact that the chain of custody had it at this tow company and then our facility at the times didn't seem to make sense to me.
Right. So that vehicle, as far as you could tell, even though they seemed interested in it, and that you're not certain that that's the vehicle that they got a police dog hit on, though, correct?
They said there was some interest in it, is all the officer said at the time.
And this was the day that they had canines out there
Yes.
searching. Okay. But that giving some sort of hit or anything like that, you knew that at that time that couldn't have been related to this case, correct?
I couldn't imagine how it would be, yes.
Okay. And is that because you believe that vehicle arrived there sometime after this time period that they told you potentially?
Yeah, it had arrived within a week or less of when they were coming out to search.
Understood. All right, as far as what your observations were of Mr. Quilles over that 19th and 20th day, you never saw anything from his behavior that seemed suspicious to you, did you?
I did not interact with him much either way to say.
Okay. When someone comes into the office, would you be able to see them or not really?
Yes, yeah, we have a small office. I would see someone walking in or out, yes.
Okay, and would that be meaning that you would just see them in passing but maybe not necessarily interact with them?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you recall having seen him come into the office throughout those days?
I don't specifically recall those dates, but it was very common for him to go in and out of the offices for, different tasks or supplies. So it would be commonplace. It wouldn't stand out.
Understood. And that was my next question. You don't recall anything out of the ordinary from those 2 days happening?
No, ma'am.
As far as your review of video, on direct you talked about you don't review video unless there's an incident that occurred. Incident-based review is kind of what you said.
Or yes, some reason or trigger to do so, yes.
Otherwise, you're not really looking through the video on a regular basis. Not in the morning. You don't go back and look through the night like you said.
Not typically, no, ma'am.
In this particular case, though, something was alleged to have happened on your property, correct?
Yes.
And so you did, in fact, review some of that video, correct?
No, ma'am. I wasn't aware of anything actually occurring on our property in the first place, so I didn't review it. When the police came out to ask me for the video, we were unable to extract it from our system, so we gave them components of the system so that they could extract them themselves.
Right, and I just mean you've been provided video to review for your testimony today.
Oh, yes. I've seen video, yes.
Sorry, yeah, and I wasn't clear in my question. So you have reviewed video from that time period?
Yes.
Okay. And in that video, you never saw a young lady that was alleged to have been on your property, correct?
No, ma'am, I did not.
You never saw Mr. Quillez with a young lady on that property?
No, ma'am, I did not.
You never saw Mr. Quillez carrying what appeared to be a body?
No, ma'am, I did not.
You never saw him dumping anything that appeared to be a body or in a bag or anything along those lines into that 40-yard dumpster?
No, ma'am, I saw nothing like that.
As far as someone being in your property, on your property overnight, meaning they were there one night on the 19th and still being there overnight until the 20th, in your opinion, how likely would that be?
Unprecedented. There's been a handful of incidents where people have been locked in after closing, and we've come back to let them back out. I've never known of anyone to stay overnight more than an hour or two after closing.
And you never saw anybody on that property in any video that you've reviewed overnight, having been on that property?
No, ma'am, and we have infrared cameras and stuff like that. Even if it was dark, we'd still notice somebody. In the past, when we've had theft issues and we've gone back to check, you can see bodies walking around, and nothing like that was noted.
So nothing from these dates of the 19th or 20th revealed that anybody was on that property overnight?
I did not review all the tapes, because I handed them over to the police, but I would assume that they were looking, so I can't make that assumption, but I would assume that they would have looked.
And after we see Mr. Quillez leave the property around 2:45 on the 20th, you don't ever see him come back on any camera video that you
Did you read?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And same on the 19th. When he leaves for the evening, I believe you said it was around 6 o'clock.
Yes, ma'am.
You never see him return on any video that you've reviewed?
Not that I'm aware of, ma'am.
Not until the following morning when he comes back to work?
Yes.
Otherwise, he's not there on that property. You don't see him doing anything on that property?
No, ma'am. No, and employees are not supposed to be there. We don't permit it. It would be, even as an exception, it wouldn't happen.
Understood. Give me one moment, please.
Mm-hmm.
And just to kind of pin that and finish here, you locked up that night, correct, on the 20th?
Yes, ma'am.
And someone else locked up if it wasn't you on the 19th as well?
Correct, yes.
And it's you, your brother, your dad, and maybe one other office manager employee who have keys to access that property after hours?
To access it at all, yes.
To access it at all?
Yes, ma'am.
So there's no way anybody else could have gotten into that property after it's locked up or anything along those lines?
No, ma'am.
And you were the one that opens the property, or your brother
Yes.
opens the property in those 2 days that are in question?
8 days a week, yes, ma'am.
I don't have anything further.
Just briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Counsel brought up the fact that the processing of the vehicles, where there are employees when that is happening, did the processing of the vehicles happen up in front, closer to the office, or further in the back? At that time?
I guess you'd say towards the back.
video from the whole night prior?
No, I did not. No, there was no reason for us to. Yeah,
There was no need to, correct?
correct.
And then on the 20th, you didn't come in on the 21st and watch the video from the night prior either.
No, ma'am. No, sir, I did not.
Just turn all that over to the board.
When they, yes,
All right. And of the 11 or so cameras that you articulated on direct examination and cross, those 11 cameras capture what they capture, correct?
yes,
And you do agree there's areas on the property that are not captured?
several, yes, sir.
What about just outside the fence line, all the way around these 30-plus acres on the backside and the sides? Are there cameras over there?
We have no, there are not. We have an 8-foot-high solid metal fence, and it's surrounded by electrical fencing on the inside of that. That goes up to, I believe, about 9 feet. It's quite formidable as a barrier.
But you have no idea what's going on outside your property, either with your eyes or cameras or really any information comes your way in that regard, correct?
No, sir, I don't.
You don't know what's going on throughout the night, just outside the border of your property, correct?
No, sir, there's Interstate 95 behind our border. There's a lake. I mean, no, I don't know what's going on.
Just outside your fence, on the fence line.
No, sir.
Sir, good to meet you, and good to see you and your brother. Hope you guys are doing well, and you're dismissed.
Thank you very much, sir.
State, you can call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state would next call Anthony Nitch.
Good afternoon, sir. Just walk over here to your right, have a seat. Please watch your step. If you need a glass of water, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you. I only ask if there's an objection made. Just please pause, let me rule on the objection, and we'll go from there, okay? And that microphone is adjustable to help you project your voice. Now, with that said, state your main inquiry. You're ready.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Michael Knitch,
And can you please spell your last name?
Knecht.
And Mr. Knitch, could you please tell us what you do for a living?
I work for Verizon Wireless.
And what's your current title?
In this capacity, I'm a custodian of records with executive relations.
And what are the duties and responsibilities as a custodian of records in executive relations?
I respond to subpoena requests to validate that records that were given to an agency are complete and accurate as the records that they received.
And do those records include Verizon Wireless customers?
They do.
And just to be clear for record purposes, Verizon Wireless is a cell phone company amongst a couple of other brands.
That is correct.
And does Verizon generate a call cell usage reports for any calls made by its customers?
That is correct.
And are these records kept in the ordinary course of business with Verizon Wireless?
That is correct.
Now, is it also possible for law enforcement to obtain records that Verizon normally keeps as part of their ordinary business?
That is correct.
And could that be by search warrant or even a subpoena?
That is correct.
Would just depend on the nature of the actual documents that is being requested.
Yes.
Ebony.
And what sort of information can be provided to law enforcement in these documents?
Cell data, location data, text message, picture messages, IP addresses related to data sessions, any way that a cellular telephone can reach out to a network and make a data connection.
And how long have you been working now for Verizon?
January 7th, 2007.
So quite some time now.
Yes.
And how is information actually generated for these records to be produced?
You have to have a subscriber, and that subscriber has to have a cell phone that's registered on the network. And when they use the service, whether it be an internet session, a text message, a voice call, it authenticates with our network in order to go through, and then any type of usage is validated for billing purposes.
Now, what is a cell tower?
A cell tower is a communication point from which data is streamlined from, streamed to.
So let me just give you, for example, if I'm here making a phone call and I'm close to one of Verizon's towers, how does that tower know that I am close in order to take my signal from my cell phone?
Through network management practices, it could be the closest or the most available cell tower available for capacity.
Now, Mr. Knitsch, what if I am driving and I'm using my cell phone?
It would switch over to the next available cell tower. If you were driving, like, say, down a street, then it could switch as the cell towers progress as you travel.
Now, what if I were to turn my cell phone off? Does that affect potential data going to these towers in the database?
Yes, if the cell phone's cut off, no data, no transmission would be sent or received.
Now, is it possible for an individual to be observed on his or her cell phone, but yet Verizon has no record of that particular call, text, message, etc.?
Yes.
Could you tell us how that could happen?
That breaks down to applications on the phone. So if you use Wi-Fi, place your phone in airplane mode, enable Wi-Fi apps, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, all these other different applications will use the available network. It doesn't matter that it's Verizon Wireless.
And so let's just say, for example purposes, I have a Facebook account. Could I use my Facebook account in airplane mode?
That is correct.
And if I am using my Facebook account and my phone is in airplane mode, could I make a phone call within that application if I've downloaded it to my phone?
That is correct.
And so if I make a phone call, let's just say to you, Mr. Knitsch, and I am in that airplane mode in my Facebook account, Verizon Wireless records then would not articulate that, would not even show that it existed.
We would have no record of anything because it wasn't attached to our network.
Now, Mr. Knitsch, in the case here today involving State versus Jonathan Quiles, were you asked to review records associated with 904-293-5139?
I was.
And because this has been about 5 years ago, did the state of Florida, have to provide you a copy what initially was given to Detective Abbott in this case?
That is correct.
And were you able to verify that those documents appear to be consistent with documents that would be in the ordinary course of business of Verizon Wireless?
That is correct, yes.
Now, Mr. Knitsch, I'm going to be showing you what's marked as States 27. Can you see something on your screen, sir?
Yes, I can.
And does States Evidence 27 appear to be familiar to you?
It does.
And are these the records that's associated with that number that I just stated, the 904-293-5139, that you were asked to review for today's purposes?
It is.
Now, I'll make it bigger here so we can touch upon a few things. So the items that are associated with a PDF, are those kind of information, instructional purposes for a person to understand Verizon's records?
That is correct.
And just let's start, for example, here with the subscriber information. I'll go ahead and click on it. And does subscriber information appear to be a part of the record here?
That is correct.
And who is that person?
Last name Ware, first name Nancy.
And is that person out of Columbus, Georgia?
That is correct.
And when we say subscriber information, does that just mean that that's the owner of this number and this account with Verizon?
That is correct.
So next I'm going to direct your attention to cell site incoming and outgoing. And does that just mean that this is a generation involving incoming and outgoing phone calls?
It's a record of calls that transpired over our network.
And I believe will get some more numbers here for us. Give me 1 second, sir. I'm just double clicking on a few of the categories here. Now under F, when we see a number, would that be in seconds, minutes, hours, or duration time?
Seconds.
Seconds. Yes, sir. Now, in regards to the mobile directory number, can you tell us about that, please, sir?
That's 904-293-5139. That is the Verizon Wireless Mobile Directory number.
Now, also, too, in looking at column C, there's a way that we can format that, correct, where it's a little bit more understandable?
That is correct.
And would I then right-click, go to Format Cells, go to Custom, go to 0, and hit OK?
Correct.
And then we see something quite different. Could you please tell us what we are looking at? Because it appears to be the same set of numbers, sir, under column C.
It is. It displays 1191904-293-5139. The first digits are the routing for voicemail that Verizon Wireless has used to allow voicemail transactions to transpire.
And then, and I'll get back to that in just a moment, sir, a little bit more information. But in column E, would that be the accurate time, or would that be involving a UTC time?
That would be the subscriber's actual location.
So if we see 12/19/2018, 16:40, is that fair to say that it would be then 4:40 p.m. if that, since Columbus, Georgia is in the Eastern time zone?
That is correct.
Or would that be associated with the Jacksonville 2 under A for the time zone, which I know Georgia and Florida are the same time zone?
Correct. It would be based off of Jacksonville and the subscriber's location.
Thank you, sir, for that clarification. So, and going back to column C, where we see the same phone numbers associated with this information, but like you were saying just a moment, Mr. Knitch, that we have a 119. Now, I believe you stated that's associated with a voicemail?
That is correct.
Does that mean that the voicemail is being generated by Verizon Network?
This record is showing in section D a forwarding indicator, which means the call never actually rang to a phone and went straight to the voicemail platform.
Okay, so just in plain simple terms, 119 indicates that it's a voicemail that did not go through, therefore there's an in-house response.
That is correct. And if you go to the other columns, G, H, I, J, all being 0, that's another indication to show that it never ended up on a cell tower to locate this cell phone. The phone was unavailable, turned off.
Thank you, sir. Next, I'm going to direct your attention to the text message detail, which is here at the bottom. I'm going to do the same in regards to getting our spacing so we can understand these numbers better. And I am just right-clicking in between the columns for record purposes. I think that's okay. So, in regards to now the text message details,
we can see that, so let's start at the top so we can understand. What does the MDN stand for?
The mobile directory number.
All right. And then I'm going to draw your attention to the message. It appears we can see an MO and an MT. Can we please just start with the MO and what that means, sir?
MO is mobile origination, so that means the cell phone would have originated our subscriber, the 904-293-5139, would have placed the text message outbound.
And let's get to that to clarify that a little bit more. Based upon the fact, let's talk about row 2 here, where we see the destination address. Is that a 9.00008E plus 11? Is that what it states, sir?
It does.
Now, because that is not an actual phone number, does that mean then that MO was generated in-house by Verizon?
That is correct.
And is Verizon trying to notify the user of 904-293-5139? Hello, you have messages waiting for you.
That is what that number means. There's quite a few different messages Verizon would send out, but one of those messages would be trying to ping back to the phone.
And so is it fair to say, for example, and we'll go, I believe there's 6 total, starting with column 4, that on column 4, we actually see another phone number in the destination address. It's 904-450-0955. When there is a phone number involved in G and H, is it fair to say that that message actually went through?
That is correct.
And I believe that says 9:08 a.m. Would that be accurate on 12/19/2018?
That is correct.
And I believe that that would be the last time. Let's see, because in column 6 at 9:07 a.m. Be fair to say that that was an actual message that also was delivered. It looks like that would have originated from 904-293-5139. The actual subscriber of this number would have sent a message at 9:07 a.m. and it was received. Is that fair to say?
That is correct. Yes, that is correct.
And here's, if we go down again to line 11, did the 904-450-0955 send a message at 8:26 a.m. and it was in fact received?
That is correct.
So that's, and then again on line 16, we have a 9:07 a.m. message where it commenced. Yep, you can draw. Yep, no problem. It's making it easier, huh, with staring a bunch of numbers, right, Mr. Knitch?
Yes, it does.
And it appears that the 904-450-0955 is sent a message again to the subscriber of these records. Is that, and it was actually received?
That is correct.
I believe we've discussed 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep going down. Here, I'll get with your red too. A little bit off. Then in column 29, is it fair to say that this message went through at 8:55 a.m. and it was sent by 904-450-0955 and 904-293, our subscriber actually received that message?
That is correct.
I believe there's one more. Yep, no, 2 more. Going down, so yes, 2 more. And there was one at 8:43 a.m. in column 33, where, again, the 904-450-0955 sent a message to our subscriber of these records, and it was actually received. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
And then our last verified communication, would that have been, and obviously it would be earlier on from the other records, would that have been at 8:26 a.m. in column 41, and that would have been sent by the actual subscriber to that same phone number that we've been indicating, the 450-0955.
That is correct.
So if we go back up to the column 3 at 9:08 a.m., is it fair to say that this was the last human-generated message between these two accounts?
That is correct.
So the other indications that do not have a phone number, those would have been Verizon-generated messages.
That is correct.
And lastly, sir, I'm going to draw your attention to the call logs. Now, in looking at these records, and I'm just going to scan them down just for a moment. You can observe all of them. That's part of this record. Count is 1604 for record purposes. We'll scroll back up. And that bottom date, is that 12/31/2018, Mr. Knitch?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir. Now, going back up, these call log records commence on 12/19/2018.
Repeat the question.
Do these call log records commence on December 19th, 2018?
They end connecting to the device with those top two, correct?
And do our records start on the 12/19/2018 date?
That is correct.
And based upon review of these call log records under this this tab of the Excel, is it fair to say that only 2 calls were actually made and received from one person to another?
That is correct.
And based upon the fact that in column B, with those 2 calls under row 2 and 3 have been respectively at 7:02:34 a.m. and 7:05:18 a.m.
That is correct.
And based upon these records, there is no further phone activity after December 19th, 2018. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
So, just want to clarify a few things if we could, okay? You testified on direct that these cell sites go by, they basically collect the cell data of the general location of where they are, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, the location is not necessarily determined by exactly where they are, but to be clear, it's kind of like a triangulation of different cell towers, and it's the first available one that has access and availability to pick up the call. Would that be accurate?
There's several factors of why the first cell tower would pick up the call. That would be one of them.
Okay, what are the others?
Proximity, network traffic. So network traffic, if one cell tower is busier than another cell phone tower, it will offload to the next closest. It's still going to keep them in a general proximity, not several miles away, but still within a proximity of the subscriber.
Right, and it's done by a triangulation of towers to determine which one's closest and available. Would that be accurate?
Through network management practices, Verizon has a way of allowing the call to be sent and received.
Now, you had talked about it's able to track whether or not it's pinging off of a tower or anything like that.
Message.
And then all of a sudden, if it goes dead, that doesn't mean that
Your message
it's
is.
not receiving a signal. That doesn't mean that the person necessarily turned it off. The battery could have died. Any number of factors could have contributed to that. Would that be accurate?
The phone being powered off, yes.
Okay. And you were showing all those phone records. If somebody takes a SIM card out, that will also affect it. Wouldn't that be accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. So they could still be using the same phone and put a new SIM card in it and be on their way, and it would recognize it under something different. Wouldn't that be true?
In theory.
In theory?
I mean, anything is possible with taking and switching SIM cards.
Okay. And so if somebody doesn't want to be tracked, then all they got to do is switch out a SIM card, or, for lack of better words, go up to the local store and get a burner phone, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So the fact that the last time that that phone number received a call or sent a call is just indicative of that's the last time that phone received anything, right?
That was the last Verizon wireless record for that subscriber, correct.
Okay. May I have just a second with Council? Nothing further here.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Sir, good to see you. For the rest of your day. Counsel, can I see one representative at sidebar regarding scheduling without the court reporter?
See, that was his white noise, y'all. That was see. As soon as he goes off, and on the sidebar. So, yeah, let me fast forward through this. We're almost done with this day. It's not too much. I think he's just going to come back and say, oh, he's back fast now. So he's very respectful of the jury's time. I do respect him for that. But, okay, here he is. I just want to hear what he said, even though the trial is... Oh, okay, would play if I... help if I played it.
Quintana, I'll have him spell it. Quin.
Oh, so no, there is another. Okay, he's the last witness.
Sir,
For today.
Good afternoon to you. If you need a glass of water, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you. If there's an objection made during the course of your testimony, I just ask that you pause, let me rule the objection. And
Are we getting text with
As
him?
said,
I'm
Mr.
trying to
Skinner,
remember.
floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
You state your name, please.
Sure, Detective H.M. Quintana.
And can you spell your last name?
Quintana.
Yes, sir. What's your occupation, sir?
I'm a detective with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Computer Forensics Unit.
All right. And how long have you worked in that unit?
Going on 8 years.
And what are the general duties of a detective in the computer forensic unit?
We process electronic devices from different units, such as homicide, robbery, what have you. When they require that evidence be extracted from digital devices, they bring them to us, and we extract the data from those devices in a forensically sound manner. Therefore, none of that data is ever altered before, during, or after our processing.
Yes, sir. How long have you worked in total with JSO, Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Going on 18 years.
And with respect to your current role in CFU, the computer forensic unit, are items of evidence, devices, laptops, phones, computers, assigned to you to extract data from them?
Yes.
Is that done at the direction of either a homicide detective or some other unit's detective?
Yes, they're delivered to a unit by, say, a homicide unit or a robbery unit, and they are assigned to various of us detectives.
And where's your office located?
We have an off-site office.
All right. And is it secure?
Yes.
Do you do your work there and your extraction of data there?
Correct.
And do you use a program in particular with respect to cell phones called Cellbrite?
Yes.
Can you describe that briefly?
Sure. Cellbrite is a vendor that also, we call the device itself and software Cellbrite. And it's software and hardware utilized. Let's say an example, we receive a cell phone. We connect the cell phone to that device software, hardware, and it forensically extracts the data from that phone to the computer.
Right. Is one of the purposes in extracting that data for preservation, to preserve the data?
Yes, sir, it is.
Were you, in this case, in the state of Florida versus Jonathan Quiles, provided an iPhone 6A1549 attributed to Jonathan Quiles, telephone number 904-568-1617?
Yes.
Did you and or the team and or Detective Webb, one of the partners, extract the data from that particular cell phone in this case?
Yes.
Did you do the extraction of the data from that particular phone from, with the program of Cellbrite?
Yes.
Did you do this at the request of lead detective Billy Abbott?
Yes.
Now, when you extract that data, does it include all data, for example, text messages, call logs, email, any and all data on a phone?
Yes.
Is that what's commonly referred to in your world, a cell phone dump?
Yes.
Now, when the data is put into extracted by Cellbrite, is it put into a more reader-friendly format? And if so, can you explain that?
Yes, well, the data is extracted from the device. Obviously, if you look at a device, it's a lot of data there. We all have cell phones. So all that raw data is extracted to the computer, and then the software, the Cellbrite software, parses that out. And otherwise, it puts emails in an email folder, text messages, in a format where you can view quite easily on one screen. And there, if you needed to review the emails or text messages, what have you, it's there on the screen. All you have to do is click on it.
All right. And when it is extracted and put into these files, is that so that the lead detective and or whatever detective submits it to your unit, it comes back to them in an organized manner so they can read it?
Yes.
All right. And Detective Abbott will be testifying to some of this later. But just for purposes of the extraction, I want to make sure the record's clear and our jury understands. When it's extracted and put into this particular format, is there any way whatsoever, detective, that this data can be altered, changed, amended, deleted in any way whatsoever during the extraction process?
No, it's not, because the data is received in a read-only format. An example of that is take a phone call. We all make phone calls on a daily basis, and you're speaking to a friend and or loved one, and you put the mute button. So you're still able to hear whatever conversation they're telling you, but any conversations that you may be holding here, they cannot hear. So it's one-way stream. So we utilize what's called write blockers, so it blocks the data from being overwritten. So we only pull that data rawly, and it's prevented from anyone overwriting it.
Okay. So when parcels of data are put into this particular reader format, for example, if you wanted to go review Snapchat messaging, can you do that once you extract the data?
Yes.
Okay. Detective Abbott talked about that later. With respect to text messages, if you want to review specific text messages from the device, could a future detective be able to review that later?
Yes.
Once they get it, what kind of format is it in physically? Is it on a disk?
Yeah, we provide either on a disk, DVD, Blu-ray, depending on how large the data is, and we'll put it on there for them.
All right. And in this particular case, did you extract all this data and place it in that format and forward it to Detective Billy?
Yes, it's delivered, hand-delivered, yes.
All right. And once you reviewed the data and the extraction process was done and it was transferred, did you verify and make sure that nothing whatsoever had been altered, deleted, amended, anything of that nature with respect to the data that was extracted?
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Defense.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
Just a real quick follow-up. You said you did for lack of a better word, cell dump on an iPhone 6, right? Do you recall what the phone number was on that? What the state just read to you?
I'm sorry? Yeah, I don't recall what the number exactly is. Yeah.
Okay. All you know is the phone number that he read off to you.
Yes.
Okay. And that was at the request of Detective Abbott, right?
Right.
You don't know whose phone number that belongs to, or it's Jonathan Quiles or somebody else associated with this case?
Well, it will be on the extraction that we provided the detective with. So a lot of times they provide a device owner. It may have the person's name and or email there. So that would be on the actual report that was provided to the detective, and that had not altered or changed.
But you, other than him handing this to you and asking for a cell phone dump, you don't have any idea whose phone number that is, right? Or whose phone that is?
Well, not without looking at the report.
Okay. And as you stated, you can't alter or modify anything related to it, correct?
Correct.
I mean, these are basically just, cell phones today are nothing more than a mini computer that we use just like every day on a laptop, right?
Yes.
Especially the new iPhones.
Yep.
And the Cellbrite program, as you stated, breaks everything down, compartmentalizes it, so that it's able to, more user-friendly to be able to read it, whether it's the cell phone records or the Snapchat or Facebook or whatever it is, right?
Yeah, if it's on the phone, yes.
Okay. And those can't be modified or altered either, right?
No.
One second. One second, Joe. one or two brief follow-ups. You analyze that, excuse me, you pulled it off. You did not analyze any of the cell phone data, right?
No, the extraction in this case was they requested a dump of the phone or full download of the phone, and we extracted that data and provided that data for the detectives to review. We have so many cases that we process, we don't have the luxury of analyzing every device, so we download the data, provide that to the lead detective, and they'll go ahead and process it utilizing the Celebrite reader that was provided to them.
Okay, so you don't have any idea if there's any evidentiary value recovered off of that. All you do is put it onto a disk.
On the cell phone, yes, we extract the data in a forensically sound manner, and we provide that to the lead detective that's processing that case.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
No redirecting, sir.
Detective, good to see you, sir. Have a good rest of your day. Members of the jury, given the hour, that will conclude our work together today. A couple things I wanted to bring to your attention before we break.
All right, so
last week
I was looking for somebody to port over to. I don't see anyone that's live, so if any of my mods know somebody that we want to swing the chat over to, let me know. And thank you so much. Thank you so much. Shout out to all the new members, the new subscribers, and the people that are watching from the bushes. We appreciate you over here at Survivor Speaks. Thank you for watching with us as we bring awareness to the Iyana Sawyer story and how it closely mirrors the Ziyah Harris story. So, I'm hoping people are taking this in, taking taking some pointers, especially people with children. It's not just girls, it's boys or girls. Taking some pointers from these cases to try to implement, some things in your life for your children. So your children only know what you teach them. And then your children need to feel like there is a safe space for them to come and talk to you if something happens like this to them. And some kids just don't feel comfortable talking to their parents. That's just the truth. However, I think that you should always have a safe person that they can speak to. So like for my daughter, I know that whatever she doesn't feel comfortable speaking with me with, she's pretty comfortable with speaking with her dad about certain things. But of course, she's not going to say stuff to certain things to him. So my older sister, my older sister, she feels comfortable going to her and talking about anything. So you have to provide these different spaces in your life. So sad that Iyana's sister, felt like she wanted to remain. They were not just sisters, they were friends. So it's not her fault. It's not Iyana's fault. She wanted to remain friends with her sister, but her sister told her she was going to the grandmother's, but she didn't even want her to go to the grandmother. She fought and fought and fought. But Iyana was groomed by this punk and lured out of the schoolhouse, brought to the job, and unalive. But tomorrow, I think it's going to be an exciting, exciting day. Looks like we're going to be getting some text messages tomorrow. And I'm telling you, you guys don't want to miss that. So yeah, I'll probably be starting the same time I started today, probably 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So you guys can come over for that. Go over there and sub up to Flesh of the Gods. He has some great content. Go over there and sub up to Sustain Overrule, Cat Not Williams. Melanie Jones said so. She talks the mess. And if that's your kind of content, go over there and sub up to her. But she also reports on important things that happen, breaking news and things like that. I'm a true crime junkie and buff, so that is what I report on. So I may report on the celebrity every now and then, just depending, but most of my content is true crime. I only watch true crime on TV when I do watch it. So, and like I said, if there is nowhere for us to go, so the Music Record Network is live. Okay, so let's see what Charles Diggy got here. Let's see what she has here. But I'm going to go ahead and close out the show, so you guys can decide to. Cha, can you put that in the IG for me real quick, please? You guys can go over there. We're gonna teleport somewhere else. You can stay if you like, or you can just ride the wave over there and hit the like button for them. It doesn't cost. It's $3.99. It doesn't say that you hit the like button. It doesn't tell you all that like Facebook does. So shout out to my people watching on Twitter and over there on the Facebook. Thank you so much for watching. And when you get a chance, come on over here to the YouTube and hit the subscribe button. So and hit the bell for all notifications so you'll know when I go live again or upload a new video. And so we're going to get ready to get out of here. Child, did you put that in here? Okay. All right, you did. I'm sorry. I see it now. Okay. So you guys know that for me, the way I close out my show, it wouldn't be me if I didn't end the show by raising awareness that men can get breast cancer too. Because of the stigma associated with the word breast, we started using the term pec and or chest cancer over here. So let's continue to break the stigma and spread awareness to my ladies. Please make sure that you are getting your mammograms and filling on your boobies to make sure that you are all right. All right. And don't you dare let anyone come into your house and disturb the peace. That passes all understanding. I Am Survivor speaks. And I'll see you guys in the next video. And give me 1 second here so we can just teleport. Just give him a like. Just give him a like over there. And I'll see you guys on tomorrow. I'll be live streaming again tomorrow with the next part of the next trial day, which will be day 4. Okay. So I'll see you in the next one, guys. Peace.
Full cycle, I just might though just like a Michael. Mama gone now, I'm thinking death is not we entitled. And it was me versus me, them battles had to fight through. And when you way in the dark, them demons try to fight you. But you can't let them when you gotta see the damn light. Diabetes came from nowhere, messed up whole life. That's what I used to think, my mama helped me out. I got one dare in the sky to make proud, don't count me out. Let's get it started, rest in peace my mama, I don't wanna talk. Fresh fit, who that little nigga, fresh the way he walk. New drip, I'm that one dude creating all the sauce. News flip, you that one do the work.